We understand death for the first time when he puts his hand upon one whom we love. Madame de Staël. 1. Don't ignore my calls. Lucian's message played on my cami. I stared out the window and looked at the buildings flashing by, barely processing his heartfelt words. Ever since I came to Paegeia, my life had felt exactly like a vision swooping past me, everything moving so fast I could barely take in more than a blur. The message played again. The reason behind his pleading emerged on the day we got back from our mission to find the King of Lion's sword a month and a half ago. His parents still didn't approve of our relationship, and they were making it really difficult for us to find time to be together this summer. He wasn't even allowed to be with me on my 17th birthday, since his parents had gone on an impromptu family vacation near the wall for 2 weeks. Talking on the phone to one another wasn't even an option, as they had chosen the one place in Paegeia with terrible reception. I guess even in a world of magic we were all slaves to cell phone towers. But this lack of attention wasn't the main reason I refused to speak with him. I couldn't imagine my life without Lucian. But I had recently discovered that in 2 years he would graduate from Dragonia, and he would be forced to marry Ariana Kinsley, the biggest biatch I'd ever met, who also happened to be the Princess of Aerith. This arrangement arose from a ridiculous pact made between the 2 ruling kings of Paegeia when the prince and princess were children, as they hoped to once again unite the kingdom under one ruling family. I listened to his message again. He sounded frustrated with me, and seemed to sigh a lot more than usual. I wish I knew what the future held for the 2 of us. Maybe it would make this whole miserable situation seem a little brighter. I didn't have much faith that any of this would be sorted out quickly or cleanly. Lucian had some pretty crazy ideas about what to do if his parents refused to break the marriage arrangement. But they all boiled down to one thing that I refused to even contemplate: running away. I was done running. After George, Becky's dragon, transformed in front of me, the result of a stupid prank the day I started at Dragonia Academy, I promised myself I would no longer run from my fears. Sammy's hand touched my leg softly, shaking me from my thoughts. I took out one of the earpieces that was connected to my cami and gave her a soft smile. "You okay?" she mouthed, and I nodded. I knew she could tell something was troubling me. I assumed my perpetual misery every time I listened to one of Lucian's messages played out on my face, in stark contrast to my usual happy self. I followed it with a sigh. It was as much as I could muster, and I went back to staring out the window. "Can you drive a bit faster?" Becky asked her mom, Lucille, as we drove toward the wall. "I'm driving the speed limit, and I'm not going any faster. George isn't going to fly away or disappear, Becky." "Mom, seriously, you drive like Miss Daisy. If we stay at this speed, we won't get there until 9 tonight." Lucille didn't answer, but gave her daughter a sharp side glance. George was coming back today. Thank heaven for that. Becky's backbiting had really started to work on my nerves these past few days. This trip would be the first time I would see the wall. I couldn't wait to find out what all the fuss was about, as I did not have a chance to see it when I passed through it the night my father died. A part of me wanted to jump out of my skin as visions of what I might see played on a revolving carousel inside my head. "Ugh! This is so frustrating." Becky hit her head hard against the front seat. Sammy drew a circle around her temple with her left index finger, eyeballing Becky, and I bit the inside of my mouth, trying not to burst out laughing. Becky was such a spoiled brat sometimes. These past few weeks I'd learned a lot about her and her temperament. Being used to money and the lifestyle she led had turned her into somebody I never thought I would be friends with. But I couldn't help it. I loved her for her bravery and her ability to tell you exactly what she thought, even if you didn't ask for it. She was one of my best friends, just like Sammy. Lucille pulled quickly into a parking lot. The tall concrete structure reminded me of the airport parking garages I used to see in movies. "We're here." "Finally!" Becky opened her door before Lucille could even stop the car properly. "Becky!" "Now we know just how much she misses George," Sammy said as Lucille stared at her daughter with parted lips. I ran to keep up with Lucille and Sammy. Lucille didn't want to be called Ma'am or Mrs. Johnson, and insisted we call her by her first name. It took me some time to get used to, as Dad had raised me to have respect for my elders. Still, I saw her point. She looked way too young to pass as Becky's mom, and could easily pass as her older sister. They had the same length hair and color, and the same striking eyes and taste for fashion. I had been living in their Victorian mansion with a modern touch for the past 3 weeks, and now that George was finally coming home from Acapulco, it was almost time for me to spend some time with the Leafs. While I was excited to stay with Sammy, the thought of being in the same house as Blake knotted my stomach. With his peacock blue eyes, sun-kissed skin, and raven black hair, he was the most beautiful guy I'd seen in the past 17 years. That was, if you didn't count that awesome personality of his. The only emotion I had for the guy was admiration and a lot of gratitude, as he almost sacrificed himself in order to save my life 7 weeks ago. Walking up to the towering brick building, we entered through 20-foot-high sliding doors. Passing through the massive structure, all my thoughts about the Leafs and Lucian marrying Ariana disappeared. I ducked as a guy on what appeared to be some sort of skateboard flew past. The contraption appeared, in the brief glimpse I got as it hurtled towards me, to be a cross between a snowboard and a skateboard, propelled by a jet flame streaming out the back. I had become used to seeing them floating around, just maybe not quite so close. My initial trepidation had soon been replaced with awe, thanks to Sammy and her thorough explanation the first time one almost hit me in the back of the head, back when I was shopping in Elm. They were called Raiders, and you had to pass a test in order to receive a license to fly them, as if flying on dragons weren't enough. Becky had one too, but she only used it around the house. She was still trying to figure out a way to bribe an officer for a license. Looking around the building, I gasped as huge boards filled with hundreds of destinations around the world and numbers that changed every 5 seconds came into view. They hung in huge panels against the walls, and there were sleek silver counters below with attendants running in a straight line stretching as far as I could see. The counters were crowded with people as the attendants helped them to check in their luggage. "Sorry," I said as I almost bumped into an older lady, distracted by the scene before me. "Sir, you can't exit Paegeia without the correct documents," a lady behind one of the counters with hair swept up into a bun and a thin pair of glasses resting on her nose said. "They're really strict on the other side, and they will simply deport you back home." The gentleman in question wore raggedy clothes. I have to get to the other side. I felt sorry for him. Their voices drifted away as I walked faster to keep up with Lucille and Becky. Sorry, I apologized again as I almost walked into another guy by accident. He was talking on his cami, and the girl on the holograph didn't sound impressed. That was rude,
she said in a tiny voice.
I did apologize. Don't get your panties in a twist. Attempting to follow Lucille and Becky while taking in all the details around me wasn't easy. A raider making a horrible sound zoomed above my head. I looked up to the noise, and my eyes widened as they caught the huge tubes mounted to the ceiling. They looked like the bad plumbing of an underground facility, but when I squinted, I could see people sitting on chairs inside the tubes, and they appeared to be moving slowly forward. It reminded me of one of those roller coaster rides at a theme park, when you're waiting as you ascend slowly toward the top. Lucille grabbed my arm and pulled me back to where Sammy and Becky stood. I didn't even see them stopped at one of the holographs, triangular information boards that hung in mid-air in the middle of the trafficway. Numbers appearing and disappearing in neon red made my eyes burn, and I had to look away. I plunged down next to an elderly lady on one of the wooden benches inches away from the holograph. I could hear Becky making grunting noises as she tapped on her leg. She was so impatient. Leaning back, I took a deep breath and scanned the crowd of people walking by. For a huge place like this, it felt oddly claustrophobic. I looked at the tubes above me again, curious about where they were going and who those people high in the air were. I tried to follow one, but was distracted from my intense observation as another couple of people on raiders flew past. Lifting my head up once again, I concentrated on a tube that led to one of the gazillion doors above my head. Nothing like you thought it would be. Lucille had taken the lady's spot next to me a couple of seconds ago. She gave me a side glance. What did you expect? I don't know. Planes, maybe? Her eyes softened as she leaned back and gave a heartwarming laugh. Sorry, Elena, she said. We don't use planes. We use elevators. Elevators? She sighed, one of those sighs you get after you've had a good laugh. They're enchanted elevators. Some of them take their passengers past the wall, others to another destination in Paegeia. I stared at one of the doors again. It opened and swallowed a row of 2 passengers sitting on the roller coaster-like chairs. When they were inside, the doors closed. A minute later, it opened again, and the same thing happened. It carried on like that without stopping. So, you press a button and poof, it takes you to wherever you want to go? Sammy gave her hyena laugh, and I buried my head in my hands as people stared at her.
No, Elena, we don't go poof. We get teleported to wherever we want to be.
Lucille giggled while looking at Sammy and shook her head slowly before she looked back at me. The white tubes are for local destinations, she explained. Anywhere inside Paegeia. Humans can use them too. It's just a faster way to get where you want to go. The green tubes above them, those lead out of Paegeia. I glared at the tubes too as she pointed at them. We have over 5,000 elevators. There are dragons hiding in their human form on the other side that work at all the airports. At least that's what Will told us when he came back from his first trip to the other side. Will was Etienne, Lucille's husband's dragon. They hadn't shared a bond, but they had teamed up a long time ago. Becky's father had been almost 100 years old when he'd met Lucille. Every dragon that comes from Paegeia needs to be registered before they can enter the world on the other side. All the dragons carry passports and other countries' IDs in case they need to show identification. Her gaze traveled to another room positioned directly across the way from us. 5 dragons, turning around in circles as humans frisked them, led to a crazy set of scenarios in my head. What are they doing? Lucille smiled again. When dragons go to the other side, they get thoroughly checked out. They need to make sure they are dragons. They can't tell by just looking at them? She must have seen the question plastered on my face as she started to tell another story. Once, a long time ago, a human tried to sneak in, and the wall disintegrated him. That's when they started with a full search. My eyes grew, but I waited patiently for her to carry on. She smiled. There is a spell that can make a human appear dragon, and the stupid fool probably used it. It's the reason why attendants thoroughly search every dragon now. My lips parted slightly. I couldn't imagine anyone trying to pass for a dragon. The disintegrating part I had witnessed only once before, when Blake hit that Dragonian with the Queen's axes I once carried. A shudder ran up my spine as images of that night flashed through my mind. Sammy and Becky started to backbite one another, and we looked across to see them squabbling over the best way to page through all the numbers on the board. Lucille took a deep breath and pulled her hand through her hair as she glared in Becky's direction, before carrying on with her story. It's a tight system, and one you don't play with, otherwise you can't come back. Only those with special passes can fly directly through the wall. For instance, the way Matt brought you here. Wait, Matt flew me directly through the wall? You don't remember? I shook my head. I only remember waking up at the academy. Matt is one of a handful of dragons that have special passes. He knows every single dragon on the other side. He didn't know everyone, I whispered. I've heard. Master Longway told me about you, and he asked me if you could come home with Becky. Why your dad never registered the two of you on the other side is a mystery, Elena. One will probably never get the answer to. She squeezed my shoulder gently as her eyes softened like I imagined only a mother's could. Just know that you are safe now. The corner of my mouth curved slightly. I really didn't want to speak about my father, and I desperately racked my mind for something to change the subject. George's elevator has been delayed. The corners of Becky's mouth hung downward in disappointment. Sammy rolled her eyes and shook her head softly. He's coming back. Lucille stared at both of them, and they stopped. There's a coffee shop. Lighten up, she said as she picked herself up from the bench. Shrugging, we all followed her to the nearest one. The coffee shop was packed with people, but we got lucky when a couple stood up and left an open table closest to the traffic way. The waitress had a wide Barbie smile plastered on her freckled face as she cleared the empty mugs belonging to her previous customers. She was a petite-looking girl, and her unusual chipper demeanor made me wonder if she'd had one too many cups this morning. "Can I get you something to drink?" she asked after she welcomed us to the AMZ coffee shop, still carrying her tray with dishes and a wet cloth. "4 hot chocolates, please," Lucille said and returned the waitress's smile. "Will that be with or without fire powder?" 3 without and 1 with. Lucille looked at Sammy and winked.
"Thank you,"
Sammy mouthed through a huge grin. After the waitress wrote everything down on a small purple notebook, she left with our order. Fire powder was dangerous to humans, that much I knew. How dangerous, now that was the question. It was a dragon food condiment that made their meals and drinks taste like they were literally on fire. Dragons were addicted to it, like cats to catnip. Waiting for our drinks to arrive, I couldn't help staring at the people scurrying around me like ants on a mission for their queen. Turning back to the table, my eyes caught the pile of napkin pieces that were lying in front of Becky. In her hands, she had another piece that she tore into tiny bits, adding to the pile. She was silent for the first time today, and I guessed the delaying of George's elevator came with a bit of disappointment. In about 5 minutes, the waitress reappeared with 4 huge mugs. Sammy and I started sipping on them immediately. The drink was sweet and deliciously chocolatey, just what I needed. However, Becky ignored her cup completely, instead picking up another piece of paper napkin and tearing it apart. "Stop that, honey. What's wrong?" Lucille put her hand softly over Becky's. "Nothing." She dropped the napkin and started to turn her mug slowly on the table. Lucille raised one eyebrow. "What if he met someone else?" We all stared at her, as if she was insane. "Becky Johnson, George is your dent. If you think the past couple weeks were hard on you, you have no idea what it was like for him. He'd never hurt you like that," Lucille voiced passionately. It sounded as if she knew exactly what she was talking about, and I believed her. After Lucille's motherly advice, the only sound we heard for the next couple minutes was the chattering of people around us. Announcements came over the system every 5 seconds, breaking the silence that had settled over our table. Suddenly, like a shot ringing out, a familiar voice yelled over the crowd, "Becky!" She jumped up and moved like a tornado toward the sound of her name. Lucille lifted her hand to get the waitress's attention and paid for our drinks. I gulped down the rest of my hot chocolate and followed Lucille and Sammy as we exited the coffee shop quickly. When we reached Becky, her legs were curled tightly around George's waist. Seeing us, Becky climbed off George, kissing him one more time before she pulled him in our direction.
"Mom, this is George. George, the perfect mom."
She gave him the same introduction she'd given me the first time I'd met Lucille, with a huge grin plastered on her face. She's back. "Nice to meet you, Mrs. Johnson." He reached out his hand to Lucille in greeting. "Very polite," Lucille said, "but please call me Lucille." "Okay, sure thing, Lucille." He hovered, saying her name like it was a forbidden word. We just laughed. "Elena?" He greeted me, and I nodded. He gave Sammy a warm, friendly hug. "Where are your bags?" Becky asked, looking around. "Sorry, my parents took them." He looked back at Lucille. "I apologize for them not staying. My sister just got her human form and tires quickly." "It's understandable." Lucille accepted his apology, and we made our way back to the parking lot. I walked right next to Sammy, keeping pace with her long strides. I couldn't help but glance back at George and Becky. He had started to tell her about his trip, and I was intrigued. He described what type of weather they'd had and how much he loved Acapulco. Lucille just smiled as I climbed into the front, while Sammy took the back with George and Becky. On our way home, we listened to Becky giving George the ins and outs of what had taken place over the last couple of weeks in Paegeia, and how much she'd missed him. She spoke softly, but we could hear everything she said as if she had been shouting it. I froze, and my mind stopped its whirling when she mentioned Lucian and my name. I'd only seen him the day after they came back from vacation, and then had to deal with being without him once again, as his father had whisked him away on another hunting trip. At least there was reception this time, so we could talk whenever he didn't have a rifle in his hands, tracking some poor animal. "Don't ignore my calls." His voice played inside my head again. What was I going to do if they were never going to accept me? Would I really be able to watch him say "I do" to Ariana Kinsley?
2. The silver Audi stopped in front of 2 big metal gates which led to the Johnsons' large home. Ornate metalwork wrapped around the tall bars, creating an interwoven pattern of 2 dragons locked in battle. As we waited for the gate to open enough to allow the car through, I noticed that Becky wasn't wrapping her fingers on the dashboard or sighing every 6 seconds, as she had only a few hours before we'd left. Her fly was finally at her side. I looked up through my window at the canopy spread out above us as we made our way up the winding path. The huge trees leading up to the house always took my breath away. Round ball lanterns ran on a line throughout the trees, and at night Lucille lit them, and the effect transformed the big oaks into a fairy tale landscape. She drove down the driveway, and I smiled again at the water feature looming in front of the entrance. Lucille was a true artist. She sculpted, and I guessed her taste in art leaned more toward the twisted side of things. The water feature consisted of the head and torso of a fish arching its back, while the bottom was a woman's legs doing the can-can. The latter was a magical spell that made her art come to life as water streamed out of the fish's mouth. The first time I saw it, I couldn't stop staring at the sculpture. Thinking back, I had found it a bit creepy, but the more I got to know Lucille, the more I loved it. She parked the car in front of a 3-door garage, and we all climbed out in a heap. "Rosa, we're home!" Lucille yelled as we entered the large oak door, and she put her bag on a mahogany table in the dining room. Rosa had worked for the Johnsons for the past 15 years. She didn't seem like the help, and was treated more like a hands-on granny that made a mean coq au vin, just like Dad used to. Turning away from all the excitement, Sammy followed me up the stairs to my room, so George and Becky could have a bit of alone time. Walking into my sanctuary, deep orange, trimmed in black lace drapes, welcomed me. Sammy opened the door that exited onto a small balcony, and fresh air blew the curtains back into the room in a flowing wave of fabric. I put the purse Lucille had bought me during our first shopping spree on the dresser and glanced quickly at myself in the colossal mirror. Sammy made herself comfortable on the king-size bed covered in a matching orange comforter with black vertical stripes. Black and white pictures of cities hanging from one bright orange wall opposite the bed, and small lights mounted into the ceiling. This had been my room for the past 2 weeks. Lucille said it was mine whenever I came here with Becky. I'd never had a room of my own. Or, let me rephrase, I'd never had just one room to truly call mine. I'd had close to 60-something rooms while living on the road with Dad. "Elena, are you sure you want to come home with me next week?"
Sammy asked, paging through the TV device on her lap.
"We don't have this."
She waved to the entire room.
"Or this."
She lifted the device in her hands to further her point. "I don't care what you have," I said as I brushed my hair and tied it up into a sleek ponytail. "For the next 4 weeks, Becky will be glued to that boy's ass." She laughed because she knew it was true. "Besides, I told you before, I'm not a materialistic person."
"Yeah, I know. Still, you won't have your own room, and our house is the exact opposite of Becky's."
"I don't care.
I'm actually looking forward to meeting your mom and dad, I smiled. You mean the infamous night villain King Albert claimed? I giggled. Sammy's father was the dragon the greatest king alive had claimed 220 years ago. The king hadn't been born with the mark of the Dragonians, but it hadn't stopped him from claiming a dragon with the most ferocious abilities of all. I can't wait, I joked, but deep inside my nerves were doing some sort of twist. I'd disrespected her father and the king on our mission, when I had insinuated that Blake might have a Dragonian, just not one born from the queen's womb. How was I supposed to know the guy was his father? I just hoped he'd kept his mouth shut about our conversation that night. Turning from our chat, I felt in need of a shower for tonight's Welcome Home George party that Becky had started to plan just a couple of days after we came home for the summer. I walked to the closet and searched for clean underwear and something to wear for tonight. I even took out clothes for Sammy to wear. I had so many now, thanks to Lucille and her big heart. The party was going to be held at Longbottom's. Although I'd never been there before, I'd heard that it was the place to hang out on the weekends and holidays. Stepping into the hot shower, my thoughts started to untangle. In 1 week, I would leave to stay with Sammy for the remaining 3 weeks of summer. I was excited, even though she kept asking me if I was sure I wanted to come with her. A part of me was over the moon, as I would finally meet her mom and dad. But a part of me was a ball of nerves, knowing that her brother, Blake, would be there too. We shared a funny type of relationship. For some reason, he'd always despised me, but always came to my rescue when I needed it. Like a couple of weeks back, he almost died saving my life. Nothing he did made any sense, and it was seriously bugging the hell out of me. Why? I didn't know. I closed the taps and dressed in a pair of loose pants and a t-shirt. I slipped on my slippers and exited the bathroom. Jumping next to Sammy on the bed, I watched how she paged through the TV device in search of a good movie to watch. I thought the one in our room at the Academy was modern, but when I came home with Becky for the summer, I realized the minute she showed me how this TV worked that the Academy had old hand-me-downs. The TV had a small device that digitally linked to the big screen mounted against the wall. The device reminded me of an electronic book, and it stored all the movies, channels, and programs Becky recorded to watch later, and so much more. You could page through it and browse, or, if you knew what you wanted, you could speak to it and it would automatically take you to there. Then, when the selection was made, you had to pick it up and send it to the screen. My mind hadn't been able to comprehend it at first, until I saw the tiny name of a movie Becky held between her thumb and index finger. Walking to the TV, she then placed it gently on the screen, and a huge play sign appeared. When she touched it, the movie started. We made our selection, and Sammy placed the name of the movie gently onto the screen. Becky had this flick move she did with her index finger that threw the program onto the TV without even getting up. I wasn't as talented as her, so Sammy walked the selection over, and I pressed the play button on the device as Sammy jumped back on the bed. Around 4, and once the movie was finished, we started to get ready for the party. Sammy decided to wear one of my short black skirts, tall boots, and a white top with a denim jacket. She pulled up her hair with pins until they were all in small knots all around her head. It reminded me of her dragon figure, but she looked absolutely beautiful. I decided on a pair of skinnies with pumps and a top that fell slightly over my right shoulder. I grabbed my leather jacket just in case. The weather in Tith had a tendency to grow considerably cooler at night. George reluctantly went back to his place, not far from Becky's house, around 4:30. Around 5, it was time to go. "Mom, we're going!" Becky yelled. "Bye," both Sammy and I yelled after Becky. "See you later, girls," Lucille yelled from the kitchen. "Becky, don't drink and drive, please." Becky didn't answer, but she did give her mom her famous, unbelievable stare through the wall. It made Sammy and I giggle. "Yes, Becky, don't drink and drive," Sammy teased her. "Oh, shush," Becky said and nudged her playfully forward to the garage. I looked at Becky's Mini Cooper and took a deep breath as I climbed into the passenger seat. A prayer flashed through my mind fast as Becky climbed behind the wheel. The guy that had given her a license must have been smoking dragonweed or something. I grabbed the safety belt as the engine roared to life and hurried to attach the buckle. Loud music blared from the speakers and Becky reversed at speed. I turned around and gave Sammy the eye. A small smile broke on my face as I found her holding one hand on the window and one on the seat next to her. She shook her head softly, and I knew she felt the same way about Becky's driving skills. My heart pounded as Becky charged down the driveway at breakneck speed, and I sighed as her fingers tapped the steering wheel, waiting for the gate to open. As unimaginable as it may seem, the road was 10 times worse. I closed one of my eyes and peeked through the other as the first car in front of us came into view. She swerved to the left without indicating, and a horn from the car she'd just barely missed honked loudly behind us. "Oh, for crying out loud, learn to drive!" She scolded the other driver in vain. "You know, that little device next to your steering wheel can go up and down. It's called the indicator, Becky," Sammy chirped from the back. "I don't need a backseat driver, Samantha." A couple of horns, swerves, and a heart attack later, we made it safely to Longbottom's. I kissed the gravel as I climbed out of her car, thankful to be in one piece. "Ha ha, you're such a drama queen," Becky said as Sammy climbed out of the car with a huge smirk on her face. The name Longbottoms was displayed in thick white bubble letters with a freaky little man with a white beard wearing a dungaree attached to the sign. I liked the name, and for some reason the little guy reminded me of the twins in the sacred cavern. We took the stairs on the left and stopped right in front of the entrance. Becky opened the door, and she was greeted by a giant of a man in his mid-30s with a bronze shimmer in his hair. Sammy greeted him next. "Elena, Jimmy, Jimmy, Elena." Becky made a quick introduction, and I waved shyly.
"Hi, Elena."
Turning away from us, he grabbed the nearest waiter by the arm and told him to lead us to one of the booths. Becky and Sammy started babbling away after we slid onto purple sofas by a huge wooden table. I kept staring at all the decor on the walls. There were millions of photos stacked on one wall depicting a variety of people in various stages of festivity. On the other side, there were saddles, which I assumed belonged to dragons. Signatures were scribbled all over them, and 2 of the saddles even had flying goggles and gloves spiked on the wall next to them. A small podium stood in the furthest corner, where a band was tuning their guitars and musical equipment. "He's playing tonight?" Becky asked. Sammy nodded. "It keeps him out of trouble." "Who's playing?" "My brother." A shrill laugh came from the door, and Sammy and I looked over our shoulders at Tabitha. She was wearing a really short denim skirt with high boots and a leather jacket that suited her perfectly. Her makeup was laid on thick, but she was still by far one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever seen. Sammy's upper lip slightly rose to one side. "Ugh, just one more week and she's gone." Tabitha's eyes caught mine, and she raised one eyebrow slightly as if she was thinking, "What the hell are you looking at?" I quickly looked away. My eyes went back to the podium as I watched Blake's band tuning their instruments. There was no sign of him, and none of the other members looked familiar. The disco lights that dangled from the roof started to produce a show, and different colors flashed from all of them. The lights were placed in 5 rows that pointed to the outside seating. On the veranda, there were more tables filled with people. Big mirrors reflecting the entire club were mounted against one side of the roof, and my eye caught on stairs leading up to them, and a private room jumped into my head. I wished Lucian were here. Loud laughter came from the opposite direction, and I looked again. I found an oak bar stretched across the length of the entire room. It was a mahogany color and had a 16th century feel to it. A couple of people perched on stools chatted with one another, and the bartender was throwing some sort of cocktail show with 3 other bottles twirling in the air right next to him. A group of girls in their early 20s really loved it, and they all clapped their hands and cheered every time he caught the shaker. The photos on the wall close to us stirred my curiosity, and I got up from the table and walked over to investigate. The dim lights made it difficult to see them properly, but I could still make out some of the figures having fun. Some had sparklers in their hands, other pictures showed tall drinks and party hats. Longbottom's seemed like just the type of place to throw a party. I jumped as Jimmy's figure appeared right beside me. He laughed and apologized.
"If you step towards that wall,"
he pointed in the opposite direction toward the podium,
"all of these photos form the word Longbottoms."
"Are you serious?" He nodded, and I went to see for myself. I walked over to the opposite wall, and as I turned back, the pictures faded away, and the word Longbottoms was spread over the length of the wall. A smile broke over my face as I stared at everything around me in pure admiration. Jimmy joined me. "So, this is all yours?" I asked. A lopsided smile appeared on his lips, and he looked at the ground for a millisecond.
"It used to be my brother's, too, but he's stuck behind Eton."
I swallowed hard, not knowing what to say or what he must be going through. "You must really miss him."
"I do. I think the worst part is that I have no idea whether he's okay or not. I pray for that knowledge every day."
Standing in silence for a few seconds, a waiter soon came over and whisked Jimmy away. He excused himself before I could say anything more. It was a good thing, too, because I always ended up saying the wrong thing in situations like that. Leaving my perch, I joined Becky and Sammy again. George had finally come in, and he threw himself on the sofa next to Becky. When their faces touched, it looked like they were stuck to one another. I fiddled with my hair and kept staring at the people who were beginning to fill the place. "You speak to Lucian yet?" Sammy asked. "No, if he hasn't phoned by now, he'll probably phone tomorrow. His dad is watching him like a hawk." "They're going to meet you soon, Elena, and then they'll regret ever being so harsh on the both of you." "I hope you're right. Otherwise, in less than 2 years, everything will have been for nothing." She shook her head. "It's the 21st century, for crying out loud. They should seriously wake up." Sammy always found a way to make me feel better as she gave me a hug and squeezed me tight. I didn't know how on earth I would have coped without my 2 besties. "Everything will work out the way it should," she said in my ear confidently. "You'll see." The corners around my lips curved up slightly at the thought of me telling her the same thing when she'd worried about her brother. "Otherwise, how do you feel?" "I just told you how I feel," I said, confused. She giggled. "No, I'm talking about physically. You're 17 now, and you are growing closer to your ascending." "Oh." I now understood what she meant. "Fine, I guess. Nothing's changed." I didn't feel any different, and except for the dream where I turned into the sunblast that killed Brian, nothing paranormal was going on with me. The waitress finally came around, and Sammy had to smack her hands together to get the 2 lovebirds' attention. "You guys want to drink something, or is George's saliva enough for you, Becky?" "Ew, she didn't just say that." "Oh, shut up." George chuckled as he rubbed his nose. "I'll have a watermelon cooler, thanks," Becky said, turning back to George once again. Make that 2, I added. The watermelon cooler tasted as if you'd jumped into the juice of a watermelon. It had a little bit of a chilly aftertaste, but not so much that it burned your throat. It was just perfect. I'll have a fire beer, Sammy spoke. Fire beer was like our root beer. It was home-brewed with no alcohol and sprinkled with fire powder.
Make mine a fire banger.
George gave his order while his arm was still around Becky's neck. When the waitress left, they automatically sucked onto one another's lips again. Looking around the room, I noticed that the place had filled up quickly, and the same claustrophobic feeling I'd gotten from the wall started to lay heavily on my chest. I huffed and mimicked Sammy's pout when she saw Tabitha as Ariana waltzed in. Plenty of guys greeted her with 2 kisses on each cheek, even Jimmy. She showed her perfect teeth with one of her $1 million smiles as a girl with short auburn hair stood beside her. They seemed familiar, but I couldn't recall where I'd seen her. A silent thank you came from my heart as both of them walked up the stairs leading to the room with the mirrors. What is that? I asked Sammy, pointing to the stairs they'd just disappeared up. VIP, Sammy said. Whenever celebrities or someone like Ariana comes here, the crowds can be overwhelming for them. Not that Ariana doesn't love every moment of it, but Jimmy put up the VIP room for all the famous people that don't. I laughed at the way her nose scrounged up every time she mentioned Ariana's characteristics. She could do whatever she wanted for all I cared. Just not marry Lucian. After a couple of minutes, the 2 bobbed down the stairs once again. Sammy gave a wanting sigh, and my eyes jumped back to her, and then in the direction she stared at. Dean, one of Lucian's best friends at Dragonia, was speaking to a couple of guys in the far corner. Whenever he was near, Sammy's entire posture seemed to change. I guessed it had something to do with them guarding Dragonia together a couple of months ago, but she never spoke about it. Sammy just sat up straighter as she stared his way. A small smile broke over her face, and I couldn't stop staring at her. Her eyes caught mine, and she smiled, lowering her gaze back to the table. You like him, I bumped her softly. Becky immediately broke her kiss with George. Like who? We just looked at her and burst out laughing. They really needed to get a room. Dean. That guy seriously blossomed over the summer, Becky said appreciatively. The 3 of us had bumped into him 2 weeks ago, and none of us could stop gaping.
He finally ascended? George asked. What do you mean he blossomed?
She gestured at Sammy with her eyes and gave George a huge smile. He just stared at her for a while, and then he got it. Yeah, George wasn't the type of dragon that caught things easily. He should thank his lucky stars that he would soon be able to see into the future. I wondered if he would ever reveal what he saw, like the Wyvern. The thought made me smile because hearing riddles coming from his mouth was too hilarious to even contemplate. Becky stared at him and dimples appeared on his cheeks. They did that a lot lately, and I swore sometimes they could read each other's thoughts. The 3 of us slouched into our chairs and just stared at Dean as Ariana dug her nails into his arm, pulled him closer to her and started whispering in his ear. She really is a pain in the ass, Becky said, injecting venom into her voice. Sammy's smile vanished as she stared at the drink the waitress had dropped off a minute ago. Hey, I bumped her softly and she huffed. She's a princess. Every guy sees royal time when they lay their eyes on her. I'm sure Dean is no different. I put my arm around her shoulders, trying to comfort her. It doesn't matter. He would never go for someone like me. Someone like you? Both Becky and I asked, confused. You know, poor. Oh, please, I said a bit too harshly. What, Elena? It's the truth. Not everything is about money, Sammy. I had absolutely nothing and I ended up with Lucian. She sighed. It's different. No, it isn't.
Are you ready to have a good time?
Blake's voice came over the microphone, sending the room into an uproar as our conversation ended abruptly. Everybody cheered, whistled, and went wild, even Sammy, Becky, and George. I just kept staring at Sammy. She made me so furious, selling herself short because her family didn't own a dime. Any guy would be lucky to have her by his side. She was a beautiful being, and that was something money couldn't buy.
My buddy just came back, George.
Blake yelled again. George jumped up on the sofa and roared with his arms stretched over his head and his fingers folded into 2 rock and roll signs. Everyone turned around and raised their glasses in his direction.
Welcome back.
I could hear the band starting to count off, and the drums, guitar, and keyboard began to play an upbeat tune. All of Longbottom's went crazy as they started to jump in one spot, with their hands held high in the air. A million goosebumps rippled over my flesh as Blake's voice sent tiny electrical joints throughout my body. I could listen to him sing all night. Sammy's head bobbed from side to side with her eyes closed as she lip-synced the words of the song. Of course she knew every word. Her brother probably practiced every new single at home before giving it to the band. Then again, he was the Rubicon, and had no problem with confidence. The next song I'd heard before. Lucian had played it for me the day we went to the gallery. My eyes closed as I listened to the words, and let the melody wash over me. The strain in his voice was overwhelming as he sang about this girl he hadn't met yet. I couldn't help but wonder how Tabitha felt about that one. Jarring me from my trance, my cami suddenly buzzed inside my jacket pocket. It could only be one person, and I was done with ignoring him. I got up, squeezed past the crowd as fast as I could, and went outside for some privacy. I found the quietest spot at the end of the veranda and pressed the button. Lucian's face appeared, and he looked absolutely miserable for a second. When he saw me, though, his entire face lit up.
Hey, sweetheart, decided to stop ignoring me?
He squinted, and the wrinkles I loved around his eyes and cheeks appeared.
Are you having fun without me?
Never. George came back, so I was forced to come with. How's the trip? Killed a helpless little deer yet? He stared at me with a sour pout.
It's called hunting, and we don't drug them. They are not so helpless.
I started to laugh. Whatever helps you sleep better at night.
I sleep just fine, thank you.
He sighed.
I wish we could come home now. I really hate not being there with you. My dad really needs to get with the program. It's not the Dark Ages anymore. We don't need alliances or anything.
He was the second person to comment in that way. You need one ruler for Paegeia, though.
Then Ariana can rule for all I care.
Lucian, you don't mean that.
If it means I won't have to marry her, I do.
I huffed and gave him a small smile. I could hear his name being called in the background again. He grunted. It was something that always happened just as we really got into our conversations.
I've got to go. Just don't ignore me again, please. Love you.
I love you too, I said softly, though my heart was breaking a little.
Have fun, but not too much.
You too, I whispered. He laughed.
Bye, sweetheart.
His face disappeared with a click, and I placed the cami in my pocket. Turning to go back inside, I almost bumped into Ariana, who was standing right in front of me. Was she eavesdropping on my conversation? Her arms were folded against her chest, and the girl that I'd seen come in with her sat at one of the tables closest to us, her feet swinging in the air. Ariana looked stunning with her cream leather jacket and top, which showed a bit too much cleavage for my taste. "What do you want, Ariana?" I asked, clearly irritated with her presence. She gave me that smile of hers, the one that told me she was gloating. "I told you before, Lucian is off limits, Elena." I huffed, smiled, and started to walk away. She grabbed my arm, forcing me to stop. "We are going to get married 2 years from now, and you'll just end up getting hurt." Her face was close to mine, and her fingernails dented deep into my arms. "It's a chance I'll take. Be careful that you don't end up with the broken heart." My voice was soft, but the tone was harsh. She and the girl cackled with laughter. "Oh, how rude of me. This is Nicole, Lucian's cousin." "Lucian's cousin?" That took me by surprise. "I have no idea what he sees in you," she said in a sweet tone as her eyes scanned me. "Pleasure to meet you too," I said in the most sarcastic tone I could muster. Ariana laughed again. "They are never going to accept you, Elena. As a matter of fact, I'm quite close to all of them. Nicole is one of my best friends, for crying out loud. I'm always there." I fumed inside, but Lucian's voice appeared inside my head. "Don't give her the satisfaction of showing her how badly this upsets you." "Enjoy it while you can, princess." I pulled my arm out of her grip. "Don't say I didn't warn you, Elena. I'm only looking out for you. You know I'm right." Brushing past her, I stopped at the door. Everybody had turned our way, drawn into the juicy drama that was unfolding. "Looking out for me? You only care about yourself." She looked shocked at my words. "Excuse me? Who do you think saved your butt on that mission?" I froze as a couple of camis were pointed in my direction. Oh, crap. I wasn't wearing a hoodie, and I tried to hide my face the best I could while running back inside. I thankfully found Becky in 2 seconds. "I need to get out of here. Ariana, and now everyone, is trying to take a snapshot of me." "Elena!" She gave me a disapproving scowl. We'd spoken about this so many times, and her advice was to pose and wave. "No, please, I don't want my face plastered on every newspaper tomorrow." Becky wanted to protest, but stopped when George pulled off his hoodie and put it over my shoulders.
"We can come back, Becky,"
he said, flashing me a look of concern. "Fine, just wait outside. I'll have to tell Sammy we're just leaving for 2 secs." George pulled me toward the exit. Jimmy still wanted to ask why we were leaving, but George gave him a quick answer of wannabe paparazzi trying to make a buck or two. "Where's Sammy?" I asked George as we ran down the stairs as fast as we could and hid under them. Thank heavens I'd worn pumps. If I had been in the boots Lucille had bought me, I would surely have ended up with broken ankles. "Shh," he whispered as a couple of people ran down the stairs. "Did you get it?" I heard one of them say.
"Not entirely. Her hand was in front of the camera."
"Doesn't matter. That picture is still worth a fortune."
"We can still get another one if we can find her," the guy that had taken the picture said. "Come, she couldn't have gone far."
Crouching low, we waited for them to disappear.
"It's not a good picture, Elena," he assured me, trying to calm my fears.
"Still, it's going to be in every newspaper tomorrow. People know what I look like, George."
"What happened?"
he asked, concerned. "The same Ariana crap. I'm never going to get rid of her, am I?"
"Don't underestimate Lucian. He's been fighting against marrying that girl since before you came."
I sighed, knowing he was telling the truth.
"You shouldn't let her get to you like that. Ariana is such a pushover."
"Yeah, well, she's a pushover with a lot of power. And she's got the only thing I truly want. A chance with Lucian."
"Just be patient. I'm sure you'll get it."
A couple of other people ran down the stairs too. I froze every time more footsteps echoed off the wooden stairs. "George!" Becky hissed.
"Down here." "You guys need more help?"
Jimmy's voice came from the top of the stairs. "No, we'll be fine," Sammy's voice answered as her footsteps made a dull clicking noise down the stairs. What was she doing, giving up a dance with Dean?
"Phone me, Sammy, no matter what help you need,"
Jimmy said simply.
"You don't know what those idiots will do to get a picture of her."
"Thanks, Jimmy. They'll see their ass with me." She laughed at her own joke.
"I'm sure they will."
"Seriously, why didn't you just pose?" Becky reached us as I still wondered about why Sammy was leaving with us. Becky's tone was really starting to annoy me. "I'm not like you. Besides, the paparazzi hate me. I'm the boyfriend snatcher, remember? Who knows what they'll print tomorrow, Becky?" I remembered one of the headings they'd printed when they'd caught Lucian and me on our only date this summer. After that horrible day at the gallery, I was hiding my face underneath my hoodie constantly when I was with Lucian. It was starting to become a trend every time I went out. "You should really suck it up, Elena. You only make it harder on yourself." "Sure, one day. Just not tonight." I grunted at her. She was so pushy. But then again, that was Becky. Sammy's beetle roared to life as she came as close as possible to our hiding spot underneath the stairs. I wondered how it had gotten here tonight. "She didn't want to spoil George's reunion, so she insisted that you sleep over at her house tonight. Blake drove her car here and said he would fly home," Becky explained at my questioning look. "I guess I'll see you tomorrow." "Thanks for everything." I grabbed Becky around her neck. She stroked my back, and I knew she really cared, even if she was being a pain. "Be careful. I'm only pushing this because it might make your life easier." "I know. I'm just not ready yet." "Okay. Take care and phone me no matter what." I nodded and looked at George as I started to take off his jacket. "Thanks, George."
"Keep it. I'll get it tomorrow,"
he assured me with a smile. "You sure? It might get chilly." They both started to laugh. "He's a dragon, Elena. They're always hot."
"Thanks, babe. You're hot too,"
George joked, and Becky slapped him with the back of her hand playfully. I sometimes forgot that George was a lightning breather, meaning his core was always warm no matter the weather. Turning from them, I ran as fast as I could to Sammy's beetle. She opened the door from the inside, and it almost hit me on the hip. I climbed in, closed the door, and Sammy drove off. She hooted twice at Becky and George as we turned into the road. When was this nightmare going to end? 3. "I'm sorry, Sammy. I didn't mean for any of this to happen," I said, slinking back into my seat, embarrassed. "It's fine, Elena," she assured me with a sharp nod in my direction. "So, dancing with Dean, huh?" She nodded with a huge smile and a dreamy look on her face. I flinched. "I'm evil." "No, you're not." She looked at her rearview mirror. "When I saw that cow walking in, I knew trouble was going to follow." I huffed, agitated with Ariana all over again. "She was with Lucian's cousin. Not a friendly little thing either." "That's Lucian's cousin?" I nodded. "Rumor has it her father is trying everything to get her into Dragonia." "Perfect. Maybe you can light her ass on fire then." We both laughed at the image my comment produced, and I couldn't pretend it didn't make me happy to have a dragon at my back. "Just drop me off and go back. I'll be fine." "Are you insane? What kind of friend would I be? It's okay, really." "But you danced with Dean." "Dean is not my best friend. Yet. When he is, well, that's a different story." "Thanks, Sammy. You are so different from Becky." She laughed. "I know. We need to balance this trio out some way. she said over the sound of the beetle's gearbox groaning as she shifted it into third gear. The drive wasn't as long as I expected, and Sammy entered a neighborhood that appeared to be the complete opposite of Becky's. She had to swerve left and right to miss all the potholes in the road, and the houses all had huge visible cracks running down the walls. Some of the paint had started to peel, and some roofs were decaying while others were left in ruins. I understood now why she was so determined to not have me come visit her. Still, I wasn't the type of person who cared about outward appearances. It was hard to think they used to have everything back in Eton, and now Sir Robert struggled to barely provide for them. The beetle turned onto another dark street where only 1 or 2 streetlights worked to illuminate the path. Dark shadows danced off the walls as the beetle's lights swept past the houses. I glanced over my shoulder to make sure no other car was following us. I hated this feeling. In the distance I noticed a small light burning. As the beetle neared, Sammy turned into the driveway of the house with a single light shining in the darkness. It was a decent-sized house with a rusty, dented gate. The beetle idled as she jumped out to open it. The gate squealed loudly, got stuck, and I watched her fiddle with it to get it to move again. When it opened, Sammy jumped back into the car and gave me an unsure smile. "I warned you. It's not paradise, but it's home." "At least you have a home," I said, and hoped that she wouldn't feel ashamed of it anymore. She parked the car underneath an old carport that seemed like it was going to collapse at any time. I thought about the wannabe cockroaches with their cameras and was glad that nothing came of it and that we'd gotten here safe. I chucked my purse over my shoulder and got out of the beetle. When we reached the front, I followed her up huge stone steps to the porch. She opened her handbag to search for her keys. I looked over my shoulder again at the other houses in the neighborhood. They were massive, but none of them were in good condition. This neighborhood really needed some tender loving care, and I wished that I had all the money in the world to help them. Keys rattled in her hand as she unlocked the door. Swinging the door open, the inside was as black as night, and I bumped my knee hard on the first object I came into contact with. Sammy snorted, trying hard not to laugh. "Sorry, Elena," she whispered in between giggles. I rubbed my knee and had to bite hard on my teeth to keep from cussing. Sometimes bad words helped make the pain go away. As I was pondering this phenomenon, a light came on, casting the entryway in a bright light. I cursed at the small coffee table right in front of me. "Oh, hi, Mom. Did we wake you?" Sammy asked. "No, I was losing myself in a book," I heard her mother whispering in her British accent, and I looked up to introduce myself. I just stood there, staring like an idiot. "Constance?" "Is it fine if Elena stays over tonight?" she asked. "Of course, sweetheart," Constance said. I looked at Sammy, who gave me a huge smile. "Is your knee okay? Mom's really good at healing broken bones," she teased. I squinted at her. I knew that. She was the doctor at our school. Constance just looked at me with a confused look on her face. "Elena, this is my mom, Isabel." I looked at Sammy, confused. She finally understood what I was thinking and laughed. "Mom is Constance's twin." "Sorry," I snapped out of it, as Sammy said the word twin. My hand reached out to shake hers. She was still staring a bit, but it turned into a smile I was familiar with. "It's okay, Elena, and welcome. It's not the Johnsons, but it's home." She had the same British accent as her twin, and I smiled softly as Sammy's impression of her mom's voice the day I started at Dragonia popped into my head. They both looked identical, and I had no idea how to tell the two of them apart. She giggled, and it had the same effect as Constance's. "Please don't. I feel at home already." Why are you back? It's still early. The party's not that interesting. A spoiled little princess brat that doesn't want to leave Elena alone ruined our fun. Sammy moped. Isabel laughed. Come, let me make you girls some hot chocolate. Maybe you'll feel better. I dropped my purse on the couch and followed them into something that resembled a kitchen. Sammy slumped onto one of the chairs around a wooden table that stood in the middle of the room. The cupboards were old and had huge cracks covering them. It wasn't a big kitchen, and one of those old coal stoves took up most of the space. Isabel took out a small pot and poured some water in it. Putting it on top of the stove, she looked over at her daughter. Sammy giggled and crouched in front of the stove. Bending over, she took a deep breath and let it out in a steady stream of fire, lighting the oven, while Isabel took out 3 cups from the cupboard above her head. Mom makes a mean cup of cocoa, Sammy said in a sing-song tone as she sat back on the chair. Isabel waved Sammy's compliment off. So, how's Becky? She's happy now that her fly is back. Sammy's voice was thick with sarcasm. Honey. Her mom sounded disapproving. What, Mom? The two of them couldn't leave each other alone. He's her dent. That kind of bond is hard to ignore. Still, it's like she doesn't have friends when he's with her. She sighed. Samantha, you'll spin another story if you are part of one too. A dent? There's like 2 in a lifetime, and it hardly happens with our metallics. Still, you will know then what it's like for Becky without him. I guess. She looked back at me. So, what did Ariana say? I told her the entire story, not missing a beat. Sammy sucked on her words, and anger flared in her eyes when I told her that she'd claimed to have saved all our butts on the mission. I shouldn't have been so sarcastic with her. For all I know, they hang commoners for just talking back to royalty. They are not that royal, Isabel said in a cold tone. Besides, I never liked her family that much. It was nice to know we had another grown-up on our side. Lucille wasn't so fond of them either, and Isabel didn't like the fact that Ariana pushed her wedding thing with Lucian in my face.
Izzy.
A deep voice came from the room down the hall. Hi, Dad, Sammy yelled back, but he didn't reply. It didn't look like it bothered her, and my heart started to bounce in my chest. Blake, I hope you kept your mouth shut. Just 1 sec, Isabel said as she handed us each a cup of cocoa and disappeared down the hallway. Sammy got up and went to the cupboard. She returned with a plastic jar and took out a spoonful of red powder. So that's what fire powder looks like? I asked, nodding to the jar, and she smiled. She took her place again and drowned herself in her cup. I lifted the cup to my mouth and took a small slurp as steam emanated from it. Sammy was right about this cocoa. It tasted sweet and amazing, almost better than the one I had at the wall. Isabel came back and took out another cup. Sammy raised her eyebrow in shock. Dad wants cocoa? Her mother pouted and lifted her shoulders slightly. I heard footsteps coming from the hallway as Isabel poured the hot water into his cup. It was suddenly my turn to drown myself in my mug. Heat waves rushed over my body just knowing her dad was in the same room. I raised my gaze over my mug and saw him kissing Sammy softly on her head as he took the chair opposite me. Dad, this is Elena. Elena, my father. I looked at him. He looked nothing like the wax doll in the museum. Blake looked a lot like him, except for his eyes. They were the same hazelnut as Sammy's. Her father also carried a jagged scar that traced a path over one cheek. His eyes slightly narrowed as his brows knitted together, probably trying to put 2 and 2 together about which one I was. She's going to stay with us from next week on, Sammy said. Her father looked at her as he finally realized what she was talking about.
"Oh, sorry, Elena. Nice to meet you."
He sounded friendly. Phew. "Likewise, Sir Robert," I replied. They all laughed.
"I haven't heard that in a long time,"
he whispered. I didn't understand and gave Sammy a questionable look. "They don't address my father as Sir Robert anymore," Sammy explained.
"Sammy,"
her mother called in a scolding tone. "What? Dad deserves the respect, Mom. He was King Albert's dragon, for crying out loud." Her hands were flying angrily up in the air.
"Honey, that's enough. We don't want to burden Elena with this nonsense."
Sir Robert spoke in a gentle tone. "It's not nonsense," I said softly, and he just stared at me with soft eyes. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Why were people treating him this way? I smiled softly and took another sip of my cocoa. It was silent for a minute before Sir Robert downed his cup and said good night. It felt as if I could breathe again after he closed his bedroom door. "What was that about? He never drinks cocoa," Sammy asked her mother softly. "Maybe he was just in the mood for one," she said back, and we laughed as Sammy rolled her eyes. "I guess there is always time for firsts," she spoke into her cup. We said good night after the cocoa, and I followed Sammy up the stairs. They were creaking with every step we took, and we giggled all the way to the top. "Blake is so bloody good at this," Sammy whispered. And my throat tightened as I remembered he would be sleeping here too. She led me to the second door on the left. Entering the space, the first thing I noticed was that her room was so Sammy. Absolutely nothing matched. In the middle was a huge wooden bed with an old dresser and a mirror in the corner. Posters of dragons and a couple of humans wearing sports gear on raiders were stuck on her walls. Her room was perfect. It had that teenage feel to it, and if I'd had one of my own for longer than 3 months, mine would probably have looked similar to hers. "You can choose mattress or bed." "I'll take the mattress." She smiled back and pulled one from under her bed. She went back into the hallway, and I could hear a door creaking. Pillows and blankets filled her arms when she came back, and she helped as we made my bed on the floor. Sammy gave me a t-shirt and a pair of nighty shorts before she ran to switch off the light. Her bed squeaked as she climbed into it. It was silent for a long time, and I watched the moon shining through very thin curtains hanging in front of her windows. "Why isn't Paegeia addressing your father as Sir Robert anymore?" I asked as I finally made myself comfortable. "Some of them still believe that he had something to do with the king's death, even after King Helmet told them it was Gorin," she said. "I was just a baby dragon when it happened, but my mom told me that it was the most horrible time in her life. She didn't know whether my father was going to live or be slain." "That's so wrong. Tell me about it. The worst part is that my father does absolutely nothing about it. It's like he lost a piece of himself the night the king died. Mom says he's never been the same. I'm glad that I only know him like he is now. It would have been too sad if I knew the old Sir Robert." "Your dad really cared about the king, didn't he?" I asked. "More than you know, Elena. Some even say they shared their own kind of dent. They had a really strong bond." She sulked. "I'm so sorry, Sammy. I shouldn't pry so much." I apologized and felt bad that having her telling me about it had made her tone sound so sad. "It's fine. I just feel sorry for my dad. He really does deserve more respect than he is getting at the moment. King Albert would turn in his grave if he saw how everyone is treating his dragon." I didn't say anything. What could I say? "So, what do you think of Dean? We all know what Becky thinks. She looked down at me quizzically. He's cute. Really? The tone in her voice carried a little tune, which made me giggle. He is cute, she finally admitted. The two of you are perfect for each other. Then I should go for him? She asked with trepidation. You would be stupid not to. Beginning to feel the stress of the day, our conversation stopped there, and I dozed off only to be awoken by Blake and Tabitha's loud entrance. They laughed so hard that it was a wonder he didn't wake his parents. Oh, spare me, please, Sammy said and grunted into a pillow. Prepare yourself. We're not going to shut one eye until 5 o'clock. Tabitha's really loud. My eyes grew bigger as she said the word loud. Wait, you mean they're gonna do it right now? It's my brother in the other room, not St. Peter, she joked with a displeased tone. We listened to laughter and bumping sounds against the wall, and I had to suppress my laughter with Tabitha's groans. She really was loud. I felt like a peeping Tom, but had no choice. After half an hour, Sammy got up and hit the wall hard. Shut the hell up, we're trying to sleep. It was quiet for a short while, and then it started all over again. Sammy sighed loudly, which made me laugh even more into my pillow. Your dad doesn't have a problem with this? My dad is deaf when it comes to some of Blake's shit. This is on the some list, she said through clenched teeth. She got up again when it got out of hand and kicked the wall this time. I laughed so hard that my stomach hurt. Elena, it's not funny, she said before she gave up and joined me. What if she got pregnant? I wanted to know. Surely Blake didn't want to be a father. Tabitha lays eggs. She can't become pregnant in her human form while with a dragon. If Blake was human, it would have been different. She lays eggs? I was bowled over. Dragon, Elena, you know that. He'd have to fertilize her eggs if they really wanted one. Sammy's tone sounded like eggs were a plague. We laid there for I don't know how long. I had to give it to him. He really had a lot of stamina. The boys on the other side used to tease one another about only lasting like 10 minutes. Unfortunately, Blake was not a boy from the other side, so I hardly slept. 4. The sun shone brightly across my closed eyelids, pulling me from my dreamless sleep. Thank you, I whispered softly. Dreamless nights were not something I experienced often. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was that Sammy wasn't in her bed anymore. I dressed and made my way downstairs to find her. When I came around the corner of the kitchen, I found Becky and George at the table. My arm wrapped around Becky's neck, and I gave her a soft squeeze. As I was leaning over, my eyes caught what she was reading. They grew in horror as a huge picture of me with my hand blocking most of my face filled the first page. Oh, crap! I snatched the newspaper from her more forcefully than I intended. It's just a picture of a hand, Elena, she assured me as I broke out in a sweat and my panic began to grow. I know, but look at this heading. They make me sound just as evil as Goran, I pleaded, gesturing to the headline splashed across the page in vivid black ink. Breakfast, Elena? Isabel asked, interrupting my rant. Please, I murmured as my gaze still lingered on the newspaper. My eyes began scanning the article. It was full of pure nonsense. The paper described Ariana as if she was the best magic wielder there was, and if it wasn't for her insisting on coming on the mission, none of us would have made it out alive. This is too much. I bit my tongue, halting the cusp before it could break my lips. Tell me about it. I can't wait to hear her speech at the revealing, Becky said, sounding almost as irritated as I was. I shook my head as I read the last sentence, describing in vivid detail how she saved Lucian's ex from certain death. Ex? Ex? She didn't do anything. She was just as helpless as all of us. If it was up to her, she would have left me there to bleed out. I chucked the paper down as if it had burned my skin. As the words Lucian's ex swam around in my head, I began to feel woozy, and I threw myself onto the only open chair, which was unfortunately directly across from Blake. I glanced up through my eyelashes to see how he was handling my outburst. Thankfully, he was reading a bike magazine and seemed generally uninterested in my passionate display. Walking over with a look of concern, Isabel gently placed a cup of coffee in front of me. "Thanks," I said with a small smile. "You're welcome, and don't let that article bother you so much," she whispered, while still keeping a close eye on her son across the table. I was sure she'd heard last night's commotion and disapproved of his actions. "What?" He caught his mother's glare. She huffed and turned around, shaking her head as she walked back to the oven. Yep, she'd heard it. Looking back at Blake for his reaction, our eyes met for a second before he buried his face behind his magazine once again. With the drama of the newspaper forgotten, we all happily dug into a healthy breakfast of bacon, eggs, toast, sausages, and hash browns. Sammy had fish giblets or something else on her plate, and the stench coming from it forced me to stop breathing through my nose.
"How can you eat that stuff?"
Becky said with a nasally twang as she held her own nose. "I'm a dragon. Besides, George loves it too." "Just brush your teeth before you kiss me again." She looked over at George with a questionable expression, but he just raised his eyes at me with a huge grin plastered on his face. However, his smile soon turned to a glare as he looked over Blake's shoulder to see what he was reading. The two of them started a conversation in Latin, and I could see Becky rolling her eyes at them in exasperation. "Boys and their toys," she mouthed at me before she shoved a forkful of eggs into her mouth. After breakfast, we decided to go back home to Lucille. We said goodbye to Isabel, and I thanked her for letting me stay over at Sammy's last night, and for the amazing hot chocolate. Sammy went back with us. When I entered my room, I decided to take a bath, hoping the water would soothe the headache that had begun after reading the news this morning. As I sunk into the warm water and let the bubbles wash my aches away, I began to think about last night and the room next to Sammy's. I couldn't believe that he just did that with Tabitha, and under the same roof as his father. I knew he wasn't a saint. Blake was really far from it. But I had to admit, even though I couldn't stop laughing last night at Sammy's hilarious attempts to get her brother to stop, I didn't like that he slept with Tabitha. It was weird, because I didn't have a secret crush on him or anything. I used to, I think. Could I still? No. That part was gone. I corrected my inner thoughts. Those feelings had completely died away as soon as I started to get to know him better. Not to mention, I was with one of the most awesome guys living inside Paegeia. It was just that Blake had a kind of mystery lingering around him, a presence that pulled people toward him and chucked them away when they got too close. It made me curious, and I couldn't help but try and figure him out. Yes, I thought to myself, I was curious about Blake Leaf, and no, I wasn't jealous. Not even a little bit. Was I? On Saturday, it was so hot we spent the entire day at the swimming pool in Becky's backyard. It was fun as we splashed and just baked in the sun. On Sunday, it was pouring with rain, and Sammy and I watched movies in my room as George and Becky did who knows what in hers. On Monday, Sammy received a call from Dean asking her out on a date. Understandably, the customary girl shrieking was in order, and we all ran up in a flurry to Becky's room. Becky barged in first, like she always did, leaving the door swinging wildly as we followed close behind. She and George were going on a double date with Sammy and Dean, and we needed to figure out what Sammy was going to wear. "Are you sure you don't want to join us?" Sammy asked. "No, I'll pass. I don't want to be a fifth wheel." "And yet they are the most important wheel in a car." She threw her 2 cents into the conversation. "Especially the way you drive," Sammy mumbled under her breath. "Ha ha, funny. Elena, just come with us. I can't leave you here by yourself." Becky's pout rose slightly. "No, go. Sammy can't give up another evening with Dean." Sammy gave me the eye. "I'm fine. Besides, I'm not alone. Lucille is here, and I happen to love her company," I said, happy to stay in and leave the excitement to the 2 of them. "You sure?" Sammy put her arm around my shoulder. "Yes, get ready." Unwrapping herself from around me, Sammy walked over to Becky's closet to decide. She settled on a pair of skinnies that she was finally able to get into after a comical dance around the room. I honestly didn't know if she would have the strength to pull them off again later that night. They went nicely with a pair of black wedges that tied around her ankles, a white lace top, and a black jacket Becky lent her as well. She looked absolutely stunning. "Dean isn't going to know what hit him," I complimented her, and she blushed. "You sure you don't want to come?" Becky tried one last time. "Seriously, can you guys drop it? I'm happy right here. Besides, Rosa said that there's something very educational on TV tonight," I said, laughing at both their expressions when I mentioned the word educational. "Ugh!" Becky pulled her lips and showed her teeth, as if I had just said a very nasty word. "What?" "Today is also the day that the creepers consumed Eton 16 years ago," Sammy said, guessing what show was going to be captivating my attention tonight. "They have reruns of it every year, making everyone depressed," Becky added. "Huh. That's kind of educational. Thanks for the heads up." When they were both finished getting ready, I gave them each a hug goodbye as George started to honk impatiently outside. Lucille, Rosa, and I waved to them. Lucille had her hand on my shoulder and squeezed it as we watched the bright lights disappear down the drive. "You're sure about not going?" she asked with concern. "That is a date I really don't want to be on." "Come," Rosa said and clapped her hands together once to show her excitement. "It's time for the oldies." "I'll get the popcorn," Lucille seconded, and we all piled back inside. I loved the oldies in Paegeia. They were funny and different from the ones we had back home. At 9, one of the movies was suddenly interrupted, and the picture on the screen began to change. "When are they going to stop with this?" Rosa grumbled and got up. She bid us good night and left. Lucille curled up on the seat next to me.
16 years ago, creepers came out of nowhere and consumed the entire capital."
A loud voice boomed from the set. Lucille leaned over and whispered, "Isabel told me that if it hadn't been for King Albert ordering Sir Robert away from him, he would have been trapped too. They make a tradition of it by reminding us on a yearly basis what happened." I remembered the first time I heard the story of how Sir Robert had simply left his rider defenseless to fight alone. I had a hard time reconciling my thoughts that day. The first program they featured was about the capital itself. It began with footage of an enormous library that panned over to a port with wooden decks and plenty of yachts bobbing in the water. The image reminded me of a picture I once saw of a resort in Monaco. In a whirlwind, images began flickering rapidly on the screen, giving me little time to process the amazing scene before it flashed to another. A museum, banks, a park with people walking their pets, and a mall with plenty of coffee shops was almost too much to take in. These scenes were followed by neighborhoods and expansive farms, with workers busy collecting fruits and working the land. Finally, the camera began showcasing corporate companies and tall buildings reaching high into the clouds, with people wearing suits and carrying leather cases milling about. Becky had told me that they had everything. I just hadn't imagined it was so vast. My eyes felt as if they were glued to the big screen in front of me when the images were interrupted by a news report. The reporter was a middle-aged woman with perfectly styled red hair. White letters zipping by just below her face read, Matilda Greyhard. She was the woman who had covered the destruction of Eton, and I felt Lucille stiffen as she began to narrate the disaster that happened so many years ago. Buildings went up in flames, as if a giant bonfire had been lit in the middle of town. Debris rained down behind the reporter as people around her ran in every direction. It appeared to be complete chaos. Lucille stroked my back softly as I gasped when a look of pure horror grew on the reporter's face as she tried to listen to the message coming from the device hidden in her ear. She had just announced the death of Queen Catherine, with tears glistening in her eyes. As quickly as it had begun, the picture started to turn fuzzy, with interference, and disappeared completely. A hollow ache clung around my heart as I processed what I had just seen. The next part of the program was home footage of huge, thick creepers sprouting out of the earth, spraying dirt in a million different directions. The camera shook for what seemed like a good 10 minutes as the creepers emerged from the ground, grew thicker right before our eyes, and engulfed Eton. The shaking finally stopped, as more and more footage emerged. The people who tried to go through the creepers to the other side were ripped apart by ghastly demon-like roots. Lucille flinched as their haunting screams filled the living room. An impressive swallow annex made the most terrible thrashing sound as a couple of dragons held it back from running straight into the creepers. It wouldn't give up, and it took 3 tranquilizer darts before it collapsed hard on the ground, sending dirt and debris high into the air. The camera zoomed in on the expression on the dragon's face, and I felt a surge of anger as they recorded the dragon's anguish. I loathed the paparazzi. They had no respect, and as long as they got their footage, they were happy. I wiped away a tear that had escaped onto my cheek and looked over at Lucille. Her eyes glistened with tears. "We don't have to watch this if you don't want to." She looked at me with sorrow in her eyes, but shook her head with a soft smile. "It's fine, Elena. I just haven't watched this in a long time. She lost everything that day." "Who?" I looked back at the TV that was still focused on the dragon's anguished face. "The dragon?" "It's Constance. She used to live in a small village on the border of Eton. She'd been attending a conference in Elm when the creepers took the place. She lost her 3-year-old Sunblast and her husband. She doesn't even know what her little girl's human form looks like. If she's still alive." My stomach twisted, and a heartbreaking feeling lay heavy on my chest. Why hadn't she told me about her daughter or husband? "Do you think they're dead?" "The creepers are quite close to the border. I doubt the village still exists. What's left of Eton, we will never see again." "That sucks so much." I spoke softly. What else could I say? The final footage showed what I assumed was a couple of days later. Humans and dragons gathered from all over Paegeia to say goodbye. Tears pricked in the back of my eyes as I imagined what they must have gone through in those terrifying days. They stood behind a yellow line that was drawn a couple yards from the creepers. They were crying on each other's shoulders, while the dragons made a whale-like moaning sound. The humans carried candles, while others wielded their abilities to create a soft glow in their palms as a sign of respect for Eton. It looked like 1,000 fireflies winking in the night. Bouquets of flowers in every shape imaginable lay a few yards away from the creepers, intermingling with photos of the king and queen. I froze when the image changed to a huge picture of Queen Catherine. She had a soft face, a beautiful smile, and she looked extremely happy as she rested her head on King Albert's chest. She'd haunted my dreams for a good couple of months, leading me toward my mission and explaining what it was I had to do. Thinking back on our time in that dizzying dream world, a small part of me missed her. The king had a friendly face, handsome, too, and again I mused on how the museum had done a terrible job copying both of them. They had the type of faces that made you wonder where you'd seen them before. I hadn't fully grasped how much the people of Paegeia really loved them until now, and my thoughts went back to Isabel and Sir Robert. "The Leafs lost everything that night," Lucille said as if she read my mind. I didn't know them so well then, but Etienne and Will had great admiration for the king and his dragon. Losing his rider on top of that was another big blow in Sir Robert's life. They prosecuted him, thinking that he had something to do with King Albert's death. Etienne used to tell me about their bond, that it was hard to think they didn't share the brotherhood of a dent. He would have died for King Albert. That I know with certainty. She shook her head. If Blake wasn't their son, I don't know where they would be today. Now I understand why Blake doesn't like the royals so much. He is the only one that can speak to them like that. Izzy doesn't like it very much. She confided in me so many times in the past couple of months since we became friends. She said it reflects badly on their family whenever Blake badmouths the royals like that. They deserve it. They don't always, Elena. You've just gotten to know the bad side of them. King Caleb has changed a lot over the past couple of years, I've got to admit. But Lucian's father has always been a great ruler. Silence filled the room as Lucian's name rolled off her lips. King Caleb had a dark, twisted side to him. Lucille told me so many times that Etienne, her husband, used to knock heads with him on a weekly basis before he joined King Helmut's court. According to Lucille, King Caleb wasn't as noble as everyone thought and didn't deserve his title. I'm glad that you are friends with Becky and Sammy. I'm the one that's glad. They're the best. Lucille gave me a one-armed hug before she got up and said goodnight. I tried to watch a movie afterwards, but Constance's wailing was imprinted on my mind, making it hard to concentrate. She had lost everything, and I couldn't imagine how she must still feel, not knowing what her daughter looked like or whether she was still alive. I tried to calculate how old she must be, and reached the age of 19. She was the same age as Lucian and Blake. I struggled to sleep that night. Sammy wasn't back yet, and when I finally dozed off, I woke up with her scurrying around the room trying to find something. Sorry, did I wake you? Sammy apologized when she heard me stir. She'd slept over tonight, as it would be easier not to wake up her entire household. Not that Blake worried about it. It's fine. How was the date? She sighed, and I was suddenly wide awake. Spill! He kissed me. She sounded as if she was still somewhere on cloud 9. I listened to how Dean had transformed into her knight in shining armor. When she finished, she had this huge grin on her face, and I couldn't help but smile too. They had gone for drinks at Longbottom's, and I gaped when she told me about how they had seen Ariana and Blake kissing each other fiercely in one of the corner booths. Ariana and Blake? Where was Tabitha? They probably had another fight, or she passed out somewhere. I told you my brother only has one thing on his mind. Whenever Tabitha isn't available or he wants to punish her or something, they hook up. Ariana is mental if she thinks Lucian will marry her. Tell me about it. I tried to imagine Blake and Ariana together. I guess being a princess had its perks. When she finally settled down, I was able to fall back asleep. That night, I dreamed about giant beanstalks covering me, followed by a voice saying my name. It was taunting me with its honey tone, and I woke the second the creepy feeling turned into fear.
Elena.
The voice was still there, and I lifted up my head. It was far off, though. I heard a smack against my window and saw Sammy opening up the balcony door. My heart raced at 1,000 beats per minute. "What do you want?" she hissed.
I need to speak to Elena,
I heard a voice say, a bit too loud, and then laughter came. Blake. "Blake, you're drunk. Go home."
No, just send Elena out. Please.
The hell I'm going to do that. Leave or I will phone Dad to drag your ass back home.
Elena!
He yelled. What the hell does he want? Damn it, Blake, go home. You had enough fun with Ariana tonight. Elena isn't that type of girl. I blushed and buried my head in the pillow. He seriously expected me.
I only want to speak to her, Sammy.
Oh, please. You can't even speak properly. Speak to her in the morning. Go. Sammy closed the balcony door, locked it, and moved my huge dresser in front of it as if the dresser was a cardboard box instead of heavy oak. I could still hear Blake begging me through the closed door to come outside to speak to him. If you know what's good for you, ignore him. What's wrong with him? Seriously, Elena, you're driving his sunblast crazy. Thank you for that picture, I said, and hit my head hard on the pillow again. I started to laugh as Blake kept yelling for me to come out. Sammy stormed out of the bed once more. She opened the window this time and hissed again. Go home, Blake, before Lucille wakes up. He mumbled something with a lot of cussing in between, but all I could make out was Sammy's full name, and then it went quiet. Whatever, Sammy grunted as she fell onto my bed again. I started to giggle as the thought of what he wanted from me crept into my mind again. It's not funny, Elena. I couldn't stop laughing. Just go back to dreaming about Lucian or something. I'm so glad we are here and not at my place. Just think what... Seriously, you think I would do that? Your brother despises me. Oh, believe me, my brother has his ways of getting what he wants. I swear if I wasn't his sister, he'd try to hump me, too. He does messed up shit when he's drunk. Blake and me? It was a crazy thought. We both laughed at her remark and went back to sleep. 5. Around 10 Friday morning, we were packed for the weekend. We were all going to go camping at some lake nearby. Lucille loved the outdoors, and I was super excited to know that Sammy and George were coming with. What I didn't bargain on was that the entire Leaf family would be there too. Don't get me wrong, I loved Isabel and Sir Robert, but spending an entire weekend with Blake and Tabitha was not my idea of fun. When we got to the site, Sir Robert and Blake had already started to set up the tents right in front of a huge old RV. George and the rest of us went to look for wood for the campfire. Sammy and I smiled at George and Becky quarreling playfully. He was hardly back, and she'd already gotten annoyed with him. That was typical Becky. Seriously, George? Go help set up the tents.
Bex,
he said, and she smiled at him. You already have a pet name for me? I love it. She squealed and threw her arms around him, their lips touching once more. Sammy animatedly pushed her finger in and out of her mouth as if she was going to gag. I couldn't help but laugh. Guys, the wood isn't going to grow legs and run to the campsite. Sammy interrupted their little moment, and Becky just glared at her for 10 short seconds. What, Bex? We both said in unison and ran away as Becky started chasing us. She grabbed Sammy around her neck and tried to bite her shoulder. I'm just joking. You are always kissing each other, she complained. Seriously, we are here too. I haven't seen him for 2 weeks, Sammy. You guys are always around, Becky complained. Guys, don't fight. We need to get more wood before it gets too dark.
I'm with Elena,
George said, walking past me. We gathered as many pieces of wood as possible, and it looked unnatural seeing George and Sammy carrying so many back with ease. Becky and I had a quarter of what they carried, and were struggling. The sun was low when we finally reached the campsite, and I was grateful that my tent was up. I was useless when it came to camping, but loved the outdoors. Sir Robert and the boys made the campfire while we helped Isabel and Lucille get hot dogs ready for dinner. It would be followed with marshmallows, and I knew that George and Blake were going to guzzle down the booze after the grown-ups went to bed. I didn't care much for alcohol. Becky tried a couple of times to feed me shooters, but I hated it when my head started to buzz by the third one. Tabitha didn't leave Blake's side. She was always a couple of feet from him, either helping with the fire or just sitting on a log, bitching about mosquitoes. Sometimes it was hard to think that a dragon lay beneath that beautiful blonde hair and those bright blue eyes. The hot dogs disappeared fast, which wasn't surprising since most of our campers were dragons. The marshmallows were fun as Sir Robert started telling us stories about King Albert. He had many, and we hung on his lips every time he told us one, Sammy and Isabel included. It was nice to hear and see his family watching him with shining admiration in their eyes. But there was also a deep sadness in his voice as the stories continued. I couldn't imagine what he must have gone through, and was still going through, losing his rider. Around midnight, the grown-ups went into the RV, and the real party started. I sipped on a watermelon cooler as I watched Blake and George down one shooter after another. Tabitha tried to keep up, but by the 4th bottle of a blue liquid, she gave up. Becky also had plenty, while Sammy and I only had a few. I didn't like the 3rd one, and I wasn't going to try getting past it tonight. Not long after, Tabitha sort of passed out on Blake's shoulder. I just rolled my eyes as Blake made fun of her, speaking on her behalf and making her lips move with a spell. I had to admit it was funny, but it was also creepy, as her eyes were still closed. When Blake and George finally had enough, Blake went and put her into the tent. I thought he would pass out too, but he didn't. Our eyes met for a couple of seconds as he exited the tent, and I looked away. My heart started to race a bit. Why this stupid idiot has this effect on me, it was hard to say. When I looked at him, I still found him staring at me, bluntly. It wasn't a scolding, like he was mad look. It was another kind of stare, quite the opposite of what I was used to, and I couldn't help but look over my shoulder. I found nobody, and when I looked back and saw him chuckling with closed eyes, I shook my head. He was so weird. My cami buzzed, and I saw Lucian's name. I looked at my watch and saw it was 1:30. What the hell was he still doing up? I got up and walked over to the edge of some trees for privacy. Not that it would help much, as dragons could hear at very long distances. That bit of information was something Becky had told me the first week of summer. His face appeared, and I smiled. What are you still doing up?
I could ask you the same thing,
he said with surprise plastered on his face. Camping trip, remember?
Ah, Tabitha there too?
I started to giggle. Is that why you phoned me? I said. Yes, she's here. Blake won't go anywhere without his little precious. I remembered Sammy telling us that on my very first day at the academy. He laughed.
I'm worried about him. He does really messed up things when he's not himself.
Well, you don't have to. I promise you I'm the last person he would have an inkling with. Lucian laughed.
An inkling?
Oh, shut up, you know what I mean. He gave out a frustrated groan.
I miss you so much. I just want to come home. This is really getting ridiculous.
Tell me about it, I replied softly.
They will change their minds once they meet you. I just know it.
I hope you are right about that. I don't want to see you get married to that cow. He laughed. Besides, why didn't you tell me about your cousin? She's not the friendliest little thing, or a big fan of me, Lucian.
When did you meet her?
The night of the party. I completely forgot about that, until you brought up your parents again.
He chuckled. Sweetheart, Nicole isn't the girl you have to impress, you know. Who gives a shit what she thinks?
I do. She's family.
Not close enough. She's been a pain in the behind since the day she could crawl.
I laughed. Okay, fine. She's not important.
You'll see. They will love you. I promise.
I wasn't so sure about this anymore.
Okay. I spoke softly. Well, I've got to go. We have an early hunt, so my father will probably wake up soon. I hate these stupid hunts. It's not even my thing.
I giggled again. It was so Lucian. Couldn't even hurt a little deer, or a big one, for that matter. Okay, go before your dad takes away your cami, and we won't be able to speak to one another again.
Love you,
he said. Love you more?
I doubt that.
He switched off his cami, and his face disappeared. I smiled at the reason he had called. Seriously, did he really think me and... I froze as I turned around to go back and found Blake leaning against the tree right behind me. What do you want? My words slipped out quickly and sounded hostile.
I just want to talk, Elena. Why are you so uptight?
Probably because I didn't have the same amount of alcohol as you've had tonight, I said sarcastically and went to walk away. He grabbed my wrist gently and pulled me back.
Come on. I'm not gonna eat you,
he said in a seductive voice as he looked down at me. You're drunk. Believe me, if you were sober, you wouldn't be standing here.
Says who?
Me? It's a fact.
It's just a big act, Elena. You must know that.
A big act? He shrugged. Everything this guy does makes him irresistible, even a stupid shrug.
Yeah.
He gave me a knowing smile, one I hadn't seen before.
Why do you think I saved your life?
Because you would have done that for anybody else on that mission? I gave him the answer he gave me the last time I tried to say thanks. He raised his eyes playfully and shook his head. Oh, shoot. This was so not happening. I just told Lucian that I was the last person Blake would have done this to. I didn't know what to say and kept staring at his eyes. It was dark, but I knew those peacock blues were pulling me in. His mouth opened as if he was speaking, but no words came out, and I found myself unable to break his gaze. I started to feel lightheaded. Not the dizzy kind the third shooter had left me with, but another kind. It was a strange feeling and difficult to explain. It was like the million things that weighed on my shoulders disappeared in that moment. The feeling of missing Lucian disappeared fast, and the fact that his mom and dad didn't like me was next. Then, the thought of Tabitha passed out in his tent vanished. Me almost dying a couple of weeks ago, the stupid cave with its riddles and mind games almost claiming my life. Goran, thrusting his blade inside me over and over again, me almost dying. All of it was gone, gone, gone. And there was only him, standing before me. I felt so at peace, and I could see his face dangling right in front of mine. Our lips were inches away from one another. I could feel his warm breath brushing over my lips.
Elena!
Sammy's voice shrilled through my head, and I jumped and looked at her.
What are you doing, Blake? Mom told you so many times not to do that to anyone.
She pulled me away with a scolding look on her face. He gave his sister a blank stare. The expression on his face wasn't very hard to decipher. He was thanking her sarcastically with one look.
You are pathetic, you know that?
She said to him and pulled me away. Everything came back as she led me quickly toward our tent.
Seriously, Elena, what were you thinking?
I didn't, I said vaguely. What the hell was that? What did he do? I asked.
You know I would never do that. I know. He does this to girls when he's drunk. He uses his mind ability on them, and it's hard to explain,
she said as we passed Becky and George, who were really trying hard to suppress their laughter.
It's not funny, you guys.
Sammy sounded pissed off and opened the flap of our tent with force, pulling me inside with her. What do you mean, use his mind ability?
Persuasion. He can make you do really messed up things when he does that.
Would I have actually kissed him if you... She nodded. Ugh! I felt bad thinking about Lucian, and the fact that he knew Blake so well really scared me. But not as much as this ability Blake had and the way he'd wanted me tonight. To think if Sammy hadn't... I thought about the string of consequences this could have led to. The way Dad used to lay them out to me whenever I wanted to do a teenage type of thing, like sneaking out. For some reason I never got further than the porch, and most of the time Dad would have waited for me on a chair or the steps. It was so embarrassing, but not as embarrassing as this.
Thank you,
I said, and she gave me a hug. A deep feeling of not wanting to go live with them for the next 3 weeks crept up into my gut. If Blake could really do that, then part of me didn't feel safe at all. That night I had the strangest dream. It was as if I was still under Blake's spell, not caring about anything in the world. In the dream our lips touched. It felt so real, and the worst part of it was that it felt absolutely amazing. My ears felt on fire, my entire body quivered as his warm hands touched my skin. We finally broke apart, and I was out of breath. Then, the weirdest thing happened. A pain so strong, stronger than the swinging balls dislocating my shoulder, even stronger than Goran's knife thrusting through my stomach, bolted through me. I thought the pain was going to rip me into a million pieces. I woke up when it reached my core and found myself still inside the tent. Sammy was inside the sleeping bag a couple of paces from me. I took a deep breath. Why were my dreams so weird? It didn't make any sense, and I doubted that it ever would. The weekend went fast. Blake ignored me for the rest of our camping trip. No surprise there. I felt a bit guilty about the dream, too. I really didn't see Blake that way. I mean, the guy was seriously beautiful, but he was arrogant and full of himself, which made him just Blake. I felt bad because I was sort of cheating on Lucian. Even if it was inside a dream, it felt like I'd crossed a line. Thank heavens dragons couldn't read minds, otherwise I would have been screwed. On Monday, it was time to pack, say goodbye, and go stay with the Leafs for the remaining 3 weeks of summer. Sammy and Becky helped me as I grabbed all of the clothes Lucille had bought the first week I got there. Sammy folded and placed them nicely inside my suitcase, while Becky lay on top of my bed like she was on some sort of Caribbean cruise, sipping piña coladas in the sun.
"You sure you want to come visit me?"
Sammy carried that unsure look on her face.
"I told you before, Sammy, I'm sure."
I couldn't remind her about our reason, as Becky was in the room with us.
"Besides, I'm sure if Elena doesn't like it at your house, she could always come back, Sammy." "Now, why wouldn't she like it over at my place? Just because we don't have all this?"
We both stared at her.
"That wasn't what I meant, Sammy," Becky said. "I was referring to your brother maybe trying to persuade her again."
Sammy giggled as she thought about it.
"In that case, if it does happen, you can come back. I won't feel ashamed or anything."
"Stop it! I'm sure your brother has had his share of trying to—" I tried to find the right word. Whatever it was he was trying to do. Besides, I'm sure Lucien will come home soon. Around 5, it was time to go, and I helped Sammy and Becky to get my luggage down the stairs. It was difficult to say goodbye to Lucille and Rosa as we left the house. "Don't be a stranger, Elena, and please, if you are planning another mission, phone me first, okay?" Lucille teased as she gave me a long hug. "Oh, believe me, my days of saving Paegeia are so over," I said as she pulled me back and held me out at arm's length. "Enjoy your time with Sammy, and know that you are welcome back any time." Lucille hugged me tightly again.
"Mom, the gift!"
Becky said, jumping up and down excitedly. "Oh, shoot! Rosa!" Lucille yelled. "What gift?" I gave Becky the eye.
"Just something small,"
she said in a sing-song tone, and grabbed me in a tight hug. A minute later, Rosa came from the house with a huge package in her hands and handed it to Lucille. "I hope that you love it," Lucille said. I reached for the paper to open it, but she stopped me. "Please don't. I'll feel embarrassed if you hate it."
"Whatever it is, I'm sure I won't. Thank you for everything."
I hugged her again as I walked out of the house with the wrapped gift. I looked at Becky's Mini Cooper and took a deep breath as I climbed into the passenger seat. A prayer flashed through my mind fast as Becky climbed behind the wheel. I didn't know what I dreaded more, being in the same house as Blake Leaf or being Becky's passenger in her Mini Cooper. I stared out the window, focusing on all the buildings flashing by. One thing that I was certain of was that the next 3 weeks would be ones I would never forget. Thunderlight. Epitome. 2 months ago, I almost died. Well, actually, I almost died a few times, but perhaps I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me take you back to the night my father died on Interstate 40 in the clutches of monstrous talons. My father and I lived a complicated life. He dragged me across the country from city to city and town to town every 3 months, as if our lives were prey to a celestial timer inside his mind. Even though I was forced to live this nomadic life, he never revealed the only question that was ever on my mind. Why? The last time we packed up to leave, I didn't give it a second thought. It was just like every other time. No answers from the stoic man pulling me along. Only blank, determined stares. I didn't know that this was the night I would finally get my answers to the question burning to ashes in the back of my mind. I didn't know the answer would cost me my father's life. Dragons. Freaky, right? But that was only the beginning. I'd lived with my father all my life, and never once had I noticed a scale or a puff of smoke escaping his lips. Now that I think about it, I didn't know how it could have slipped past me. My father was a great man who died saving my life from 4 dragons the night I came to Paegeia. Now you may be wondering how I fell into this mess. Paegeia is a magical world, unlike anything us mere humans have ever seen. It is safeguarded and hidden from behind an enchanted wall. My old world knew it as the Bermuda Triangle. History tells of hundreds of ships and planes that disappeared there, but in reality they were simply lucky enough to have slipped through the barrier and into Paegeia. Many of those humans lost their minds. It is one thing to cope with the reality of entering an alternate world, but the reality of dragons, magic, and everything else that goes along with it must have been a complete sensory overload. I, on the other hand, was lucky. There were people in this world that didn't know the meaning of the words "give up," and somehow their combined will not to lose me pulled me through the strange and unexplained reality, and I was able to ground myself in my new life. Looking back, I don't think I would have been able to accept my new reality if I hadn't been thrown headfirst in at the deep end. I learned a lot about myself in the first few weeks in Paegeia. I was born with the mark of the Dragon Riders, a mark I was told that should have never been mine because of what I was, half dragon. You see, my father was a dragon, and although I didn't possess a dragon form, I still carried dragon DNA. My mom, on the other hand, was human. I never knew her, as she had left when I was only a child. I have since come to the realization that she probably left when she discovered my father's secret, and didn't bother to take her 2-year-old daughter with her. Marks of the Riders, known as the Dragonians, didn't belong on people like me. Their carriers were human, born of 2 human parents. They were brave, totally fearless. Me? I've got so many fears that the pages of this book couldn't hold them, and ever since I came here, I've doubted myself on a daily basis. That is, until I got my foretelling from our friendly Wyvern, a wannabe pretending to be Rapunzel by choosing to live up high in a tower, a dragon who can predict a person's future. She was a moonbolt, a dragon gifted with the ability to breathe lightning and see the future. At 300 years old, people said she was the best. But to me, it seemed like all of her predictions came out a scrambled mess, and she twisted them on purpose until they were unintelligible riddles. She also had the nasty habit of publicizing the futures of some, but only those she deemed special. Mine could have been anything. The only information she gave me was that a day would come and go and I would need to make a choice for the truth to be known. I disregarded the prediction when I first received it, thinking she was playing a sick joke on the weird new half-dragon, until I saw those famous words, my riddle, in her Book of Shadows. Not everyone's riddle showed up inside that book. Only when it was linked to Paegeia's survival would your riddle appear in black ink. Paegeans called them foretellings, and they've been guiding people to their destinies for the past 200 years. That was, if you could unravel what your riddle meant and fulfill it. Which brings me to the second time I almost died. My foretelling finally made sense the day the King of Lions' sword disappeared, about 2 months back. The sword was formidable. It had the ability to destroy evil. No matter the form evil took, if it struck you and your intentions were not pure, you would disintegrate on the spot. To find the sword was number 1 on everybody's priority list. The only problem was, nobody knew where to look. So, I had this brilliant plan to seek the answer inside the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern was a favorite story for most Paegean children. What the cavern hid was unknown to everyone but 5 individuals. Only 5 women ever made it out alive, and they never revealed what truly lurked in the cave to anyone. I became the 6th, putting my first child's freedom on the line if I ever told a soul that the cavern tried to trick you with riddles, mind games, and obstacles that could easily take your life. I somehow made it through all the obstacles and received the ultimate reward. I looked into a magical pond that could show you anything you wished to know, present, past, or future. There was a flurry of questions that ran through my mind as I stood in front of that pool. My mom's identity, or why the dragons attacked us that night. But I gave it all up and chose to learn the location of the sword in order to save my new home. I knew retrieving the sword from the thief who had stolen it wasn't going to be easy, and the pond confirmed this theory. It showed me the image of a rider on the back of a sunblast dragon on his way to the volcano of Ecuador. The thief had been compelled, and if my friends and I wanted to succeed in getting the sword back, we would have to face the powerful and malicious Gorin. Once, a long time ago, he was the trusted friend of Paegeia's most beloved king, King Albert. However, he broke that trust, turning evil and betraying his best friend and the entire kingdom. On the night the king and his queen died, creepers sprouted from the earth, a plant that resembled giant beanstalks, consuming the capital of Eton, with Gorin still stuck inside. Nobody, not even Gorin, had been able to find a way in or out of Eton since. The Wyvern predicted that only the Rubicon, a very special dragon and his true Dragonian, would be able to free the people of Eton. The only problem with this prediction was that the Rubicon's Dragonian had to be born from King Albert and Queen Catherine's bloodline, and they'd died childless. So, as sad as it was, Eton was lost to us. Many people lost loved ones that night, and it was still a painful subject for them to talk about. To get back to the day I almost lost my life for the 2nd time, Gorin had possessed the rider's mind and ordered him to steal and destroy the King of Lion's sword. Only 9 of us, including myself, stood in his way. Defeating Gorin wasn't easy, and if it hadn't been for Brian, the most courageous dragon I'd ever met, who sacrificed his life so we could live, none of us would have made it out alive. The Dragonian stabbed me twice, and I almost died, but the Rubicon, Blake, saved me. I would forever be grateful to him, even though he was still the most arrogant being I'd ever met. I know now that going after the sword with only my friends for support was really dumb. We'd lost someone dear to us all, and that guilt would stay with me forever. But it also showed me who I was, what I could accomplish, and that it doesn't matter whose offspring you are. Great things can happen to anyone.
1. Castle Enitan. Gorin. Anger, betrayal, and hate turned my stomach to acid. It consumed my mind, and I watched as bottles, papers, and books flew off the desk and crashed to the floor. A maid rushed to my side. She didn't say anything, but her eyes reflected fear in their watery depths. The dustpan in her hand trembled as she started to sweep up the jagged shards of glass. Rising, she began to straighten the books that had fallen to the floor in a heap. Every few seconds her eyes darted nervously in my direction, as if a mere breath would make me lash out at her with my outstretched hand. I touched her face gently, until my hand reached her soft, shapely neck, squeezing slowly as my anger began to rise once again. My grip tightened as I lifted her from her position at my feet until her face was level with mine. Listening carefully, I heard her heart fluttering like a bird trapped inside a cage. How did I become this way? I spoke, giving voice to my reality. She just stared at me with round, brown, unblinking eyes sunk deep into the surface of her face. Her cheekbones were sharply defined. Looking at her sullen expression made me feel worse. I lifted my other hand and struck the woman hard across her cheek. A cry left her mouth, and I threw her from me as if she weighed nothing. She skidded across the floor, landing in a heap against a wall of cold, unforgiving stone. If I was a dragon, I would blast fire, reduce this wretched place to a pile of insignificant ashes. Two other maids, hearing the startled cry, rushed into the room. Their eyes were wide as they took in the state of the room and the immobile heap near the far wall. "Sorry, my lord," the older woman said, her voice trembling. "She's new. We will train her better." They picked up the maid who had come to and was sobbing. She clutched the side of her face, covering the huge red handprint where I'd struck her. I nodded. The old maid knew her place well, although I still didn't care for her name. She knew where she stood. I threw myself down onto the chair and closed my eyes. A silent roar growled inside of me, lighting a fire of rage deep in my core. The girl had made it. The Rubicon saved her life, so a part of him was still fighting me. I could still see her eyes searching mine. They bore into my soul, seeking answers. How was this possible? The wall wouldn't allow any human to go to the other side. Albert's laughter echoed inside the castle, a startling reminder that good would always win. He would pay dearly for this. I would find a way, and I promised myself she wouldn't live much longer. I pushed myself up from the chair and rubbed my face hard. The anger escaped my lips, making a sickening sound. Rage that emanated from deep within me overpowered the haunting laughter and echoed throughout the entire castle. "Master," Kane's voice interrupted my thoughts. "Speak, my loyal servant," I said. "What is the news?" "Everything is in place. We won't fail you," his voice said in my head. I closed my eyes, took a deep breath, and let it out hard. "We'll see."
Tith. Elena. Summer was almost over, but everyone's spirits were high as Sammy searched for something in her room. I had recently arrived at the Leafs after spending the first weeks of my vacation with Becky. Sammy was in rare form this evening as she bounced off the walls with barely contained excitement.
Elena, cheer up. We're going to the Warble Games, and I know it sucks that Lucian won't be there, but I promise you're going to enjoy it, okay?
Sammy spoke fast as I moved out of the way of one of her shirts sailing toward me. Sammy, it's not like I'm trying to be like this. I just really miss him. My lips puffed out a breath. Tell me again why the Warble Games are so mind-blowing. I tried to change the subject away from Lucian. He was still away on a hunting trip with his father, and the girls had decided the best way to brighten my mood was a sport that basically sounded like Greek warfare. I still had no clue what the Warble Games were about, even after Sammy tried to explain it to me while searching for the jersey of her favorite team. It sounded exciting, as words like soldiers, attackers, and scorers made it into her lengthy description.
"Because it's the Warble Games," she simply said.
The only thing I retained was that Warble was some sort of dragon and human sport that they loved to play on this side of the wall. She also said that Dragonia had a similar game at the beginning of each school year, but it wasn't as dangerous as the real one. I became even more confused when she started talking about raiders and incantations, and couldn't figure out how all of it came together. Guess I'll have to see it before I can really understand what it's all about.
The one thing you need to understand is that the game we are going to tonight is really dangerous,
she added as she continued to tear apart her closet.
And that the humans who participate are extremely well-developed magic wielders, for their own safety as much as for winning the game.
I still had no clue what the Warble games were about. Okay, awesome, I thought sarcastically. Sir Robert had gotten 5 tickets for all of us from a friend who couldn't make tonight's game. Lucille, Becky's mom, had also gotten tickets for her, Becky, and George, so we were all going to the game together. I had spent the first 3 weeks of my vacation with Becky and Lucille. Lucille was not a typical mother. She was the most selfless person I'd ever met. She also seemed way too young to be Becky's mom, and looked more like Becky's older sister. She hated it when I called her ma'am or Mrs. Johnson, and insisted that I called her by her first name. She was a lot like Becky, in a sense. They shared the same type of fashion choices and clever comments, but she also had a love of art, which Becky didn't. That part connected with me 100%. Becky and her mother lived in the totally opposite neighborhood to the Leafs, and they had more money than I could even dream of. I guessed it was why Becky was a bit of a brat. Staying with them made me realize what type of a person she could be sometimes. Having all that money made Becky bossy, and turned her into someone I never thought I would be friends with. But the thought of not having her around to give me her 2-cent comments, especially when I didn't ask for them, was unthinkable. She was also one of the bravest and fiercest girls I knew, and the best friend apart from Sammy a girl could ask for. As we continued to look for jerseys and get ready, Isabel came up to give us a 5-minute warning. Blake had vanished around 5, simply saying that he would meet us there. Sir Robert had given him his ticket before he disappeared, so he would be able to find us. Ever since that night at camp, when he got wasted and put me under some sort of hypnotizing spell which almost made us kiss, which was seriously ridiculous as he despised me, he'd been acting like his old self, arrogant and a total dick. Something about Blake always wanting me when he was wasted made me wonder about the things he was hiding, and if maybe those things only came out when he was drunk. I shook my head, and the thoughts of Blake washed away as I grabbed my bag and followed Sammy to Sir Robert's old sedan. The drive wasn't that long, and I gasped when Sir Robert pulled into the parking area in front of a giant mountain. There were at least 1 million cars already parked in neat rows, and the noise coming from inside the mountain told me that it must be where the Warble games took place. Crowds of people wearing different colored jerseys, caps, and scarves huddled around. Some even carried flags, and I saw a yellow one with a huge hornet on top of what looked like a raider. Raiders were flying objects that made me think of an enhanced skateboard. Everywhere in Paegeia's parks and ports, people flew on them. You needed a special license for one, and I tried so hard to suppress my laughter when Becky told me that her next try would be her 50th or so attempt to get hers. Becky wasn't one of the safest drivers out there. I still wondered every time I was her passenger if the inspector that gave her her driving license hadn't been smoking weed or something. We climbed out of the car, and a feeling of excitement rose inside my chest as I followed the Leafs into the opening at the bottom of the mountain. It was dark, as the only light came from tiny globes mounted in the wall. It took a while for my eyes to adjust to the soft glow of the lights as we piled into another tunnel. People pushed and shoved us as we tried to make our way to our seats. The pace we moved was reasonable for such a big crowd, but it was still too dark and too cramped for my liking. We finally stopped when the people in front of us didn't move. I hated every second we had to wait for whatever held up the crowd to pass. I was feeling jumpy and took huge breaths as the heaviness in my chest came back, mixed with a shot of adrenaline.
"Are you okay?"
Sammy asked softly, and I realized that I was squeezing her hand tightly in my own.
"Sorry, just crowded. What's happening at the front?" "It's normal. We are close to the check-in point."
I flinched as a huge horn blew right behind me. It echoed off the wall and sounded like an archangel announcing doomsday. The crowd barely moved now, and I felt like punching the guy when he blew on it a second and third time. The other people thought it was funny, and I wished I felt the same spirit inside of me, but this dark passageway was starting to seriously creep me out. After a few minutes, I could finally see the outline of what looked like 5 cubicles and people moving into rows. We took the one closest to us and waited until it was time to present our tickets. Ours had blue dots on them, and I still had no idea what I was going to find tonight. It took a couple of seconds for my eyes to adjust as we entered a lighter room. 6 black elevators, 3 to the side opposite one another, made my heart jump a bit faster. In Paegeia, an elevator wasn't just an elevator. It was how the people of Paegeia traveled around the world if you were a dragon, and inside Paegeia if you were human. I hadn't experienced one myself, and had only seen them once inside their funny-looking tubes when we went to fetch George at the wall when he'd come back from the other side.
"Are these the same elevators they have at the wall?"
I spoke softly. Sammy laughed at the small shake in my voice.
"No, Elena. They are normal elevators."
People surged forward again as they maxed the elevator's weight limit, and I saw Sir Robert pushing the blue button. He wore a black t-shirt with a pair of jeans and a baseball cap. Wrapped around his neck was a green and black striped scarf. Sir Robert Leaf was Sammy and Blake's father, and the greatest king that ever lived, King Albert's dragon. He looked nothing like the figure inside the Museum of Eton, and he was nothing like I'd imagined. He was kind, always friendly, and no matter how much Blake pissed him off, he would give me a soft look and a friendly smile. It was hard to imagine that he was chromatic, a night villain, and one of the vilest dragons that roamed this world. The people of Paegeia didn't address him as Sir Robert anymore. Some of them even thought that he'd had something to do with betraying the king. But I knew better. He missed his rider every single day. He missed his Dragonian. His wife Isabel stood next to him with her arm wrapped in his. She wore a parka with a green and black striped beanie. A huge smile along with pure excitement was written all over her face. She was the spitting image of her twin sister. The first time I saw her, I'd thought for a second that Constance, the doctor at the infirmary, was Sammy and Blake's mom. Sammy had doubled over with laughter when she saw the expression on my face. She was a swallow annex, just like Constance, and I was sure if you put them together you wouldn't be able to tell them apart just by looking at them. She was also just as kind as her twin, and made me feel at home the first time I stepped inside their house. The elevator screamed as we ascended into the peak of the mountain. It felt like forever, and a million things that could go wrong filled my head. The door finally opened, and we all had to get out so that a couple at the back could exit. When the door opened for about the 5th time, we spilled out. We took a sharp left and walked into a stadium that was located at the very top of the mountain. My knees turned to rubber. I really hated my fear of heights. The crevice at the top of the mountain was wide open, and a million stars shone in the sky. Bright lights blinded me for a second, and when my vision came back, I saw millions of seats stacked in rows and mounted against the wall. It resembled a normal football stadium, except there were no poles, and as far as I could tell, no floor either. VIP boxes were located at the very top of the mountain, and I couldn't recall ever seeing so many people in my entire life. 2 huge bells, elevated in the air, were stationed in opposite directions, and flags of all colors were flapping around the crowd. Blue, red, black, yellow, light blue, and green holographic flags hung in the air, and huge screens were located on all sides, just below the VIP boxes. Somehow, Sir Robert spotted Becky and George in the crowd and pointed in their direction. Lucille saw us and waved excitedly. Blake was still nowhere to be found, and I guessed he'd probably snuck inside one of the boxes with someone. After all, he was a famous dragon. When we finally reached them, Lucille gave me a warm hug, while Isabel and Sir Robert greeted her with 2 kisses on each side of her face. The vibe coming from the people in the crowd was overpowering. Some had dyed their hair the same color as the team they were rooting for, while some simply had scarves and jerseys on. It was so consuming that I didn't know where to look. My eyes caught the instrument that had made the horrible racket from half an hour ago. Every other person in the crowd had one, and I finally saw the humor in them as I watched George blowing on one too. It made a hollow, low sound, and I had to cover my ears as George's breath lasted for at least 2 minutes. The people around us applauded him when he finally ran out of breath, and Sir Robert slapped him on the back. Becky and George both had a green beetle painted on their left cheeks.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, oh, and dragons,
a loud voice said over the sound system, and the crowd went crazy.
Welcome to the 205th annual opening of the Warble Games!
Fireworks went off and glittered in enormous starbursts in the sky. I gaped at the display as it lingered for a few minutes before the sparks descended. People yelled and cheered with their flags flapping in the air as horns blew. The voice continued to speak about sponsors and the people who'd made all of this possible. It was followed by a small show I'd only seen on TV. It was a display of Chinese dragon puppets twirling in the air. Fire erupted from the puppets, and the crowd cheered again. After the show, the voice came back.
Now, the moment everyone has been waiting for, I'm honored to present this year's teams, the Sapphires.
A team of humans flying on their raiders and dragons flew out of a huge door that opened on the opposite side of the arena. The players all wore white and light blue uniforms, with flying goggles over their eyes and vests for protection. The man that led them did a somersault in the air and landed on his board once again. Everyone just soaked up his performance and screamed for more.
That is Luke. It's a shame he plays for the Sapphire team. He is so frosome,
Sammy yelled, and I laughed at her made-up word, putting freaking and awesome together. It was something she and Becky were really good at. A close-up of Luke appeared on the big screen. He grinned with his goggles now resting on top of his head and waved at the crowd. I knew his face from the poster on Sammy's bedroom wall. Which team are we supporting?
Duh.
She pointed to Becky and George's green shirts. The name Green Masquerades stretched across the front and back with the outline of a dragon's head. Go Masquerades, I said weakly. Sammy laughed at my pathetic attempt at a cheer. The voice over the speaker introduced all the players on the team. There were 4 humans gliding on their raiders, 4 dragons, a copperhorn, a firetail, a moonbolt, and a night villain, flew out from an opening in the cave wall and hovered in the air below their human team members. The next team, the Yellow Hornets, flew in from above our heads, and the crowds painted and dressed in yellow blew on their horns. Around me, yellow flags flapped in the wind, created by the beating of the dragon's wings. They came to a halt opposite the Sapphires, and the voice introduced all of the players. One dragon blew a firebolt into the crowd as a cheer rose, but an invisible wall blocked it before it could do any damage. The crowd rooted as the sunblast dug in and dove into the air. Another team, this time wearing blue and black uniforms, was introduced as the Blue Raiders. I noticed as each team received their introduction that the dragons all had abilities, and almost every team had a fire breather and a swallow annex. Two more teams, the Red Crusaders and the Black Leapers, were introduced to roaring cheers from the crowd. Last was the Green Masquerades, and I was excited that it was finally our turn to cheer. 4 humans dived out on their boards to a roar of applause. The one in front made a loop on the raider and was followed by a couple more.
"That's Blaze. She's so amazing on that raider of hers,"
Sammy yelled into my ear. "That's a girl?" I yelled back. Sammy's dimples dented deep into her cheeks.
"It's not just men participating. She's been the captain of her team for the past 4 years," she yelled. "She's tried every year to get Blake on the team, but the council doesn't want to budge. He can't even participate in his human form."
"Why not?"
"Multiple abilities. Who knows?"
That is so unfair. He's not allowed to do anything. No fun. No wonder he messed things up. The booming voice introduced the 4 humans. Blaze Trulip was the captain, just as Sammy had said. She wasn't afraid of anything, and she played the role of soldier, which meant that she could be everywhere, score, defend, attack, and help keep the other team from scoring. The guy next to her was Wilson DJ, who was introduced as the keeper. Richard, the diver, was one of the scorers with Bubba Johnson. He bowed on his board, which made the crowd cheer the loudest. The 4 dragons were Kyle, the Snow Dragon, Peter, the Sunblast, Des, the Copperhorn, and Fick, the Green Vapor. They were the 4 attackers. Once the team introductions were made, the 5 referees were introduced. They wore black pants with boots and white and black striped shirts. They each had flying goggles and a baseball cap on their heads. Sir Robert and George growled at the same time when Peter McIntosh was introduced as one of the referees this year.
"He's a cheat!"
George yelled. Clearly half the crowd didn't like this Peter McIntosh dude, but he handled it well. The crowd booed when he bowed as deep as he could.
"The Yellow Hornets are going to win this year for sure," Sammy said. "He used to be their coach."
I shook my head. I'd never been into sports for exactly that reason. Dad hated it when they cheated at football. This would have been a game we could have enjoyed together. I could just imagine how he would have explained this one to me. I smiled as I imagined him babbling excitedly about scorers and attackers, the words coming from his mouth fast while he crouched on the couch, like he did whenever he got excited when his favorite football team was about to score. He must have missed this, I thought painfully. Knowing my father, this was definitely his sport. He used to yell at what patsies the quarterbacks and football players were whenever he used to watch the Sunday games. I still didn't know what a patsy was, but the way he used it, it had to be something lame. I cheered along with Sammy and everyone else when the teams left the arena. The Yellow Hornets and Sapphire stayed behind for tonight's game. The players each took their places on the field, if you could call it that. The 2 keepers stood in front of the 2 bells, and we were in the perfect spot as each bell faced us on opposite sides. The rest of the players stood in a row in front of the keepers. They looked so small, but the big screens captured their faces in turn. One of the referees, not the Macintosh dude, was chosen as the main ref for this game. The other 4 stood on the sidelines. When the whistle blew, the 4 dragons dove down with the scorer and the 2 soldiers. Their main target was a huge axe that dangled in the air a few yards below them. Fire, frost, and acid balls flew through the air in rapid succession. All of them bounced off the invisible shield that protected the crowd, and everyone cheered again as one of the humans on the yellow team got to the axe first. His goal was to hit the huge bell on the opposite side. He ducked and dove on his board and missed a couple of firebolts as a frostball smashed into snowflakes right behind him. The crowd hailed, and it turned into what I knew as a wave. It was so fun to participate as it came our way. When the man with the axe realized he was trapped, he threw it through the air to one of his teammates. Seeing an opportunity, one scorer from the Sapphire team went for it and grabbed the axe before the other yellow scorer caught it. The Sapphire crowd jumped up in their seats and yelled with fists pumping in the air. By the sound of Sammy's rooting, I knew we were cheering for the Sapphires tonight. The scorer, which I assumed was Luke, twirled around on his board, ducking and diving through a couple of bolts, and with a loud gong, he hit the bell with the axe. An animation of a dragon jumping up and down with a huge 3 flickering behind him appeared on all the big screens. Everyone I'd come with tonight whistled and yelled wildly. Luke's human team members congratulated him with high fives, slaps, and everything you could think of to say well done. I laughed as one of them bumped him with their head. After the celebration was over, the players went back to their positions, and the whistle blew once again. The Yellow Hornets scored next, and then the Sapphires were on fire, scoring 3 times in a row. Each time that animated dragon would come back, announcing the total points of the team who'd just scored. I now understood why Sammy was so crazy about Luke. He was really fast and always had a smile on his face. As the game progressed, the crowd drew in a collective breath as a firebolt headed for one of the human players. It was too late to block it, and the firebolt struck the player. One of his teammates caught him as his board came smashing against the shield, protecting us from the action. His teammate dropped him off at a swallow annex, standing off to the side, who I assumed was there for medical reasons.
"This is why the game is really dangerous. You've got to pay attention,"
Sammy said without taking her eyes off the commotion. The crowd cheered when the player got up, but he was way too disoriented to carry on, and they had to make do without him. The game started again when the Yellow Hornets scored another point. Dragons flew in all kinds of directions, using their abilities on one another, while the scorers tried to gain extra points. Suddenly, the crowd went completely silent, as all the dragons in the arena froze in mid-air. As if on strings, they all turned their heads in unison in our direction, and came charging at us with a venomous look in their fiery eyes. 2. I felt fear tear through me like a dagger, and my body froze. The blood in my veins stopped flowing, and I felt as if I'd been plunged into an icy lake. The eyes of the dragons in front of me changed into silvery, misty orbs. Like puppets in some sort of choreographed dance, they assembled in the air and flew in line with our row, breathing their fire, acid, and frostballs all in one breath.
"What the hell is going on?"
George yelled. He was the first to speak. We all flinched when the balls hit the invisible wall. Each time a ball connected with the shield, there was an explosion of small sparks, but the magic that had sustained the barrier was no match for the force of the dragon's combined power, and the last acid ball got through, landing at Sammy's feet. With wide eyes, Sir Robert stamped it out quickly with the heel of his boot. Turning my gaze back from the smoldering, melting pile, I looked in horror as they came back for a second attack. The crowd began to panic, realizing that the wall was gone, and everyone started crashing toward the exits. We couldn't move as the crowd pressed in around us, and Sir Robert yelled something in Latin at George and Becky. Lucille moved in front of Sammy and me, trying to tell us the plan over the roar of the fearful crowd. Her lips moved fast, and she waved her hands around her head in a panic. In the time it took us to figure out which exit she was pointing to, the balls came flying our way again. In a flash, Lucille had her arms stretched in the air and her mouth spoke the words of the protection spell softly. An electric popping noise told me that her invisible shield was up and ready, just in time for the first blasts to bounce off harmlessly. The last firebolt came blazing at Lucille and hit her shield hard on an angle. Lucille fell to the floor, unconscious. My heart pounded as I stared at her limp body, immobile on the cold cement. Becky's voice was filled with pure panic as she called her mother's name, imploring her to get up. George pulled Becky back as she made her way to run toward Lucille.
"Now is not the time. We have to get the shield up."
Isabel crouched beside Lucille, her hands already glowing. Becky took one last hard look at her mother before turning around and going with George. She took Lucille's place in line with the others, and I could hear their chanting as more balls came our way. It was times like these I wish I could understand the stupid language and help out. Blood poured down Becky's nose as the next ball bounced off her shield, pushing it with great force into her face. Her part of the shield grew weaker, just as a sunblast came charging toward us. Sammy and her mom dragged Lucille's immobile body out of the way while I just stood there, watching. It seemed as if he was right in line with me, and nothing would get in his way. My eyes locked with his, and I couldn't move. My feet felt heavy, and the same familiar feeling of Goran locking us in one spot that night only a few months ago emerged in my mind. The sunblast opened his mouth to breathe fire, and I could see that Becky's side of the wall was completely gone. I pulled my legs hard, and sweat, mixed with fear, rolled down the side of my temple as I pleaded with my body to fight whatever force was keeping me rooted in place. This is it. I'm going to die. I was watching a stream of fire escape the dragon's toothy mouth when something hit me hard on the side. I crashed into the chairs next to me and fell to the floor with a thud. I was pinned down by whatever had knocked me over, and I couldn't move under the weight. Whatever had saved my life buzzed and trembled above me, and I smelled the essence of roasted wood and musk.
"Get the wall up,"
I heard Blake's voice roaring millimeters from my ear. My eyes flew open, and I was face to face with him, our noses almost touching. We were so close, I saw the muscles around his jaw clenching in strain.
"Just stay down."
"What's happening?"
"I don't know, but for some reason they're aiming at the four of you."
Something moved to my left, and I saw that one of his wings was covering the both of us, creating a protective canopy. He had transformed partially, and I stared at him with wide eyes. "Are you okay?"
"I'm fine. Just don't move."
"How did you—" I stopped in mid-sentence as an image of Goran jumped into my head again.
"Did I what?"
"Goran is alive! He's here!" I started squirming, which only brought our bodies closer together.
"Elena, calm down. He's not here."
"No, Blake, he's here. Before I couldn't move, just like that night."
"Relax."
My eyes met his, and they started to calm me down.
"He's not here. If he was, we would have been dead."
He looked over his shoulder.
"Dad, get the shield up." "We're trying, Blake. Just hold on."
"Goran can't be alive. No, I saw how we killed him and that Dragonian that night." Blake cussed softly, and I could see his muscles clenching again.
"Elena, don't move. I'm going to try to divert the sunblast's fire. Just lie still."
"Fire?" He growled at me, and he had that annoyed expression on his face again. Rising up slightly, he started to flap the wing that was over us, and his other wing sprouted from his back. Gazing at him, I noticed that he now resembled some sort of angel, albeit a really pissed-off one. Fire singed my skin, since Blake's wing wasn't in place to protect my body anymore. "Just breathe. I drew in a huge breath. My skin started to boil and I clenched my teeth and closed my eyes as a muffled scream escaped my lips. I could feel the skin on the side of my body and shoulder begin to stretch and blister as the heat became too much to bear. "Mom!" Blake's voice yelled.
"I'm ready. Just get that flame away."
I opened my eyes and could see what he meant about diverting the flame, and why his dad was having trouble getting the wall up. We were lying directly in the sunblast's stream of fire. Blake's body pushed the fire back, and at the last second Sir Robert and a couple of other adults were able to complete the spell to spring the wall back into place. Blaze and her team members were among the wielders that helped, and the minute we were safe, Isabel crouched low beside me. Her hands glowed and gently touched my body.
"You're going to be all right, Elena."
Relief washed over me as the boiling and burning sensation faded, leaving a cool and comfortable zing that reminded me of my time with Constance. Isabel helped me to my feet carefully. My jacket was ruined from the fire, but at least it wasn't burned into my skin. Thank heavens for that. She quickly pulled me by my arm to a safe spot. Lucille grabbed and kissed me like she had Becky the day she had picked us up from school. I was glad she was fine, though I struggled to shake the images of her lifeless body from my mind.
"Thank goodness you're all right. When I woke up and saw Blake partially transformed, and that flame..."
Her eyes were closed. Then they suddenly sprang open as a thought crossed her mind.
"Why didn't you move?"
I couldn't. I looked at her and then at Becky. It was that same feeling, the one Gorin used on us that night.
"Elena, Gorin is trapped behind Eaton, compelling a dragon's mind. He needs to be here if he wants to accomplish that," Lucille said.
"Trapped? He's supposed to be dead. We killed him." Everybody looked at me as if I was insane. Isabel put her hand softly on my shoulder.
"Honey, he compelled someone's mind. He's not dead. He's still alive. The Dragonian died. Gorin only lost his connection."
"No!" I shook my head. Becky wrapped her arm around me as fear stronger than before made my stomach turn into knots. It was as if 1,000 hissing snakes were slithering around inside, and I felt like doubling over. Isabel touched my shoulder.
"He's trapped. There is no way he's here. If he was,
we would all be dead." I gave her Blake's answer.
"You're safe. But we need to find out what the hell went wrong tonight, and more importantly, who's causing all this,"
Isabel assured me. My eyes went back to Blake, who was now fully transformed. My mouth hung slightly open as I looked at him. He had gotten bigger, probably twice the size he was when I last saw him. He tried hard to stop the dragon that was breathing the fire, but it was no use. In an instant, the flame from the dragon suddenly stopped, and the sunblast lost consciousness. He cascaded down at the speed of light, tumbling and twirling as he fell toward the cold ground. Luckily, 8 humans from the various teams caught him with a magic bubble as they lowered him safely onto a metal floor. I could have sworn that floor wasn't there before. The mayhem died down and everybody that was holding up the shield finally let go. Blaze grabbed her raider and went down toward the fallen dragon. I followed Isabel over to her husband along with Becky. Sammy was right behind us.
"Is everyone okay?"
Isabel asked.
"We're fine, Izzy. It's over now. Blaze went down to find out what happened."
Sir Robert had a very bad burn on his arm, and I couldn't understand why Isabel didn't heal him.
"They just went berserk!"
Becky's hands flew up in the air as she described what we had all just experienced.
"It's more than that, Becky,"
Sir Robert said as worry lines made his eyes darker. "They were aiming at us," I said evenly. Everything that Blake had told me was starting to make sense.
"Aiming at us?"
Becky shrieked. "Why?"
"Relax, honey.
Elena's just speculating like the rest. We will find out the reason soon," Lucille said, trying to calm her daughter down. Blaze reappeared in front of us after a few minutes. She jumped off her raider right in front of Sir Robert, landing feet first. Sammy stared at her with blind admiration.
"Are all of you okay?"
she asked with a slight European accent. We all nodded.
"Thank you, Blaze,"
Sir Robert said, reaching out a hand for her to shake. She yelled something in Latin at Blake, who was still lingering in the air watching the crowd. He nodded his huge, ugly head without taking his gaze off the crowd, who were all making their way out of the mountain. Blaze gave a short chortle and looked back at Sir Robert.
"One of the dragons woke up. She said that she was under a spell. The way she explained it, along with the side effects, it resembled the Hickory spell. They were forced to attack."
"Blaze, the Hickory spell doesn't work on dragons."
Sir Robert spoke heavily with huge round eyes.
"Well, someone really strong made it work,"
she alleged, and jumped back onto her raider.
"Make sure they're okay, Izzy."
She called Isabel by her nickname and flew away.
"That's not possible,"
Sir Robert mumbled softly to himself, seemingly oblivious to everyone crowded around him as he tried to come to terms with this new information.
"What's a Hickory spell?" I asked.
"It's the same spell Gowran used to compel that Dragonian's mind," Becky blurted out without a second thought.
"Becky!"
Lucille gave her a scolding look.
"He's here."
"Elena, he's not!" Becky yelled at me, but I could tell her irritation had less to do with me and more with the adrenaline leaving her body now that the attack had stopped.
"Who are you talking about?"
Sir Robert asked me. Before Blake slammed into me, I couldn't move. It was the same spell Gowran used on us that day.
"Elena, a third year could do that spell. Gowran isn't here,"
Sir Robert said confidently.
"If he was, everyone here would have been dead. But you have a point. He's getting stronger on this side. He has people doing his bidding for him."
Sir Robert turned around and looked at Blake, who still searched the crowd.
"Gowran is behind this. I can feel it."
We all stared at Blake. He stopped for a second and darted down with the speed of light. Sir Robert and George didn't think twice and followed him, changing into their dragon forms mid-air. Pieces of clothing flew everywhere and rained down like tiny pieces of confetti. Before Lucille could protest, Becky ran down the bleachers at breakneck speed. She took a huge leap into the air in George's direction. Lucille and I sucked in breath as she missed, but we saw George grabbing her with one of his paws, swinging her onto his back as if she weighed nothing. We all slumped down onto chairs. Lucille mumbled a couple of words in irritation. Sammy sat right next to me.
"She's one crazy chick."
After all the commotion died down, we went back to Lucille's house. Rosa, the housekeeper, who was more of a hands-on granny than the help, made us a hot brew that calmed all of us down. Sipping our drinks, we waited in the lounge for the others to return. Lucille and Isabel couldn't stop pacing, while Sammy and I sat close to one another.
"I don't understand how that wall could just disappear."
Lucille broke the silence.
"I don't know. Elena might be right."
Isabel spoke softly.
"Our children's lives are once again in danger." "I don't know, Mom,"
Sammy whispered while staring into the fire. She looked back at her mom.
"When I went to help Dad, they didn't pay any attention to us when we used our gifts. They only aimed at Elena and Blake. It was like—"
She looked at me.
"What?"
I said. "Why are you looking at me like that?"
"Elena, all of the action was aimed directly at you and my brother. That flame, If Blake hadn't been there, that sunblast would have toasted you alive. Why me? I don't know. Easy target, maybe?
A small smile tucked around her lips. It's not funny, Sammy.
I know. I didn't mean to smile, sorry. It sucks not having all the answers.
Welcome to my world. She gave me a one-armed hug in apology for her earlier comment. Maybe Sammy is right. Maybe the dragons did aim for you and Blake, sweetheart, Lucille said. But not the way you think. They wanted to eliminate all of you, starting with the only one without any gifts. Sammy is right. You were an easy target, that's all. A sudden knock on the door made all of us jump. Rosa went to see who it was. And Master Longway's booming voice filled the house. He gave Isabel and Lucille a quick greeting as he settled into one of the armchairs across from Sammy and me.
Are the two of you okay? I saw what happened on TV and flew as fast as I could.
You flew here, all the way from Elm?
Isabel looked at him.
No, just to the wall. I took an elevator to Tith.
We're fine. Lucille answered his previous question, reassuringly. Just a bit shaken up.
Where are the others?
Blake saw something and they went after it. Lucille blew out a huge breath.
They've been through much worse, Lucille. They're really strong kids. They'll be fine.
Rosa asked Master Longway what he wanted to drink as she scurried into the room.
I would love a cup of cocoa with a bit of fire powder, if you have it.
I can give you a pinch of my private stash, she said, smiling. I gasped.
Rosa, are you a dragon?
Everyone laughed, and Sammy slapped my knee gently. Yes, she's a copperhorn, Lucille said with a gentle smile. We took her in when her son and Etienne didn't make it.
Her son was Will?
Will was Lucille's husband, Etienne's dragon. Etienne had died the night the creepers consumed Eton 16 years ago. Lucille nodded. The gal didn't want to stay for free, so she decided to help around the house. You're too kind, Lucille. I wouldn't have it any other way. The pay isn't too bad, either, she said with a wink as she stood with both hands on her side. Then she snapped out of it, remembering Master Longway's cup of cocoa, and walked fast in the direction of the kitchen. We listened to her preparing the drink, the metal of the spoon clinking against the cup as she stirred. She entered the lounge with 3 cups of hot cocoa on a tray. Now that everybody knows there is fire powder in the house, I thought the 2 of you would like a cup too. She handed Sammy and Isabel each one. Fire powder was a dragon condiment, like ketchup, except it wasn't a liquid but a bright red powder that could enhance a dragon's meal or drink into something they absolutely love. It was dangerous to humans, but a part of me was really curious about what it tasted like. Sammy tried to explain it to me once and said that where cats have catnip, dragons have fire powder. Sammy didn't care how warm it was and started drinking right away. She sunk further down into the couch as if the fire powder had the ability to wash away the effects of tonight's commotion. What does it taste like? I asked. Sammy gave me a look.
It's hard to explain.
Suddenly, her cami played her favorite techno song, and she pulled it out of her bag.
It's Dean.
She put the cup on the coffee table right in front of us, and answered as she got up. Dean was Lucian's best friend, and since George's welcoming party, they were sort of an item now. He'd recently ascended, a late bloomer like Lucian, into a fire wielder. I kept staring at the cup in front of me with an all-consuming fascination. Curiosity made me pick it up, and the aroma filled my nostrils. It smelled herby, mixed with the sweet smell of chocolate and something else I couldn't put my finger on. I smelled it again. I shot Sammy another glance as she spoke to Dean's holograph. I could make out a little of their conversation and assumed it was about tonight's events. I lowered my lips over the edge of the mug and slurped a sip without really thinking about it. The small sip set everything on fire. The inside of my ears burned and my tongue was scorched as it was bathed in liquid flame. In my panic, I swallowed it, and lava ran down my throat and into my stomach.
"Elena!"
Sammy yelled as she dropped her cami and yanked the cup away from me. Dark liquid spilled over Lucille's white carpet, sinking in deep.
"Are you insane?"
Both mothers reached me in 2 seconds. Isabel's hand was already glowing, and she wanted to put it on my throat, but suddenly stopped.
"What is it?"
Sammy asked, horror plastered on her face.
"Shh,"
Isabel said with concern while looking at my throat. She looked at Master Longway.
"What is it, Mom?"
Her eyes met mine.
That sip should have burned a hole right through her throat.
I swallowed hard. It hurt like hell.
Elena must be close to ascending.
Master Longway squinted while he stared at me.
How do you feel?
"It hurts."
My voice sounded hoarse. Sammy slapped me hard.
"You were not supposed to drink that."
She stopped suddenly and looked at Master Longway.
"You mean her dragon is a fire breather?"
Are you certain of this?
Isabel asked Master Longway. My stomach felt like it would explode at any moment as I held it.
I've seen it once or twice, when a fire wielder can handle the sting of fire powder. Her mark is really dark, Izzy, so I guess Elena can handle it.
Sammy clapped her hands and all the horror on her face melted away into pure excitement. Hello, I'm seriously going to burst.
It might be blue fire, Sammy.
"Mom, she would still be immune to my fire."
An I don't care tone laced Sammy's voice, and I finally realized why she sounded so excited. Lucille smiled.
A fire wielder.
I groaned and my throat felt like it was still on fire.
Here, let me help.
Isabel laid one of her glowing hands on my throat and the other one on my stomach. The same cooling effect rushed down my throat and cooled the boiling feeling in my stomach.
It must be that fire blast,
Master Longway said.
Elena could have ascended easily if Blake hadn't been in the way.
Wait, you think that she would have walked out of this alive if Blake hadn't protected her? Lucille asked, shocked.
Yes, Lucille. That's exactly what I think.
Just to prepare myself, I asked, and my voice still sounded croaky. What will I feel before I ascend?
I'm not going to lie to you,
Master Longway answered.
Fire wielders have it bad. They go through a horrible fever, one that makes you feel as if you're about to die. King Helmet told me when he ascended that it felt as if his entire body had caught on fire and disintegrated him. When he came back together, he couldn't feel the fire anymore.
I swallowed hard.
Disintegrated? "You'll be fine. It's not so bad,"
Sammy said, as if we were talking about the flu.
"Just remember, Elena, the pain will pass. You won't die."
This is so exciting, Lucille sang. Are these people nuts? I'm going to disintegrate. I took a deep breath to calm myself. Well, at least I've changed the subject away from tonight's events.
My sister will be there when you ascend, Elena. She won't let anything happen to you.
I smiled, knowing that Isabel was right. It took some of the fear of the unknown away. Sammy's excitement was contagious, and I couldn't help but feel a bit myself. Or maybe it was the after effects of Isabel's ability. But whatever it was, a fire wielder was starting to sound less terrifying. I'm going to be able to resist fire. I'm a freaking fire wielder. 3. Turning away from my sudden realization, Sammy remembered she'd left Dean hanging and ran over to where she'd dropped her cami. She tried to phone him back, but it just went over to voicemail, so she left him a message apologizing. For the next couple of minutes, she babbled about us teaming up and how exciting it would be to finally share the same classes. Sammy, Elena might want to look at her options first. Her mom gave her that look. No, I would be honored to have a dragon like Sammy. She's everything a Dragonian wants. She's brave and fierce. Sammy's eyes sparkled as I said those words. And she's kind. I'd be the luckiest Dragonian ever.
So, we can start filling out permission forms?
She looked at Master Longway excitedly.
You've forgotten about one small detail, Samantha.
We both looked at him.
Elena hasn't ascended yet.
Everyone burst out in laughter as her body dropped, but she joined in after a couple of seconds.
Soon. Then your ass is mine.
She gave an evil laugh. We all jumped as the front door flew open and Becky stormed into the lounge with George, Blake, and Sir Robert fast on her heels. Lucille didn't think twice and pulled Becky into her arms, planting kisses wherever she could.
I'm fine, Mom. Seriously.
You could have died tonight, and don't ever jump on George's back like that again.
Relax. He caught me.
I always catch her,
George said with a huge grin. Isabel went to Robert's side. He gently placed his hand on her arm and gave her a wink.
Elena is a fire wielder,
Sammy blurted out. It was so not the right time, but it changed the serious expressions on Becky, George, and Sir Robert's faces into surprise.
Are you shitting me?
Becky shrieked.
You've ascended?
Becky, Lucille scolded, but Becky waved it off. She was really cheeky when it came to her mom. My eyes caught Blake's, and he just stared at me.
No, but she can handle fire powder.
Sammy answered Becky's question.
What?
Blake's tone was harsh.
She took a small sip by mistake, and it should have burned a hole straight through her throat. It didn't.
Sammy answered her brother.
Master Longway thinks she's close to her ascension.
Isabel spoke while she stared at me.
You took a sip of fire powder?
Blake's jaw muscles flexed.
I just saved your life, and you try to kill yourself with fire powder?
I didn't try to kill myself. What's your problem? I glared back at him. I might have ascended if you hadn't bowled me over. Blake chuckled.
You would have been killed, Elena.
Master Longway doesn't think so.
Sammy snapped at him.
Enough,
Sir Robert ordered, and we all fell silent.
I don't have time for this.
Blake's hands were in the air.
Stay away from fire powder. You're not a dragon.
He stomped out of the room, and I heard the front door shut with a loud bang. Isabel wanted to go after him, but Sir Robert put his hand gently on her shoulder.
Don't. He's had a rough night. Let's just let him cool off.
I wanted to scream. 1 minute he was saving my life, and the next he was yelling at me. What the hell did he want from me?
Robert.
Master Longway kept staring at what was lodged inside Sir Robert's fist. Everyone's gaze turned to look at it. Sir Robert lifted up his hand and held a huge gray feather in the air.
We might have a problem.
Is that? Lucille's eyes widened as her voice trailed off.
How? They died out a long time ago, Robert.
Isabel couldn't pull her gaze away from the feather being held up before her. For the love of blueberries, now we have to deal with giant birds, too? An image of a vulture the size of a house jumped into my mind's eye, tearing and clawing at human flesh in a violent dance of claws and beak.
Apparently not. And they've chosen a side.
He spoke softly and turned his eyes on Master Longway.
It's not ours, Chong.
What is that? I looked at Sammy, who just kept staring at the feather.
A hippogriff's feather.
A hippogriff? As in Harry Potter's hippogriff? Sammy and Becky gave me a crazy glare.
Harry who?
Sammy asked. You guys don't know Harry Potter? What are you talking about, Elena? Who's Harry Potter? Becky's eyebrows knitted together. Nothing. It's just a story I grew up with. You're talking about a book? Becky said.
Whatever you know about hippogriffs, delete it completely. They have no human form and are vicious creatures. They have a stinger lodged at the end of their tails that they use to kill their victims.
Stinger? I mouthed.
One jab, and you're dead. There's no cure except for a very old swallow annex, Sammy said. My mom or Constance wouldn't be able to heal it.
How many of them were there, Robert?
Master Longway asked.
Blake said it was only one. None of us saw it. We only caught up with Blake afterward.
He looked at Isabel with a faint smile playing at the corner of his lips.
He's gotten really fast, is he?
Isabel didn't share his enthusiasm. Her lips thinned out as her chest dropped.
You say it as if that's a good thing. He's only becoming more indestructible.
Don't, please.
Sir Robert begged, and she finally gave him a smile, but the worried wrinkles around her eyes didn't fade.
What must she be going through? How did the hippogriff get away?
Blake said he almost had him, and then he just vanished. Vanished? As in IDA?
Master Longway asked.
It must be. Hippogriffs don't have that type of ability,
Sir Robert said bleakly.
There's no way. Nobody can get the ingredients to produce those tablets anymore.
Lucille interrupted their conversation. All these foreign terms coming out of their mouths made it hard to understand what they were talking about. What is IDA?
It's the only thing that makes sense,
Sir Robert answered Lucille. Master Longway became really quiet as he stared at the blue glass vase on the table.
IDA is a small capsule. If you swallow one, you vanish from the spot and end up in the first place that pops into your mind. In the wrong hands.
Sammy didn't have to finish her sentence. I got the message loud and clear.
If Goran. It didn't work 16 years ago, Robert,
Master Longway said.
How do you know? The Council experimented with it. It was a secret operation. I was one of the volunteers. The creepers blocked all of us from jumping into Eton.
Master Longway started to tell his story.
Others would disappear, but after a second they reappeared in the exact same spot. The ones that did leave, well, they showed up right before the creepers and were killed.
Everyone listened as Master Longway told them about Project T. The Council had finally gotten their answers after the 100th volunteer, and they shut the project down. Even the elevators couldn't enter Eton. It had something to do with the creepers blocking the signal.
Besides, what Lucille said is true. You can't find the Neurodelia anymore. That plant only grew in the mountains of Eton, and the hypocremia only in the meadows of Elm. Then how? I don't know. Maybe we don't know hippogriffs as well as we thought.
Master Longway spoke softly.
No, they would have revealed that ability when we lived with them.
I stared at Sammy, who gave me a blank look back, full of questions. She clearly had no idea what her father was speaking about.
You used to live with hippogriffs?
Sammy asked, confused. Only for a year, honey, Isabel said in a tone that made it sound as if it wasn't a big deal. It was before you and Blake were hatched. Sir Robert was still speaking to Master Longway in hushed tones when the front door opened again and Blake came back with the Wyvern at his side. I glared at him, but he didn't seem bothered at all. He made me so furious.
Irene.
Master Longway walked over to her and took both her hands in his.
I'm so glad that you came.
I'm happy to help in any way I can.
Isabel and Lucille greeted the hag next. She wasn't really a hag. She was quite the opposite, with her black-as-night hair reaching the middle of her back and beautiful bright blue eyes. She was more than 300 years old, but she looked like someone in her 20s. Hag was just the nickname Sammy, Becky, and I had for her at Dragonia Academy. She greeted everyone with a nod, and her gaze stopped at the feather still clutched in Sir Robert's hand.
May I?
She asked, reaching out a hand. Sir Robert contemplated her request for a second.
She's the only one that can tell us what happened, Dad,
Blake said impatiently. Sir Robert handed her the feather cautiously and kept glaring at her. I would love to know the kind of hiccups they share. The Wyvern ignored Sir Robert's hostile manner and followed Lucille to one of the single couches. It was dead silent as Blake just stared at her. Suddenly her eyes flew open and they were pure white. I looked away as the image of the last time I'd seen them jumped into my head. I waited to hear her 10 people speaking in unison voice, but nothing came. I looked back at her still sitting on the couch and saw the white disappear and turn back into blue. She coughed uncontrollably as she came out of her trance. Lucille jumped up and ran to the kitchen, returning with a glass of water. The Wyvern gulped it down as if she hadn't had a drink in the past couple of days. She regained control, but her eyes were huge, and terror reflected back at us.
What is it, Irene?
Sir Robert asked. She didn't answer.
Irene!
She looked at him as if she'd just heard his voice for the first time.
What did you see?
Nothing.
She stared into space.
I lost it.
We all gasped. What does that mean? I asked Sammy softly. She shook her head.
She's never lost a vision before.
Is Goran in Paegeia?
Sir Robert asked angrily.
Irene!
He yelled when she didn't answer his question. She shook her head.
Is he still in Eton?
Sir Robert demanded again.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
She yelled back with tears glistening in her eyes.
What do you mean you don't know?
Robert,
Isabel addressed her husband softly.
She is the only one who can tell us what is going on.
I've never lost sight before. I could feel it coming to me, and then nothing. It was blocked by a force so strong, I've only felt a block like that once.
You're saying someone is deliberately doing this?
Master Longway asked. She looked again at Sir Robert.
No, Irene,
Sir Robert whispered. His face changed into a sad expression. What are they talking about?
I don't know,
Sammy whispered.
By the look on Dad's face, it could only mean one person.
Who?
My dad's Dragonian. King Albert? But he's dead,
I whispered.
Exactly my point. The Wyvern struggled to see their futures too. Once he claimed my father, the same happened to my dad. No more foretellings came that were linked to my father. I can't explain it to you any other way, Robert. It was the exact same feeling. I would feel something and then nothing. The only foretelling I ever received that was linked to them was so vague, and I walked around with a headache for the entire week. I could feel something. It just didn't happen.
I thought she had no idea when she made a foretelling, I whispered. This was really getting so confusing.
She doesn't, but with the king it was different. It was more or less the same as when she touches something and sees the past. Her gift should have allowed her to see what happened leading up to the minute Blake caught the feather.
I just stared at Sammy.
Like we said, she's remarkable, but extremely vain,
Becky whispered this time. The grown-ups still quarreled, and Irene got up, gliding out of the house without saying goodbye. I had to admit, I'd never seen her so shaken up before. Blake followed her close behind. 4. We left Becky's house around midnight. Lucille offered to have the Leafs stay the night, but I guessed Sir Robert was too proud to accept. I messaged Lucian, knowing that he would get it in the morning, but the need to tell him about tonight and my little episode with the fire powder became my #1 priority. I wondered what he would say when I told him that I was going to be able to resist and wield fire. It was so frosome. I went to the bathroom once we got back to the house and sat down on the edge of the bath. I started to have a conversation with my cami, as it would transform it into words, and Lucian would be able to read it in the morning. "Love you. See you soon. Message end." I said the command, and then it beeped again, asking for the person's name to send it to. Lucian Mackenzie. I put my phone down on the basin carefully and looked in the mirror across from me. My hair looked like a mess, and my face had a dirt spot just below my chin. Isabel had taken care of all the scrapes, and I opened the tap to wash the dirt off with soap. When that was finished, I took down my hair, pulled a brush through it, and tied it back into a ponytail. My phone rang just as I was finishing, and Lucian's name blinked all over the screen. I opened it, and worry lines appeared around Lucian's eyes and mouth. His brows furrowed as he looked at me. "What do you mean, hippogriffs attacked you at the Warble Games?"
"Calm down, it wasn't hippogriffs. It was the Warble dragons. They were compelled."
"Elena, dragons can't be compelled."
"I know. We think it's Goran, or someone that is becoming just as powerful as him."
"That can't be. Are you sure?"
"You think I'm lying?"
"I didn't say that. It's just never happened before. Says the boy who grew up with dragons. Now there are hippogriffs, too." "How does the hippogriff fit into this?" He ignored my previous comment.
"Blake chased one. He's grown 10 times bigger than the last time we saw him. He's huge, Lucian."
He bit the side of his mouth and looked at something on the ground. When he finally glanced up again, he asked, "Is Blake there?"
"No, he's with the Wyvern."
"I'll phone him. Don't drink fire powder again. You're not a dragon."
He'd said the same thing as Blake before his face disappeared.
"Yes, Mom." I spoke to the black screen, annoyed. After our conversation, I went back to Sammy's room. We spoke for another 2 hours about everything that had happened. She told me about her conversation with Dean, who had also been there. They had a VIP box, so he saw everything. He wanted to help so badly, but the VIP boxes locked whenever anything bad happened, and only an elevator leading out of the mountain opened. She spoke again about what it was like when her and her dad had tried to push the dragons away with their gifts. Hearing her version of it did make it sound as if they were aiming straight at me and Blake.
"Lucille was right."
Sammy spoke carefully.
"They wanted to kill all of us, starting with you. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. Goran said he couldn't have wannabes running around when he finally broke out of Eton. So eliminating us would be the first thing he would do."
I'd never felt this confused before. I'd thought he was dead, and tonight I'd discovered that he was still out there, trying to kill us all over again. We'll never be safe. A shiver went up my spine as I thought about the day he had thrust the knife into my stomach over and over again. The image it conjured in my head was too much, and I rolled over onto my side and closed my eyes. My cami rang early the next morning, waking me from my restless sleep. I picked it up, and Lucian's face, with perfect hair and everything, smiled back at me. Who else would it be? "Are you still asleep?" "How can you not be?" He chuckled. "I told my father what happened. We're coming home. The council is going to meet at the castle around 12. They're going to get to the bottom of all this." "You phoned me just to tell me that?" I said, pushing the sleep from my eyes. "I'll see you around 12. He grinned, and his face disappeared. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't, so I went into the bathroom. The bath I took worked. It woke me up, and my mind started to think like a normal person's once again. The reality of Lucian coming home had finally sunk in. I couldn't wait to see him. 12 o'clock couldn't come fast enough as I waited in anticipation. The clock on the wall was dragging, and each second that ticked by felt like hours. At 11:45, Sammy and I walked to the park near her house. We found Dean waiting for us under a tree. His ascending had turned him into a god. I didn't want to imagine what Lucian would look like when he ascended. It wasn't like their appearance changed that much. It just enhanced the beauty they each carried, and for some reason made others struggle to look away. Dean gave me a wave and wrapped his huge arms around Sammy, giving her a soft kiss. They really made a beautiful couple. We started to speak about the Warble Games as we waited for Lucian, and he sounded so upset that he wasn't able to be there for Sammy.
"Dean, you didn't have a choice. Besides, the mayhem would have been over by the time you reached us."
"Still, Sammy, I could have helped."
"I know you could have,"
she said in a sweet voice, and gave him another hug. I glanced at my watch, and it showed 12.
"Where the hell are you?"
My stomach started to ache.
Something's happened.
Lucian wasn't the type of guy that ran late. Before my mind could conjure up any scenarios, a pair of arms grabbed me by my waist and turned me around. When I smelled the cologne of my favorite person in the entire world, all my worries evaporated. Our lips touched, and he lifted me from the ground. My legs twirled around his waist like a pretzel. Now I know how Becky felt that day when George finally had his arms around her. Our lips parted, and I laughed because he was wearing a hoodie too, only his nose and chin stuck out from the soft cotton fabric.
"I've missed you so much,"
he growled and hugged me tighter. He kissed me again, as if we needed to make up for all the days and weeks we hadn't seen each other. "Please tell me there isn't a fishing trip or fairy hunting coming up in the next few days." I spoke against his lips playfully.
"Nope, I'm all yours."
"Yay!" I said, and my arms grabbed him around his neck tighter, and I smacked my lips on his again. Sammy cleared her throat, breaking our embrace suddenly. Lucian chuckled.
"Sorry, Sammy."
He looked around, and I saw Dean leaning against a tree as my feet found the ground.
"Dean, what are you doing here?"
Dean just chuckled as he pulled Sammy closer to him and reached out his hand to give Lucian a slap shake.
"What else did I miss?"
"Nothing. I kept you up to date daily."
"Your updates suck."
I punched him playfully in the gut as his arm found its way around my neck.
"So, did your dad find anything yet?"
Sammy asked.
"They're all busy as we speak,"
he explained as we sat down underneath the nearest oak.
"Master Longway and your father had just arrived as I was sneaking out."
"Still sneaking out?" The tone of my voice was soft.
"Hey, they'll come around, I promise."
Lucian gave me a soft squeeze on my leg. His parents, the King and Queen of Tith, still didn't approve of me yet. I was starting to think they never would, but I had to be as positive as Lucian. "They'd better," I'm not going to give you up to that cow. He hugged me tighter. That won't happen. My parents will love you the minute they meet you.
Lucian, they don't want to meet me.
I gave my sarcastic laugh to hide what I really felt. Pain. Anger. Not to mention how unfair the whole situation was. They didn't want to give me a chance with him because 2 years from now he needed to marry Ariana Kinsley, the Princess of Aerith, so that Paegeia could have one ruler again. It was so stupid. We didn't live in the Dark Ages anymore. Well, they won't have a choice, Elena. They'll meet you at the revealing.
Ugh, I forgot about the stupid revealing. It was going to take place in a couple of days.
It's going to be okay, he said for the umpteenth time. A bell rang, not far from us, and I saw my favorite thing in the entire world. Where Lucian was my favorite person, Bernie's ice cream wagon was my favorite thing. They had the most delicious flavors of ice cream imaginable. You guys want ice cream? Lucian already had his wallet in his hand and was taking out a wad of money. I'll go. I grabbed the money from him and took a mental note of what everybody wanted. Don't disappear. My finger lingered a couple inches from his face. I bought 4 cups for the group. The cones had some magic ingredients that meant once you took a bite it grew back. The first time I tried one, I ate so many cones that I felt sick. I hadn't eaten them since. Sammy wanted a fire powder one, and Dean had raisin mint with a shot of rum. It smelled nice as a draft blew some of the aroma into my nose. Lucian loved his chocolate and had requested the one with chocolate bits inside. I was a strawberry freak. Pieces of real strawberry and another type of purple berry made this flavor my kind of fire powder. It was addictive. So, fire wielder, Lucian asked as we sat underneath a big oak eating our ice cream. You've ascended too? Dean asked with a twinkle in his big brown eyes. No, not yet, but apparently I'm one. Dean just frowned, clearly not getting it. Sammy told him about the fire powder incident last night and the reason she'd had to cut their conversation short. Dean's eyes grew wide. Are you insane? Nothing happened, I said. It burned like hell, but that was about it.
Master Longway said she must be close to ascending. Only fire wielders can take a sip and be okay.
So, I'll be able to take fire powder and be okay? He looked at Sammy with soft eyes.
Maybe,
Sammy said. It really burns the crap out of you. I thought my ears, throat, and stomach were on fire. Lucky for me, Sammy's mom was close by.
We decided that Elena and I are going to team up when it happens,
Sammy said excitedly. What about me?
You're my boyfriend. It would be so weird.
Sammy spoke with a spoonful of ice cream in her mouth. George and Becky are together.
Yeah, but George and Becky didn't date before.
That just sucks, Sammy, he teased her.
You'll get over it,
she joked back, and he smiled.
Besides, you have blue fire. You can claim a sunblast.
I don't want a sunblast. They are vile creatures. We all gave him a look. Brian was a sunblast. Except for Brian. He wasn't so bad when he wasn't speaking to you in the third person. What if Elena has blue fire? Lucian asked Sammy.
What does blue fire mean, anyway? I interrupted. All the fire breathers have a different type of fire, Sammy explained. Mine is red, well, orange, since I haven't mastered my red flame yet. I'm not scary enough or something.
Lucian and I laughed.
The sunblast's fire is blue.
There is no way I'm going to claim any dragon, especially a sunblast. They come with a lot of fortune, Elena, Lucian said. So do you. A smile broke over his face at my comment. Point taken. Lucian took another spoonful of ice cream.
Still, she can handle mine even if hers is blue,
Sammy said in her matter-of-fact tone. Dean wanted to say something but left it and pushed a spoon heaped with ice cream into his mouth.
Are you really that bummed?
Yeah, you're one hell of an amazing dragon, Sammy. You're not scared of anything. You should hear how the fire wielders talk about you.
Really?
Both of us said in unison. Really? He chuckled. I hope you can fight, because metallic or not, a couple of them are going to challenge you in the ring.
Let them come. I'm metallic. I'm going to choose my Dragonian no matter what it takes, and I choose Elena.
So you're trying to tell me we are going to be stuck with you forever? Sammy started to smack Lucian a couple of times. I laughed at the way he tried to defend himself. It was hilarious.
You can thank your lucky stars it's me and not a sunblast, Your Highness.
Lucian pulled up his lip at her. He hated it when people called him that. We said goodbye to the guys around 5. Lucian said he would phone me when his father had decided what the next step would be. At 6, my cami rang, interrupting a particularly interesting show I was watching with Sammy. They're going to guard Dragonia. His face looked worried as he spoke.
It's that bad?
Well, it's taking precautions. Everybody thinks you guys were the target, so my dad and King Caleb just want to take extra measures with protecting all of us. I told you Ariana would have a part in all of this. If she wasn't part of the mission, King Caleb wouldn't have insisted on it. Yeah, Ariana, I said in a blunt tone.
Does your dad think Goran is behind this?
Sammy asked. He thinks so, but he doesn't want to say it out loud. He refuses to believe that there is another magic wielder with his kind of power.
He broke free?
I needed to know. No, if he had, we would have known. Goran isn't the cowardly type, but he definitely has allies doing his dirty work for him again.
That's just great,
Sammy said. Blake took Emmanuel and my father to the site where he saw the hippogriff. The feather is real, and my dad is really worried about the fact that Irene couldn't see what happened. He thinks it's some sort of a cloaking spell, making it difficult for her to see into the past. Silence filled Sammy's room as the news sunk in. Lucian's holograph looked over his shoulder at someone behind him. I've got to go. See you tomorrow, sweetheart.
See you.
One thing I can say, nobody will forget the 205th opening of the Warble Games. We both laughed at him as his face disappeared. I fell on my bed and just let all of the madness of the last few days consume me. 5. The day of the revealing finally came. The drive to the wall flew by in what felt like a matter of minutes. Today was going to be my first time traveling by elevator. It's strange how time seems to slow down and drag when you're anxiously waiting for something, and then speeds up at an incredible rate when you're filled with dread. Getting out of the car and walking through the large concourse, a claustrophobic feeling pressed down hard on my chest. I remember the wall from the first time I saw it, and how it reminded me of an airport. It was huge, with broad boards mounted on the walls showing a lot of numbers with destinations appearing and disappearing every minute. Below them, silver counters ran in a line as far as I could see. Women and men operated these counters, selling tickets and giving info when needed. Right above it all, the tubes lingered in the air. I could see the roller coaster-type chairs making their way to the million elevator doors stationed against the wall. The tubes made me think of a bad plumbing job as millions of them crossed over and under one another. The white tubes were the ones that humans could take, and they went everywhere inside Paegeia. The green ones above them went to the rest of the world, and only dragons could use them. We eventually found Becky and her mom waiting for us at the check-in point. As we got closer, Lucille wrapped her motherly arms around me in a comforting embrace. "Can't you knock me out with a sleeping spell?" I begged softly, my voice muffled against her shirt. Her lips spread wide across her face as she pulled me back and looked at me. "You're going to be fine, Elena. Besides, I suck at sleeping spells." Lucille led us into one of the many rooms that would eventually take us to Elm. This function better be worth it. I took another deep breath, trying to calm my beating heart. 2 uniformed attendants standing near the entrance checked our tickets, and I was excited to finally use the pass Lucille had gotten for me my first week of vacation. The pass functioned as a glorified ID, but looked far more interesting than the typical passport on the other side of the wall. I smiled nervously at the woman who used a small handheld device to scan it. She looked me over with a thin smile, but I could tell it was genuine. "Is this your first time?" she asked. I nodded. I didn't want to say anything that would stop her from letting me move on with the others. I didn't want to do this alone. "Just take a deep breath when everything stops and you'll be fine," she said with a soft wink. When everything stops? What the hell is she talking about? Suddenly, a green light lit up on her device, and she carefully handed me back my pass and ticket. "Keep it on you, otherwise it might get lost." "Huh? Okay, thanks." Moving through the crowd once again, we passed a huge door, and I found myself in a location that reminded me of a train station. But instead of a train, what waited for me made me catch my breath. Before me was a huge tube with 2 huge chairs next to one another. There were rows of 2 seats running down the long tube. I was stuck with everyone in my group in a long queue that the crowd created. I closed my eyes and could feel my heart begin to pound harder as I imagined what the ride was going to be like. "You acted exactly the same way when you entered that carriage, remember?" Becky said logically. "It's not so bad, Elena. It's frosome." She pushed me gently to move forward as the queue shortened. "Whatever," I sulked. She bumped me playfully with a huge grin plastered on her face. "Where's your other half today?" "They left late last night. His dad had some business in Elm this morning, so they decided to go a day early." The line that led to the chairs grew shorter, surprisingly quickly, and I rhythmically tapped my thighs softly with the ticket that was clutched tight in my hand. I took another deep breath and tried to remember what the woman at the gate had told me to do. I suddenly couldn't remember, and it was as if all memory of our conversation had vanished from my mind. Becky nudged me softly again, as it was my turn to take a seat. Another attendant helped me into one of the huge chairs. I rested my feet on the silver platform in front of me and waited patiently as he strapped me in. Becky was next, and once the attendant was done, the chairs lurched forward with a gut-wrenching jolt. I took a couple of huge breaths and found Becky paging through a magazine. She kept showing me pages and pages filled with the latest fashion trends, as the chairs slowly ascended. I could hear Lucille and Sammy's voices behind us, but they were a few paces away, and I didn't want to look at them. I knew my head would start spinning, and it would only freak me out more. I had to admit, Becky's distraction with the magazine worked. I was able to force my mind to focus as I listened to her reading the funnies section. We laughed at some, while others received a look and a raised eyebrow as we tried to understand the punchline. As we got closer to the top, she put her magazine away. "Give me your ticket," she said, and I handed it over to her with my pass without thinking. She took them and zipped them safely inside her jacket. "Never buy a jacket if they don't have inside pockets." I smiled and looked up to see where we were. My heartbeat rose again as a large metal door loomed before us. "This is like a roller coaster ride, right?" "If you're scared, just close your eyes and remember to take a deep breath when everything stops. It helps." "Stops? Where?" I asked, clearly annoyed. "Relax, Elena. Just enjoy the ride." She gave me a super smile and leaned back into her chair as if she was going to take a nap. The door closed with a loud bang after it swallowed the row of chairs in front of us. A red light came on, and I watched patiently as the light turned back to green. My fingers dented deep into the arm rails as we moved forward. It was inky black as we passed through the open door, and the only light that showed was coming from behind us. When the doors closed, I couldn't see a thing. I started to laugh uncontrollably as the elevator simply stayed in one place, toying with my nerves. I tried to calm myself down and took a deep breath, blowing it out slowly through my nose. The drop finally came, sending my stomach flying wildly into my throat. My ponytail blew in every direction, and my lips and face felt like they were flapping like the animations in cartoons. I screamed as it went faster and faster, and clutched the arm rails harder until my hands felt like they were going to break. Becky made whooping sounds as the elevator kept descending. She absolutely loved it. Then, as if we had just hit the bottom of the world, it stopped.
"Deep breath, Elena,"
she said, excited, and I didn't think twice. I thought I was going to die as pain rolled through my entire body. I yelled and released the breath, which made the pain 10 times worse. It felt as if someone had marked me with an iron stake all over my body. I tried to muffle my screams and ground hard on my teeth. Then, it just disappeared. Everything just stopped. I breathed fast, clutching my head inside my arms. My heart pounded inside my chest, and the ringing in my ears made it difficult to hear Becky next to me. When I finally managed to stop my head from spinning and looked at her, she took one look at my face and quickly shoved a brown paper bag into my hand as I hurled. It was a couple of seconds before I could look up at her again.
"How can you enjoy that?" "You should have just held the breath."
"This is crazy."
"It gets easier with time, Elena. I've done it 1,000,000 times and hardly feel anything anymore."
"This can't be good for your body."
"There is nothing wrong with mine. Every organ is perfectly in place if that is what you are worrying about."
My legs wobbled as the attendant helped us out of the chairs. "You enjoy the ride, miss?"
"It was amazing,"
Becky said with a slight grunt in her voice. He wanted to ask me the same question, but I just shoved my hand clutching the bag filled with what was left of my breakfast into his face. If that didn't tell him how much I loved it, nothing would. Lucille and Sammy appeared a few minutes after us. Both of their hair looked as if someone had added body with a hairdryer. They stroked it flat as the attendant freed them, and they walked gracefully over to us as if the free fall hadn't fazed them. "So, how was—" Lucille's eyes caught on the bag, still clutched in my hand. "Horrible," I said, as her arms hugged me. "You'll get used to it. So everyone keeps telling me." She handed me a can of Coke and said that it would help. I doubted it would take away the horrible nausea in the pit of my stomach, but drank it anyway. Sir Robert and Isabel came next. Blake had refused to take an elevator and said he would meet us in Elm. This was one of those times that I really envied him for being able to just say no. Even though I hated every minute of the elevator ride, I understood why we took it today and didn't drive all the way to Elm like Lucille had when she picked us up. It was a 15-hour drive, and one Becky didn't like 1 minute of. We caught 2 cabs outside, and I heard Lucille telling the cabbie to take us to the Bayside Inn. When we got out, I found myself standing in front of an enormous building, and I had to bend my neck backwards to see all the way to the top. Balconies with lacy ironwork were located in front of every 4th window, taking my breath away. When I looked back toward the main entrance, I noticed 2 men in red suits standing by 2 hulking 20-foot doors, opening and closing them for guests walking in and out of the hotel. Apart from the salty smell of the ocean that lingered in the air and the humid stickiness that clung to my skin, the hotel was simply gorgeous. Unfortunately, its beauty didn't change the fact that I wished to be 1,000 miles away from Elm. Deep down, I knew it was the only way for me to meet Lucian's parents, but at the same time, I would have given anything to skip the event I was about to face. 6. I opened my eyes wide and saw the clock on the wall flashing 5 o'clock. After we had checked into the hotel, I had gone up to my room and collapsed on the bed. Now, Becky stood in the doorway of our room with her hands on her hips, as Sammy put what looked like 20 shopping bags on the couches in our small living room. I stared at Becky with wide eyes. She looked like she'd just stepped out of a Cosmo magazine.
It's 5, and you haven't even taken a bath yet. I knew it was a mistake leaving you here. The function starts in less than 2 hours.
I just stared at her, not moving from the bed.
Wow.
A small smile appeared in the corners of her lips.
You like?
She twirled around to show off her new hair.
I like. You look stunning. I know. It took them ages to put in all the extensions, but it was worth it. I could have gone for the instant look, but the spell only lasts 24 hours, and George did say he loves long hair. Do you think he'll like it?
She rambled. He's going to swallow his tongue when he sees you tonight. She shrieked with excitement, but it only lasted for a second as she was pulled back to reality.
You are still sitting on the bed. Get your ass moving and go take a bath.
She ran over to the bathroom, and 2 seconds later, the tap water was running. I got up and slouched toward her. She crouched in front of the bath, splashing the water a couple of times with her hand to start the automatic bubble sequence on the tub. She got up and pointed her index finger in my face.
And don't soak for hours. We only have 1 hour to get you ready. I'm going to ask Mum to help. We'll need her if we want to be there on time,
she said, as she left the room, shaking her head. Alone in the bathroom, I disrobed and climbed into the tub while the water still ran. When the water level covered half my body, I closed the taps and lay back so that just my face stuck out. My eyes closed and I felt my body begin to relax, and I thought about what tonight could lead to. What if his parents still didn't approve of our relationship after tonight? I couldn't think about it. It was our last hope, and breaking up with Lucian wasn't something I thought I could go through with. I should stop sulking and get my ass going like Becky said. I chided myself, trying to enjoy the bath instead of dreading the outcome of his parents' decision. Tonight was going to be a huge event, and all the media outlets were going to be there. The function was scheduled to take place at 6:30, and everyone had made a huge fuss about it when it was first announced. The newspapers and magazines hadn't been able to get enough, and almost every week there was an article about the mission and the people speculating over the radio about what we had been through. They dubbed our ordeal the King of Lion Mission. After a while, the council had stepped in and tried to stop the media from promoting what we had done for Paegeia. They'd fought hard against tonight, but the more they'd tried to squash it, the more the media had made a fuss. The result was we'd ended up with a massive following, and the museum had decided to honor what we'd done by placing an exhibit inside the museum for everyone to see and remember. At first I didn't know why the council had made such a big fuss about it. But then, once I'd thought about it, I figured it had something to do with the 9 teenagers saving the day, rather than members of the council. Guess Chang's theory about seeing my name in the museum wasn't that far-fetched after all. I still wondered from time to time about the council. I'd thought King Helmet and King Caleb had the final decision, but obviously I was wrong. Becky had tried to explain that the council was made up of 200 beings. All the humans were male, and the only females that participated were dragons, like Constance, and were part of the council. She played a huge role in health reforms. Getting a seat on the council was a long and difficult procedure, and Becky made it clear that you needed to be someone extremely special to be chosen. If the council reached a tie when making a decision, and they couldn't sway one vote to go to another side, they would be forced to call upon the ancients. There were 5 in total, 2 humans and 3 ancient dragons. Becky mentioned that they were between 10,000 and 12,000 years old, which meant they were the first to experience the human-dragon bond, long before the wall existed. The choice would go to them, and their decision was final. It was still all very confusing to me, but I figured I would get a clearer picture once I saw it for myself. For the past month, the museum had been under renovation, as they'd had to make space for our exhibit. None of us knew what they'd decided to display, which made me nervous. The only thing I was certain of was it wasn't about any of us personally. Lucian had told me how he'd had to sit for hours to get his measurements duplicated for his wax figure, and none of us had endured the joys of that experience. There was really only one reason why I wanted to be there, and it had nothing to do with the mission or meeting Lucian's parents. Ever since we'd left for Tith, I'd never had a chance to see my foretelling, and tonight I would finally be able to page through the Book of Shadows and see the black ink changed to red. A knock on the bathroom door pulled me out of the string of thoughts I had been tangled in, and water splashed everywhere as I jumped back to reality. "You're still in the bath!" Becky's angry voice came from the other side of the door. "Get out!" "Drama queen." The thought escaped my lips. I wrapped the soft, thick towel around my body and opened the bathroom door wide. Becky waited for me on the other side with a small device in her hands, looking especially menacing, while Sammy gently pushed a pair of gold earrings through her lobes. I couldn't help but stare at her reflection in the mirror. She looked absolutely beautiful, swathed in a black dress with high heels. Her hair had been styled perfectly and had a 60s vibe to it. "Look here," Becky said, touching my chin softly and pulling my gaze to her. She fiddled with the black square device in her hand and punched something onto a small screen. At first I thought it belonged to the TV, but she kept looking at me and back to the device, paging through it like she was on a mission. I leaned forward to see what was on the device. Upside-down pictures of the most beautiful suits and dresses made just for occasions like tonight flashed by as Becky swiped her finger through them. "What's this?" "Same premise as the TV remote." She pushed me back without taking her eyes away from the screen. "I need to see what will fit you perfectly." She stopped at a picture, lingering a couple of seconds before she paged through it once again. A broad smile broke over her face, revealing perfectly white pearls as she turned the device screen over to me. Beautiful black pants that appeared to be sprinkled with golden dust and a pink top that revealed my shoulders filled the entire screen. It came with black sparkling high heels, and I looked at Becky with a raised lip as I pointed toward the heels. "You want me to break a leg?" "Fine," she sighed, raised her eyebrows, and paged through the screen once again. "What about these?" She showed me the picture again, and instead of the high heels, there were black pumps. I nodded. "You really should learn how to walk in heels, Elena. It does absolute wonders for your posture." She pulled me closer to the bed and shoved my panties and strapless bra into my hands. "Mom!" she yelled as she ran with the device to the closet. I watched her in awe as she took the image of the small top and pants delicately between her finger and thumb and laid it gently on another device right next to the closet. She waited, tapping her hand softly on the door until a ping sound filled the room. She took out the top with the sparkling pants and laid both gently on the bed. For the next minute I bounced on one spot trying to get into the pants. With a sigh and an annoyed stare, I looked back at Becky. "It's your size," she shrugged. I gave a last bounce and finally the pants were on. They hugged my body perfectly. The top was next. It was simply stunning. The sleeves had a shredded look as long fringes fell over my arms. It fitted my body tightly and accentuated my waist. I thanked Lucian softly in my head for his attempt at getting me fit a couple of months ago. Since he'd gotten back from the hunting trip, we'd been inseparable. We would meet every day around noon at the park and stay there till late in the afternoon, until he had to go back home. The soft rapping sound of Lucille knocking on the door quickly evaporated Lucian from my thoughts. Becky ran to open the door. A goddess, dressed in a gold and black dress, walked into the room. She looked 2 heads taller in the high heels she wore. Her hair was expertly taken up into a bun, and dark, earthy makeup glistened on her eyes, making them appear larger. The light from the lamp next to the bed caught on the most beautiful diamond earrings hanging from her lobes. Becky scurried from the room the minute her mother waltzed in. Lucille pulled me in front of her as she started to fiddle with my wet hair. She carefully pulled a brush through it, and once all the tangles were out, she started to speak unfamiliar words. In 2 seconds, my wet hair was bone dry. She began fiddling with it again as she spoke a soft incantation near my ear. My eyes started to close as a pins and needles feeling rushed over my skull. It lasted for at least half a minute, and my eyes flew open as I started to feel my hair moving up into different places. I found Sammy's hand in front of me with pins gripped inside. She handed one to Lucille every couple of seconds. For the next couple of minutes, I only stared at the diamond teardrop necklace dangling from Lucille's neck, and Sammy's hands holding the pins. She'd even gotten a manicure, and her nails were gorgeous. And that dress! I couldn't get the picture of her wearing it out of my head. The neckline was a bit low, but Sammy had the perfect size breasts, so she did the dress justice. My makeup was next, and I closed my eyes as Lucille painted my eyes and lips. The eyeliner was the worst. I wasn't much of a makeup kind of girl, and hadn't really had that much experience with it. My eyes watered, which made all of us giggle, but Lucille just dabbed my tears softly from my eyes with a napkin. Lucille looked at me and smiled. Sammy's dimples dented deep into her cheeks as she looked at me with huge chestnut eyes. When Lucille finally stepped away from the mirror and revealed my reflection, my heart stopped. The girl in front of me looked spectacular. Her blonde hair was pinned up with loose curls hanging over her shoulders. A deep gray color changed to a softer shade of green near her eyebrows, making her emerald green eyes stand out. Her lips had a light pink glossy shine with a lightly puffed rose shade on her cheeks. When the image before me touched her cheek the same time I touched mine, I knew that somehow Lucille had turned me into a model. It looked nothing like me. I couldn't take my eyes off the mirror, and it took a couple of minutes for it to sink in that the person staring back at me in shock really was me. "So, what do you think?" Lucille asked. "It's beautiful," I whispered, and she gave me a sidearm hug.
"You look gorgeous, Elena,"
Sammy breathed next to me. "No, you look gorgeous." She giggled as the door flung open, and Becky walked into the room wearing a purple number that reached just below her knees. Her heels had so many straps running up half her calves that I couldn't count them all, as they revealed her matching purple, perfectly painted toes. It went with a velvet jacket that only reached the line just below her breasts. She looked amazing. But then again, Becky always looked amazing. Her long hair hung loose around her shoulders and down her back. Becky looked at me, gasping as her eyes raised, and a huge smile spread across her face. "You looked beautiful," she said, and we all laughed. I looked at the mirror once more to make sure that it was really me. "Mom, you are amazing." "Thank you, I'll be here all week," Lucille curtsied. Becky moaned as she looked at her watch. "Can we please go now?" "There's still plenty of time, Becky," Lucille said to her impatient daughter. "It's like 6. Becky's arms shot through the air, our little moment forgotten. Not to mention, we still need to catch a cab.
Fine, drama queen. Let's go.
7. We met Sir Robert and Isabel in the front of the lobby, but Blake was nowhere to be seen. Both of them looked like $1 million. Sir Robert's hair was gelled back and he wore a crisp black tux. His broad shoulders and tall frame made him look like James Bond. Isabel wore an emerald green dress that was shorter in the front and cascaded down in the back. Her sequined stilettos shared the same color as her dress, and she wore silver pearl drop earrings with a matching bracelet. They both looked so young and happy. I guessed both of them lived for these kinds of nights. It was sad thinking just how much they'd had to give up. We took 2 separate cabs, and I shared one with Lucille and Becky, who were chatting away about the event. When we pulled up to the curb, I took a deep breath as a million light bulbs flashed like strobe lighting in front of the museum. Not this again, please. Lucian and I were careful not to get in the same mess as we had that Sunday at the art gallery. It would be just my luck if tonight one of them would call my name and I would turn around. My body's temperature went a degree higher as I looked out the window and felt like I was trapped in a sauna. I fanned myself with my hand and prayed that my makeup wasn't running down my face.
Don't worry. The Rubicon and the Royals will be here tonight, Elena. It's normal for them to stalk the front of the museum.
Lucille tapped my arm softly as we both watched through the cab's window. They won't ask any questions, will they? I knew I would stutter and say the wrong things if I was asked.
If they recognize you, I guess. But we can always try to slip in.
She smiled a comforting smile. Elena, just suck it up. Becky's voice came from the seat next to her mother. It comes with the territory. You're dating Lucian, and it's only a matter of time before everyone is going to know who you are.
Becky, Lucille tapped her on the leg. Still, there are ways to help Elena get used to them. She's not a good swimmer.
Lucille said the last part softly to Becky, but I still heard. Through the corner of my eyes I saw Becky wave it off as she mouthed something I couldn't make out. The cab driver parked the car across the road under a large oak tree. Lucille paid him with a generous tip and we got out. The sound of their heels clicking on the pavement made my heart bounce faster. I wiped my hands on my pants and tried not to look nervous. I froze as I noticed a big limo with small purple flags and white flowers printed on them parked in front of the entrance. Deep breaths, Elena. It would not be good if Lucian got out of that limo and gave you a hug. Camera flashes and speaking to the press. Deep breath. You can do this. First impression. For the love of blueberries. Don't worry, it's just Ariana. Becky grabbed my hand and pulled me toward the museum. We slipped past the photographers whose cameras flashed like mad as the princess exited the limo in an overly dramatic fashion. I took a deep breath and thanked Ariana silently for showing up at the right moment. I only had one shot at a first impression to make an impact on Lucian's parents, and I needed it to be a good one. All that money and she chooses to wear that? Becky said with a raised eyebrow. I looked past the photographer and saw a small black number clinging to her body. It barely covered her ass, but I had to admit, she looked beautiful. She had the legs of a supermodel. Her words about her and Lucian suddenly jumped into my mind. A desire to kick her rose up inside my gut, and the fleeting moment of gratitude I had felt toward her for showing up at the right moment disappeared in a flash. She gave her $1 million smile to all the flashing cameras, and as I watched her mother climb out, I could hear Lucille speaking to the host behind us. Deep breaths, Lucille whispered next to me as we entered. The entire museum had been transformed into a 5-star event. A 3-piece orchestra played soft music in the far corner as beautiful curtains covered some of the other exhibits. Some had been removed from display to make space for tonight's gala. In the corner, a huge case that almost reached the ceiling was covered with a white curtain and had a bow tied around the middle. Right next to it was a podium with a microphone and more lights than I could count. In the opposite direction, 4 thrones stood on a second podium. Ice sculptures and balls crafted from what seemed like hundreds of flowers hung from the ceiling. For a moment, I forgot that there were other people in the museum, too, but was brought sharply back to reality as I almost bumped into a short, fat man with a huge mustache. It appeared that everyone wanted to look more beautiful than the person standing next to them, and there were small groups of people huddled together having private conversations. I jumped as a man with peppered hair wearing a black jacket laughed loudly. I noticed that 2 of the other men in his circle both wore the same kind of jacket as him. Black, with so many medals stuck to the chest, it was a wonder they could stand up straight. They saluted with their champagne flutes held high in the air, and they all laughed after they'd taken a sip. Waiters in cream tuxedos wearing white gloves walked through the crowds, carrying trays of champagne and a stunning array of appetizers. "Sorry," I mumbled as I almost smacked into one of them, too. Becky seized the opportunity and grabbed 2 glasses from his tray. I gave her a look. "My mom said it's fine," she sang back and pushed one into my hand. "Drink, it will calm the nerves." She looked like she was born for nights like these, and I could tell she was a natural. I, on the other hand, needed a fan desperately. "I will see you girls later," Lucille said in a sing-song tone behind us as she glided over to a small group of women who appeared to be in their 40s. "Ugh, I don't know why she hangs with that group," Becky complained with her arms crossed, holding her champagne glass. "Why? Who are they?" "The Single Mommies Club, or I should say Cougars." She didn't take her eyes away from the 4 women dressed as 20-something girls. They'd all clearly been under the knife at some point, as their breasts perked up unnaturally, and their bodies resembled women half their age. "It's disgusting how they drool over boys George's age," she said, repulsed as she took a big sip of her champagne. "My mom is way too good for them. They're so shallow and only noticed her right after she sold some sculptures." I huffed. I had to agree, it was quite sickening. Sammy and her parents reached us. All 3 of them had a glass of champagne in their hands. We started to speak about some of the fashion choices of the ladies, and I smiled every time Isabel gave me her verdict. A man with peppered hair glided past us and gave Sir Robert a menacing glare. I could hear Sir Robert mumbling something to Isabel, but she just smiled and said something back to him softly. Another couple glared at him as they walked past too. What's their problem? Isabel just gave them the biggest smile she could muster. She didn't even look fazed. "See? You kill them with kindness." She winked at me as she caught me staring at her. Isabel and Sir Robert left shortly after that. I guessed he wanted to get away from all the glares, or maybe he wanted to search for Blake. Becky grabbed the half-filled champagne glass from my hand and put it on the nearest tray with hers. Before I could ask what the hell she was doing, she and Sammy curtsied as they pushed me down with them. "Your Highness." Both girls greeted an older version of Ariana, and a dark, curly-haired man with a long nose. They nodded toward Becky and Sammy, and gave me a raised eyebrow. Glaring at me was more like it, as both the king and queen's eyes scanned my body. It made me feel so uncomfortable that I wished I'd left with Sir Robert and Isabel. "This is Becky Johnson," Ariana introduced Becky to her parents. "She claimed George, the Moonbolt, a couple of months back." The King of Areath knew immediately who Becky was.
"I believe he is your dent."
"Yes, Your Highness."
"Isn't that rare?" the Queen asked her husband, and he gave a soft nod. She just raised her eyes once more, pretending it was nothing.
"Sammy Leaf,"
Ariana said in the sweetest voice she could muster.
She was so brave, Daddy.
What did you expect, Pumpkin? She is the Rubicon's sister. We'd expect nothing less from her.
And this is Elena Watkins.
Ariana said my name, clearly mustering the coldest tone she could. The king looked down at me, which made me feel 10 times smaller than I was. A thick vibe formed around us, the kind I'd only felt once before, in the Wyvern's tower.
The mastermind behind the mission, he said. It would have been great if all the members of the mission had come out with their lives. Wouldn't you agree, Elena?
I didn't know what to feel as he said those words. Becky's jaw muscle twitched slightly, and I knew she would have said something if he wasn't a king.
You are from the other side, I believe.
I nodded.
The offspring of a dragon, or so I've been told,
he said. I nodded again. For some reason I didn't want to speak to him. Frankly, I didn't care who he was. He made being a dragon's offspring sound like the plague.
I wonder how a small, insignificant outsider knew where to locate the sword, while the Royal Council couldn't. It makes you wonder if there's a hidden agenda, doesn't it?
He said, and Ariana's lips twitched slightly upwards in pleasure at the cruel words of her father. I was starting to get beyond pissed off at what he was implying, and bit hard on my tongue, trying to keep the words in and my mouth silent.
With respect, King Caleb,
Master Longway's voice suddenly came from right beside me.
Elena did come home with the sign of the Keeper. This makes her only the 6th person to come out of the sacred cavern alive. We should really talk about adding her name onto the brass plate.
My heart bounced in my throat, but King Caleb just looked blankly at Master Longway, who was grinning very politely. He looked stunning in a golden Chinese robe with buttons all the way to his neck. The king gave Master Longway a fake smile in return.
Yes, we should. She's really a brave young lady, and we hope that the next time something life-threatening happens, it will not be left to an insignificant outsider to save our world.
The king's jaw muscles tightened, and Ariana rolled her eyes slightly. I could see Becky looking at the ground, sucking her lips. A soft dimple dented in her cheek, and I knew it was taking all her strength to keep from laughing.
Yes, let's hope. Enjoy your evening, girls. Master Longway.
The king, queen, and Ariana glided away.
That was so cool, Master Longway,
Becky whispered through a huge grin.
What are you talking about?
Master Longway walked away, whistling softly. We just laughed and grabbed more champagne glasses from a waiter who was making his rounds. The king's words still bothered me.
He's such an asshole,
Becky said as she thrust another glass into my hand.
Don't listen to him. I don't know what King Louis was thinking when he gave a wreath to King Caleb's father.
King Caleb's father used to be one of King Louis's most loyal and bravest knights. It was why he gave a wreath to him and tithe to King Helmut's father. Maybe he wasn't. It barely came out.
Unbelievable.
Sammy shook her head.
Did you see how Ariana gloated? And what was up with the "she's the sister of the Rubicon" thing?
They made me laugh, and I felt the anger begin to fade away. Suddenly I froze as people started yelling King Helmut's and Lucian's name outside. I really wasn't ready to meet his parents yet, and needed to check my appearance in a mirror first.
I need to go to the bathroom. Elena, you look fine.
I didn't say anything as I walked away with my heart thumping inside my throat. If the king and queen wanted to meet me, this would have been a different situation. but forcing them to meet me had a very different effect on my stomach. I moved swiftly down one of the passages and turned a couple of times until the buzzing of people at the function started to fade away. I could find no freaking sign of a bathroom anywhere. As I was looking around, my eye caught the wax figure of the Wyvern against the far wall. I suddenly remembered what I had been looking forward to tonight and ran toward the book. Paging through it as if my life depended on it, I found the page where my foretelling had appeared. My throat became dry once more as I read the words inked onto the page. A day will come, and a day will go. Goose pimples flushed my skin as I kept on reading. A choice you'll have to make. Otherwise, the truth will never be known. My heart stopped in my chest. The ink was still black. 8. The black inked words of my foretelling made my head start to ache as I tried to figure out what it meant. If retrieving the sword wasn't what the Wyvern had meant, then what did she mean? I must have stood there for a long time as the booming voice of the Master of Ceremonies pulled me back to reality. I walked back to the function, but by now it was so crowded that it would be a mission in and of itself to get to Becky and Sammy. I slipped past a couple of people and found a secluded spot right next to the wall. The cool surface pressed against my bare arm helped ground me, and my worries about my stupid foretelling had started to calm a bit. The Master of Ceremonies called Lucian first, and the photographers that were inside the museum flashed their cameras like mad. I smiled at him with admiration. He didn't even flinch or become tongue-tied as he spoke about how brave all of us were, and how King Albert had been right about the chromatics being just as noble as the metallics. Brian had proved that, and if any of them ever forgot that, they should visit the museum. Brian was the true hero. Everyone applauded as he walked off the small podium. I stood on my toes and stretched out my neck as I followed him with my eyes. He smiled politely and kept nodding his head, but the way his eyes searched the crowd told me that he was trying to find me. He took his place next to a huge chair where the royals were seated. I hid again behind a large gentleman standing next to me. Next up to speak was Ariana. Funny how she didn't mention saving all of us with her super incantations the way she had in the newspaper. It was a sweet speech, though, and she even managed to shed a small tear that melted everyone's heart. If I didn't know her better, she would have fooled me. Before she finished, she bent down toward a woman with blue streaks in her hair and a large gentleman. I wish with all my heart that Brian hadn't passed. I would have gladly taken his place, she said over the mic, and the woman smiled, but I could tell by her face that even that small gesture was difficult. They must be Brian's parents. A couple of other people, mostly men, spoke next. It was boring as they prattled on about great events in history. When the Master of Ceremonies took over, he tried to lighten the mood again. This is it. They are going to do the revealing. The room fell into utter silence as everyone held their breath, waiting for him to pull off the curtain. He called up Brian's parents and allowed them the honor of revealing what was behind the large white cloth. They did it together. Everyone in the room gasped as a huge sunblast with Brian's human figure holding my axes in his hands was revealed. They'd chosen the subject perfectly, and tears threatened to roll down my cheeks as I gazed upon his wax model. I've changed my mind. Blake's voice came from right behind me. I turned around and found him leaning against the wall inches away from me. He gave me a seductive, lopsided smile with a wink. Don't go anywhere, he mouthed. My eyes grew bigger as hot flashes raised the temperature of my body. I pulled my top away from my skin with fast movements, hoping it would cool me down. I watched as Blake stumbled through the crowd and slipped as he went to step onto the podium. Oh crap, he's drunk. He found his balance fast and took a glass of champagne off the tray as a waiter walked past the podium. Liquid spilled everywhere, soaking a few of the ladies' dresses standing nearest him. He laughed as he grabbed the microphone.
I've decided, after all, to give my speech.
I closed my eyes, not knowing where he was going to take this one.
Nice outcome.
He looked at the crowds, and his gaze stopped on me. He looked at me for a couple of seconds, and I looked down as another set of heat waves ran through my entire body. When I looked back up, his gaze was on the glass box.
Brian,
he said, as if Brian was alive in that box. Saluting him, he finished the glass of champagne. The crowd fell dead silent.
There is one thing missing, though. And by the buzz going on before this spectacular event started, I need to put one thing straight.
He paused for a couple of seconds.
You forgot to put Elena in that box.
My face went red. He did not just say my name.
None of you on that mission, including myself, can take any credit for how any of this turned out. Not even the Princess of Aerith.
He looked at one of the reporters right below him.
You're taking this down, right?
A smile appeared on his face as the man nodded slowly.
Good. As the papers stated before, the Princess of Aerith saved the day with her enhanced ability and incantations, blah, blah, blah. Biggest load of crap. She wasn't even worthy enough to enter the sacred cavern.
As much as I wanted to gloat at his spoken words, they were too harsh. At that moment, Sir Robert walked onto the podium and grabbed Blake's arm.
No! You wanted me to speak, now let me speak.
He growled softly at his father, but the microphone was still in his hand, so the entire room heard. I shook my head as my eyes caught on a blond gentleman with a mustache who was sitting on one of the thrones. By the look and resemblance, I knew it was King Helmut, and he was staring straight at me. He had a huge frown dented on his forehead, and his gaze looked puzzled. First impression, Elena? I gave him a soft smile and nodded once, politely. He turned his head, and I only then realized that Lucian wasn't in his seat. I decided to hell with Blake's speech as I walked past the guy that stood behind me. I passed a woman that tittered something to her companion who laughed, found the first door leading away from the room, and slipped through it. I was suddenly in another part of the museum, but instead of a red carpet lining the floor, there were solid gray stone tiles. I took the stairs to the right and turned left to walk one level up, and flung myself down onto the smooth stone. I had a feeling that this area was only for staff, but I didn't care. This wasn't my scene at all, and Blake had just made it 10 times worse. What the hell is he trying to do, ruin my life? I tried to make myself comfortable and was grateful for the cold stares as the heat flashes began to stop. The riddle from the book jumped into my mind once again. If it wasn't going after that stupid sword and finding the truth about dragon offspring, chromatic dragons, and the sword's magical abilities, then what could be more important to Paegeia's survival? I pondered on it for what felt like hours, but nothing came to me. Suddenly, light filled the room as the door to my hiding place opened.
How dare you say those things?
Sir Robert yelled.
What did you want me to say? Blake laughed. I can't lie. And if you think I'm going to suck up to those idiots out there,
Blake said, slurring a bit.
You are the Rubicon. They expect you to give an honorable speech at events like this. Look at you. You reek of alcohol and...
He sighed, and was silent for a couple of seconds.
When is this going to stop, Blake? I raised you better than this.
I could hear the disappointment lining his voice.
You would have broken King Albert's heart.
Blake laughed again.
He doesn't give a shit. He's dead. It's time you dealt with that.
A hard slap echoed off the unforgiving stones, and I flinched.
Don't push me, Blake. He was our king, and deserves all the respect in the world, even in death.
Blake didn't reply. I only heard one pair of footsteps exit the area, and it was silent for a while. I hoped whoever had stayed behind would leave soon. With a soft squeak, I heard the door open once again.
What the hell was that about?
Lucian's voice filled the room.
What are you going to do about it?
Blake's voice was close to my hiding spot, and I pulled my legs tight into my chest. My heart went a couple of beats faster as I tried to make myself as small as I could.
Don't, Blake. I'm not in a good mood.
Lucian sounded upset, too.
Let me get one thing clear. Elena is off limits.
Blake roared with laughter. He was so arrogant.
Relax, Lucian. I don't want your girl. I just gave her the credit she deserves.
Lucian took a huge breath and chuckled too.
I have to admit, that speech was something else.
They both laughed.
Did you have to be drunk, though?
Blake didn't reply, but I could hear him descending down the stairs.
What are we going to do with you?
A deathly silence filled the area.
Slay me?
He begged in a soft voice, and my eyes closed at the sadness Blake's tone carried.
Nah, you're too good for that,
Lucian finally said. Both footsteps echoed towards the door, and I closed my eyes as I rested my head against the wall. It was silent for a long time, and I must have dozed off because the screeching sound of a dragon made me jump back to reality. My heart beat wildly, and I took huge breaths as I realized it was only a dream. Quickly I made the decision that it was time to leave my hiding spot and find Becky before she left me here. The function had started to quieten down, but there were still groups of people having conversations and enjoying the champagne and appetizers the waiters still passed around. Most of them appeared to be talking about that wonderful speech Blake had made. I slowly walked behind a group of men with cognacs in their hands.
Hopefully the Prince of Tith will claim him soon.
A tall guy with red hair spoke assuredly. He was dressed in a black jacket covered with an array of medals as well.
Nobody will claim that dragon. It's destined for him to become evil.
An old fart with a belly that made him look like a little Buddha statue said. Where the hell have you been? Becky grabbed my arm as I was eavesdropping. Her eyes were huge, but relief washed over her face as she took me in. Lucian is looking for you. She started to pull me in the direction of the king and queen. They were deep in conversation with another couple. I assumed the gentleman must have been a knight in his younger days, as he too wore a black jacket, just like the others. She cleared her throat as we came near, and Lucian turned his head. A huge smile broke over his face, and his eyes grew wide as he saw me. He walked over and hugged me gently.
You're absolutely breathtaking,
he whispered in my ear, and I struggled to suppress my smile. Well, you don't look bad yourself. He looked handsome, wearing a royal uniform with silver buttons that went up to his neckline. On his head was a small crown. I hugged him and breathed him in. He smelled so good.
You ready?
No. I looked at him with wide eyes. But I guess it's now or never, right? He nodded.
It's going to be okay, I promise.
He moved beside me and positioned us so his mom and dad's backs were facing the two of us. My heart felt as if it was lodged inside my throat.
Mom? Dad?
He tapped his dad on the arm softly. The king made an excuse for the disturbance before he turned around. I could feel his mother's gaze on me as she took me in.
I want you to meet Elena."
The king's eyes grew as he realized it was me he'd been staring at earlier. I smiled softly and looked at his mom. The queen had more or less the same expression, but turned to her husband to gauge his reaction.
"Say something,"
Lucian grumbled softly to his mom. The queen closed her eyes and took a deep breath.
"Lucian, I hate it when you just spring someone on us."
"I'm not. If you'd given us a chance before, this wouldn't have happened." "This is not the time for this. Nice meeting you, Elena,"
his father said in a cold tone.
"Likewise, King Helmet,"
I said in the most confident tone I could muster. He glared at Lucian.
"We'll talk later."
Both of them went back to their conversation as if nothing had happened. I shook my head slowly and walked toward the door.
"Ariana's right. They're never going to accept me."
Lucian grabbed my arm softly and pulled me into the room I'd been in a moment ago.
"Don't do this."
"Lucian, we tried."
I couldn't believe I was saying it.
"Give them some time. They met you. They heard that wonderful speech Blake just gave, and they need time to process, please. Everything is going to be okay. I'm not going anywhere."
"No, you're just going to marry someone else in 2 years."
He closed his eyes.
"That will never happen."
He opened them again and pulled me into his arms.
"I love you. You are my choice."
So the plan hadn't worked out as well as we'd hoped for, but at least they'd met me, and I would give them time, as Lucian had begged me to. He walked out with Becky and me, and the cameras flashed brightly. I tried to pull my hand out of Lucian's to hide my face, but he held on tight.
"It's time. Let them take their pictures. Just smile,"
he whispered, and pulled me closer. A couple of journalists yelled questions at me, but my heart was beating so hard that I didn't hear any of them. Lucian answered all of them, and even got a couple of reporters to laugh. The flashing went on for another couple of minutes. When Lucian asked them politely to stop and explained that he just wanted to do the gentlemanly thing and walk me to the cab, they actually listened. He gave me a kiss on my head as he held the door open, and I got in.
"Sleep tight. I'll speak to you soon."
I nodded and gave him a small, unsure smile as he shut the door. The cabbie drove off with Becky and Lucille right beside me.
"See? That wasn't so bad,"
Becky said.
"I so don't love this the way you do,"
I mumbled, and both of them laughed.
"Give it time. You will eventually."
Lucille tapped me on my knee. I looked out the window as the events of the night washed over me. It had started to rain, and as the raindrops made their way down the pane of glass, I couldn't help but feel like a failure at our pathetic attempt to get Lucian's parents to accept me. 9. When we got back to the hotel, we found Sammy inside our room, busy speaking to Dean on her cami. We all waved at his holograph as she said goodbye when we came in.
"Elena, where the hell were you?"
By the time I made my way back from the bathroom, the place was so crowded that I couldn't return to my spot. "Are you okay?" I had to lie, as neither of them knew about my foretelling inside the Book of Shadows.
"Blake!"
She spat her brother's name as if it were poison, and got up from the couch.
"I could kill him right now."
"I'm sure your father could, too," Becky said, laughing.
"It's not funny, Becky."
She sighed and buried her face in her hands.
"My father tried so hard to keep our name high, and he just plunders it in seconds."
"It's not so bad. He just gave Elena the credit she deserves in a creepy, love puppy kind of way." We all burst out laughing at her love puppy comment.
"I think my mom is right."
Sammy spoke softly.
"About what?"
both Becky and I sang.
"She thinks he has a huge crush on you, Elena, and that it comes out when he's really drunk.
Oh, please, he despises me. It's my virginity, like you said that night, making his sunblast crazy. The thought of him right before he made that speech jumped into my mind. How long had he been standing behind me? I flinched as I remembered the words he'd mouthed.
Lucian felt pretty bad because he didn't mention your name or the sacred cavern, Becky pointed out.
He shouldn't. His speech was great. Brian was the hero, and it was the perfect choice for the exhibit, choosing Brian in both of his forms. Suddenly, Sammy stood up, remembering something.
There's a package for you on the table. It was here when I got to the room.
I looked over at the table and found a beautiful pink box with a shiny ribbon wrapped around it.
Open it!
Becky pleaded excitedly. I picked up the card and read it out loud. Sorry I wasn't at your birthday party. Better late than never.
It's from Lucian, I spoke as I peeled the ribbon from around the box.
Inside, there was a wooden case. It was really heavy, and Sammy helped me as we took it out gently. Thick, swirly borders were burned into the lid of the box, along with the name Alex Rhodes. Both girls gasped as they read the name with wide, unblinking eyes.
I know what that is,
Becky said, holding her breath as I moved my fingers across the words.
He got you an Alex Rhodes.
What the hell is an Alex Rhodes?
Not a what, a who. Open it,
Becky said again, more excited now than she had been a few minutes ago. I took off the lid and found 2 silver axes inside, along with 2 thick leather hand gloves. I pulled on one, and it reached halfway to my elbow. Only my index finger was halfway covered with soft leather. The rest was open. It had soft rubber on the palms, and a ruby was sewn into the top of my hand. I couldn't take my eyes off it as it sparkled, sending off 1,000 beams of light as I held it closer to the lamp. I picked up one of the axes and saw that the shafts were covered in black rubber, and the blades had plastic protectors over them. As I was inspecting the axes, Sammy explained who this mysterious Alex Rhodes was. Apparently, he used to make weapons for the kings and queens of Paegeia. They say he never made another weapon after the night King Albert died. I picked one up and found my name engraved in small font with a couple of hearts on the blade. There were Latin words inscribed right below them. I gently touched the engravings as I admired the craftsmanship. They were simply exquisite.
They must have cost him a fortune,
Becky said as she nodded toward the other one.
Go for it. There is another box.
She'd forgotten all about the axes and showed me the blue velvet jewelry box tucked inside. The 3 of us just stared at it.
You guys aren't thinking the same thing as me, right?
Becky asked.
Lucian wouldn't. We're way too young for this. He was going to get married at 21.
My heart beat faster as I took the velvety jewelry box and flipped the lid open. Inside was a diamond heart dangling from a silver chain. Becky and Sammy leaned closer to get a better look.
Is that real?
Sammy asked as her eyes grew wide. Becky took it without asking and lifted it up to the light.
Oh, it's real.
She gave it back, and I just kept staring at its beauty. Sammy took another envelope out of the pink box. She handed it to me, and I pulled out a beautiful card. Inside it had a birthday wish and a message, written in Lucian's terrible handwriting. Scare you a bit? Not that I don't want to marry you. I would be honored one day. I hope you like my gifts and wear the necklace so you will think of me always. See it as my heart, and that it is always close to yours, no matter what. I handed the card over to Sammy and Becky to read. Sammy helped me with the necklace, while a knock on the door sent Becky flying to see who it was. George entered our room looking stunning in his tuxedo, as he gave Becky a long kiss. He spoke to her in Latin, and Sammy just rolled her eyes. "I'm going to take a long bath," I said to Becky right after I waved at George.
"Bathe as long as you want. I'm going to throw myself onto this chair. My feet are killing me."
"Now you know why I don't wear heels," I said, laughing, as I went into the bathroom. I poured in some extra bubble bath and let the taps run full. Only when I was fully covered in the bath did the knots in my muscles and stomach start to dissipate. It felt wonderful, and I wished that I could lie there forever. For the first 10 minutes I just stared at the diamond heart that I held gently suspended in my fingertips. I closed my eyes after the sparkles began to hurt them, and my mind relaxed. For the first time in a long time, I didn't think about anything. The aroma of the bubble bath seemed to transport me to a peaceful place as my mind began to wander. A picture of a lake with beautiful trees and a waterfall stood right in front of me. I was so close I could feel the spray of the water as it made contact with the rocks below, creating lacy patterns around the leaves, floating, as if they were performing a choreographed dance around the swirling water. I would have never guessed my mind could create a place as serene and magical as the one before me. Just behind me, a wooden bench suddenly appeared as I felt the urge to sit down. I smiled as I sunk onto the warm, soft wood of the bench, lifting my face to the sun and absorbing its warmth. I felt as if I could stay there forever, just watching the ducks and swans on the lake and listening to the relaxing bubbling of the waterfall. Suddenly, there was a sharp banging sound that felt as if it was coming from inside my head. I jumped and water flew over the edges of the porcelain tub as a knock on the door brought me staggering back to reality. The water had long since lost its temperature and was now lukewarm.
"Lucian's on the phone,"
the voice yelled through the closed door. Lucian. I got out and carefully wrapped a towel around my body. I wasn't even close to being finished with my bath, and decided to just pour in more hot water once I was off the phone. Walking into the room, I saw his face illuminating from my cami that Becky had placed on my bed.
"Come."
Sammy waved at me as I ran to face him. The expression on his face looked shocked and surprised as he took me in. For a moment I had forgotten that I was just in a towel. "You are really spoiling a very good bath," I joked. "Thank you so much for my gifts. They're beautiful." "I'm glad that you're wearing my heart." He gave me his super sexy smile. "How on earth do you expect me to talk to you like a normal person when you are just wrapped in a towel?" "Oh, for crying out loud. Do you want me to dress first?" "No, towel is fine." He wiped at the corners of his mouth playfully. "What did they say?" I asked as a new warm feeling grew and began spreading in my gut. "It worked." "What?" All of us yelled at him at the same time. "Are you serious?" I asked a bit loud. "Dead serious." He smiled from ear to ear. "They dropped me off at the hotel after the function and only came back about 10 minutes ago. I wanted to still argue when my dad blurted out that it was fine." "You're not getting married anymore?" Becky interrupted. "King Caleb is going to love that one, but my father said he will speak to him at the next council meeting." "Yes." I fell on the bed and the cami fell to the floor. Sammy and Becky both went for it, and we found Lucian chuckling. "I'm glad you are so happy. I've got to go. My mom's calling."
"Okay, love you."
"Love you more."
"I doubt that."
"Wanna bet? Now get dressed before I climb into a cab." I watched as his face and glowing smile disappeared from the screen.
"Yay!"
Becky and Sammy clapped their hands. "It's the greatest news ever."
"I would love to be a fly on the wall when Daddy tells his poor little princess the wedding is off,"
Sammy puffed her eyes.
Oh, it's going to be heartbreaking,
Becky teased too.
You guys, that's mean.
Even though she deserves it. No need to rub it in.
Elena, she's a cow. She rubbed it in your face every chance she got. I'm glad it's off.
Oh, I'm with you on that last part, Sammy, I said, as I made my way back to the bathroom.
Seriously?
Becky asked. Go out with George or something, I said with finality, and closed the bathroom door. When I finally got out, Becky was gone and Sammy was sleeping peacefully. I crawled into the bed Becky and I shared, as Sammy had completely taken over the other one. If there was one thing you didn't want to be near, it was Sammy accidentally transforming into her dragon form. The next morning, Becky woke me up to breakfast waiting at a small table outside on the balcony. They had everything I could possibly think of displayed on the table, from scones to bacon and eggs. I poured a glass of orange juice and quickly joined the girls outside. A stack of newspapers were piled on one of the chairs next to Becky. Curious, I picked up the first one and came face to face with myself standing next to Lucian. Half of them had more or less the same cover, just taken from a different angle. The other half had him kissing me goodbye at the cab. Guess you weren't kidding when you said a picture of me was worth a lot, I said to Becky.
I told you.
I should have taken a picture.
You wouldn't,
Sammy chirped. Becky grunted and waved it off. My cami rang again and I laughed as the girls speculated who it could be.
It might be Blake for all we know,
Becky said, rolling her eyes. He's sober again, I joked as I went back inside. Good morning, sweetheart. No more towel. Lucian's face appeared on my cami with a fake frown. Ha ha, funny. It was everything except funny. I still had to talk to my mother after that.
Oh, shush!
I blushed and he laughed. They haven't changed their mind yet? Nope. If school didn't start so soon, they would have invited you to stay here for a couple of days. They asked me so many questions, especially about your father.
What did you tell them?
What I knew. Christmas is in a couple of months. You could spend it with us.
That would be nice.
King Helmut's stare from last night suddenly jumped into my mind. Your father was staring at me last night. It wasn't really a stare, Elena. No, before. He found me in the crowd during that wonderful speech of Blake's. He just stared. It was kind of creepy. He stared at you? Yes. Lucian had a frown on his face. Humph. It must be that, then. Maybe you remind him of one of his teenage girlfriends. Ha ha! Did a clown visit you in your dreams last night? No, my dreams are just for you. You are such a flirt. Only when it comes to you. You guys leaving soon?
Yes, we are checking out around 9.
Just take care, please. I don't like the way Blake spoke about you last night, and I really don't want to slay him. I laughed. Did you see the pictures this morning? I told you, we make an awesome couple. Yes, you did. Why did I wait so long? I joked, and I couldn't help smiling as I thought back to the first time I'd met him. He laughed quietly at my joke as he said goodbye. Our elevator to Tith was scheduled for around 10. As we walked into the terminal, I noticed that the port in Elm was a lot bigger than the one in Tith. Once again, I hated the fact that we couldn't drive, and I so didn't want to relive that horrible feeling. Just suck it up, Elena. The attendant strapped us in again as I took a chair next to Sammy this time. She smiled at me softly as she sensed my nerves.
You'll get used to it. Just close your eyes and don't forget to hold your breath.
It doesn't help. Looks like my breakfast will exit the same way it entered. As we began moving, I started to say a soft prayer. Now I know why Dad loved roller coasters so much.
Why couldn't I remember his stupid stories? I was almost positive they would be filled with roller coaster elevators and people gliding on raiders. I closed my eyes as the chairs started to creep closer to the door. I would have given anything just to fall into a deep sleep. Luckily, or maybe unluckily, it didn't take very long for us to reach the shiny metal doors. I could feel my body begin to shake as Sammy grabbed my hand. When the elevator door closed behind us, we dropped at breakneck speed. I felt my stomach push up to my ribs, and I swallowed hard as I clenched my teeth. When we came to a sudden stop, I took a deep breath as I kept thinking over and over not to let it go. Then the horrible sting came, and, to my surprise, the sensation of being burned with hot irons didn't follow. It still hurt like hell, though. After a couple of seconds, it stopped completely. "You can open your eyes,"
Sammy said softly. I took a deep breath as bile stuck in my throat, but the feeling wasn't nearly as bad as the first time. Sammy looked at me quizzically and handed me a brown paper bag just in case.
"That was actually not so bad, if you compare it to the first time. The breath really does help."
I managed to give her a smile through thin lips.
"See? Next time you're going to yell with excitement."
I highly doubted that. We needed to wait in the terminal for the rest of our party to exit. Well, everyone except Blake. I knew he didn't like the elevators. But something told me that he was going to disappear every single time he had an episode with me. Becky and her mom appeared next, and after a couple of minutes, Sir Robert and Isabel followed.
"Thanks, Lucy."
Isabel touched Becky's mom's arm with her one hand while she fixed her hair with the other. "It was my pleasure. I'm glad that's over."
"I do apologize for my son's behavior,"
Sir Robert offered, but still looked disappointed.
"Don't. Just think how boring it would have been if he hadn't spoken last night. Besides, he is the only one that can say what the rest of us are thinking."
A smile played on the corner of Sir Robert's lips at her last remark.
"You are too kind."
"Not at all." Sammy and I both gave Becky a hug as our paths were going to part once again. We all grabbed our bags and slowly made our way back to the car. People in the terminal kept staring at me, and some even pointed in my direction. All this attention was really making me feel uncomfortable.
"Is something stuck in my teeth?"
I asked Sammy softly.
"You're famous now. Let them stare."
She smiled knowingly.
"Oh, crap, the photos."
"I forgot," I mumbled quietly and tried to ignore the piercing looks. The ride home was a silent one, and we seemed to reach the house in no time. Curiously, Blake didn't appear to be home yet, and all the lights in the house were off as we made our way in to unpack. Around 6, Sir Robert was growling like a bear. Blake was still missing. Sammy glared from underneath her eyelashes as we both gobbled down our dinner to get back to her room as quickly as we could. At 9, we could hear Isabel and Sir Robert fighting loudly down the hall.
"I'm sorry about this, Elena. It's usually not a good sign when Blake stays out like this."
"Don't. I feel sorry for your parents. It can't be easy for them."
"I feel sorry for my brother. I just hope he doesn't do anything messed up."
"It's going to be okay. He'll be back before you know it."
"I hope so."
As I drifted off to sleep, the picture of them fighting changed into me flying again. I followed close behind a sunblast. In the distance I could see an expanse of ocean as I flew over a boiling volcano. It was so real. I could feel the warm heat radiating from it. As it heated my body, it felt as if I had been frozen for centuries. The sunblast was a couple of 100 meters in front of me when he stealthily dove into the trees below. I had a strange, urgent need to follow him into the mass of green foliage. I watched as he picked up a man who had a small girl dangling from his ankle. Suddenly the girl fell, and was caught in the arms of a young boy standing below her on the forest floor. A shriek left my mouth as I watched. It sounded shrill and horrible. The sunblast looked back at the sound and dropped the man. I watched the unknown man tumble through the air. I couldn't help but be consumed with strange emotions. It was as if he was my only love, the reason for my existence. He fell until he landed hard in a small clearing. This feeling of love for this man was so deep that watching him struggling to get to his feet made me want to kill every single person on that mountain below for doing this to us. As I began to make my descent into the mountain to protect this man, I suddenly stopped. I remembered that he had given me a mission, and I couldn't turn away, even for him. My duty was to destroy the sword, and now that the task was over, I needed to take out the sunblast. I launched myself into the air and collided with its right side as we spiraled through the air, locking in battle. I thought I finally had him when he followed me to the volcano, but something made him turn back, and all I could do was chase him, trying to finish my task. I darted above the trees behind the young sunblast, but he was no match for me. My eye caught on something happening to my one true love below, and when I looked back, I froze in horror. No! Another shriek, more demanding than before, made some of the boys down below look up. My heart broke into a million pieces as I saw my everything turn to dust. Another shrill shriek left my body and I dove forward, forcing all my rage at the sunblast that had caused all of this. I chased him, flying as fast as I could, and began gaining on him quickly near the forest. My belly grew warm, and the sensation slowly moved toward my throat. A huge bolt of fire escaped my lips and flew with perfect aim at my target. Swerving at the last minute, the blow hit the tree in front of the sunblast, but before he could compose himself and swerve again, I blew out a second bolt of fire. It hit him straight in the left wing, throwing him into the air with a violent force. As he started to tumble to the ground, he tried flapping his other wing to gain his balance. Without a second thought, I blew out a third bolt, hitting him straight in the back. He was falling now, and as I gained on him, I clutched him in my huge talons, shredding his scales and skin apart. Fury gave me extra strength and fueled my assault as I shred one of his wings completely off. He didn't growl or anything at this last wound, as he was too weak to fight me off. They're always too weak. With the last bite of my gaping jaws, I ripped a huge part out of his neck, sending a crimson waterfall cascading onto the trees below. As I let the sunblast fall through my talons, I growled as something hit me from behind. I looked back and saw Moonbolt, his blue scales shimmering in the last rays of the setting sun. In an instant, a burning so strong crept through my entire body as if I had been plunged into the very core of the volcano. I couldn't breathe. I startled awake and found myself safely on a mattress in Sammy's room. Cold sweat rolled down my temple and my breathing was fast. How many times had I dreamt about Brian, with me taking the other sunblast's place? Guilt made me feel sick, and I made a run for the bathroom. When I found the toilet, nothing came out, but the heaving didn't stop. I was coughing and breathing in ragged breaths when the light flickered on. Sammy's arms wrapped around my body, and I started shaking.
Brian again?
I nodded.
Shh, it's going to be fine. You didn't kill him, Elena.
I know, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm dreaming about killing him.
It's just a dream. Stop blaming yourself, otherwise it's never going to go away.
I shook my head. I was responsible for his death. I should have never taken him with us that night. I should have protested like I wanted to. Sammy led me back to her room. I sat on her bed, and she went to the kitchen to get me a glass of water. As I listened for her returning footsteps, the phone began to ring. Sir Robert's voice roared like a mad beast, and he was yelling something about a warehouse burning to the ground. He sounded defeated as he yelled at Isabel. How long were they going to fight like this? Sammy came back into the room slowly. Her eyes were as big as saucers, and the water inside the glass spilled around the edges, landing tiny droplets on the floor. I took the glass from her shaking hands, suddenly terrified of the news she carried. What happened?
Blake burned down a warehouse. My father is going to kill him,
she cried painfully. I pulled her into a hug and held her tight. It was my turn to be strong now. Shh. It's going to be okay.
No, Elena, it's not.
Isabel came into Sammy's room. She wore the same expression as her daughter.
Elena, you need to pack. I'm so sorry, but you can't stay here anymore. If Robert comes back with Blake...
Don't, please, I can handle it.
Where do you want her to go, Mom? It's like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Isabel started to cry.
I'm so sorry. It's okay.
Sammy hugged her mom.
I can't prepare you for what is to come.
She looked at me and then at Sammy.
I've never seen your father so upset. I know. He needs one just as bad, Mom.
She nodded and kissed her daughter on the head. Isabel stayed with us, and we all flinched as Sir Robert's growls and Blake's cussing came floating in from outside. We listened to them enter the house, and my heart started to pound as things began to break downstairs. Horrible growls and screams filled the house. I covered my ears to try and block it out, but it didn't help. Isabel got up, and I took my hands off my ears. The screams grew 10 times worse.
Mom, stay!
Your father is going to kill him. I have to go,
she said as she left. Sammy cried, and I couldn't help but cry with her as my arms just squeezed her tighter. We listened as Isabel's voice added to the choir below as she yelled at Sir Robert. Both of us jumped from the bed when we heard the front gate open and slam loudly. Instantly, 3 huge men ran into the yard and pounded urgently on the door.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Sammy looked to the sky. The screams and beatings stopped as soon as the men entered the house. The men yelled at Sir Robert and dragged him outside. The pictures running through my head of the scene downstairs made my entire body shiver. I grabbed Sammy again and held her for a long time. They were right. I wasn't ready for something like this. We didn't sleep a bit that night, and instead watched in silence as the sun peeked over the horizon. For some reason, tears just kept rolling over both our cheeks, and by now my shirt was soaked.
Is your brother? I don't know.
At 6, we both went downstairs to survey the damage and to discover Blake's fate. The lounge was strewn across the floor in what looked like 100 pieces. Cracks and blood ran down the walls like some kind of grotesque wallpaper. I gasped audibly, as fear and anger pinned me to the floor. We found Isabel scrubbing blood from a wall near the kitchen. She was sobbing like a 10-year-old that had just been spanked.
Mom?
Sammy sounded frantic as she ran to her mother's side.
No, no, no. Blake can't be dead.
10. Around 10, all the walls were finally clean. Well, sort of. Sammy prepared eggs and toast for Isabel and I as we worked to clean up the house. I wasn't hungry, since the smell of blood still lingered, no matter how many scented candles Isabel lit. None of us spoke a word about the events of last night. This isn't right. I don't care what he did. No one deserves to be beaten like that.
I'm so sorry you had to see all this mess, Elena,
Isabel said sadly.
Mom, he needs help.
Sammy sounded angry.
I know,
But nobody wants to do it, Sammy, Isabel said in a voice laced with defeat and fatigue.
I looked at Sammy as tears glistened in her eyes.
Who needs the help?
I whispered, not knowing if they were referring to her father or Blake.
My dad. The darkness in him is too much. He used to only hit him a couple of times. Never like this,
she said through a couple of sniffs.
Nobody wants to help him?
She shook her head.
King Caleb used to do it, but ever since they had a falling out, he's refused. King Helmet doesn't have it in his heart to hit another dragon.
I'm so sorry, I said to both of them. Isabel got up from the table, and our glasses of orange juice wobbled on the uneven surface.
I need to check on your brother.
As she talked, she went over to the cupboard and got out a huge bowl. Her hands were still shaking as I watched her pour boiling water from a pot on the stove and take some cloth rags that used to be white, but were now stained pink, and chuck them into the water. She left us quickly and went up to Blake's room.
Your mother can't heal him?
I asked. Sammy gave a sarcastic chuckle. I got up to hug her. I guess that is as good an answer as I'm going to get.
I'm so scared, Elena,
she whimpered into my shoulder.
It's going to work out fine.
Your brother will pull through this. He's the Rubicon, for crying out loud.
I don't know. By the look on Mom's face.
She started to cry again.
It was just a stupid warehouse. Shh, don't cry.
I folded my arms around her and rocked her gently.
He could have killed him,
she sobbed, and her entire body started to shiver.
Sammy, come on,
I said, and it worked. She gave a giggle through the mess of snot and tears. The thought crossed my mind that I should be running away from here as fast as I could, but I had promised myself no more running. It's going to be okay. We spent the entire morning in Sammy's room, just lying on her bed. Sammy had taken what had happened to her brother hard. She cried regularly and kept murmuring over and over,
"It was just a stupid warehouse."
I felt for her on so many levels. It was a stupid warehouse, and there were no casualties. Why Blake did the things he did when he got drunk, no one knew. As we were talking, there came a soft knock on the door, and her mom entered. She gave me a soft smile and went over to Sammy and stroked her back. She lifted up her head and turned her body so she could look at her mom.
"How is he?"
"Still in a lot of pain, but he'll get there."
"Why don't you heal him?"
I had to know.
"Elena, dragons can't heal other dragons. It's only humans. Besides, Blake doesn't need healing. He has his own healing ability, which worries me because the longer Blake feels the pain, the longer he can hold on." She took a deep breath. "Again, I'm so—"
"Stop apologizing. It's how things work in Paegeia. I have to get used to them, somehow."
"Still, it's not good to witness something like that."
She gave me another soft smile.
"Why don't you girls go out and spend the last day of your summer outside? Tomorrow it's back to school, and then all the fun is over." "Yeah, sure."
Sammy got up and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Lucian had phoned twice this morning, as he heard via the grapevine what had happened last night. He was worried about me and how I'd taken it, but I told him I was fine. I had to be with Sammy as she needed me more. Dean had also phoned, and they'd been sending messages to one another the entire morning. I messaged Lucian as Sammy walked into the bathroom to freshen up and put on some new clothes. 2 seconds later, my phone received a message from him. "Name the place and I'll meet you two there. How is she doing?"
"Fine. A bit shaken up, but she's a tough girl. I mean dragon," I texted back.
"I'm glad she has you.
Just let me know. L.U.
I still didn't know if L.U. was a shorter version of his name or his way of saying love you, so I went with the latter. When Sammy came out, we went back to the park. It was the closest place to escape, and we were used to meeting the boys there. I was glad when Dean showed up right next to Lucian. The tears started to roll over her cheeks again when she saw him, and it was beautiful the way he wrapped his gorilla-sized arms around her. He even murmured a couple of words of Latin into her ear. Lucian gave me a hug, too, and I felt his lips touching my head softly. When Sammy's sobbing subdued, she told Dean and Lucian what had happened.
It was a stupid warehouse, Lucian. He didn't deserve to get beaten like that. He can't even get up from his bed.
Do you think he will be able to go back to Dragonia?
Dean still had one arm around Sammy's waist as we sat around a small table by the coffee shop.
In due time, but it won't be tomorrow. My mom says that his healing abilities still haven't kicked in. She's really worried about that.
Sammy, I know it's hard for you to witness that, but whoever is going to claim him has to do that, otherwise he'll be lost. He needed that.
My dad needs it more.
He brushed his hands through his hair.
I know.
I'm ready to change the subject,
Sammy said.
Speak about anything else, please.
So, Elena, you are a fire wielder.
We all burst out laughing at Dean's attempt to change the subject. We were all so over that one.
I tried, he shrugged.
Pathetic.
Sammy teased him, and he pulled his face at her. He was good at making her laugh, and I was glad that she'd found someone too. At 6, the guys took us to a small pizzeria, and we slid into a corner booth, hoping that nobody would notice Lucian. He ended up paying for 3 extra pizzas, and gave them to Sammy to take home. When we got back to the house, Isabel was so grateful to not have to make supper for everyone. I was happy too. She looked emotionally drained. After supper, she took a plate of pizza to Blake and left the room. I ended up rinsing our plates and drying them off while Sammy just stared at the fridge. I hoped she would snap out of this depression soon. Sir Robert had left before dawn and hadn't returned yet. To be honest, I was grateful for that. I didn't want to see him. Isabel came back without the plate in her hand and took the chair opposite Sammy.
So, you guys finished packing and everything?
Not yet.
When do you think Blake will be able to come back to Dragonia, Mom?
I don't know, honey.
The state that he's in.
She shook her head and forced a smile onto her lips.
It's up to him. Soon, I hope. Yeah.
Sammy sulked again as we said goodnight to her mom and went back to her room. We went to bed around 9, but couldn't sleep as we could both hear Blake's moaning from his room. At least he was showing signs of life. Around 11, Sammy got up, took her blanket and pillow, and left the room. I just watched as she disappeared, and I could hear a soft knock on her brother's door. She didn't return, and a picture of Sammy crawling into bed with her brother, just being with him, emerged inside my mind. It didn't matter how big of a jerk he was. She still loved him. I tossed and turned for another hour, but every time I closed my eyes I could still see the walls sprayed with Blake's blood, and the cracks where Sir Robert had thrown him against the wall. There was one thing I didn't understand, though. He was the Rubicon, the strongest dragon that ever lived. How had Sir Robert managed to get Blake in the condition he was in? Hollow footsteps sounded up the stairs and went into Blake's room. I was so glad that I wasn't the mother of a chromatic dragon. I wouldn't know what to do if my husband beat my children like that. I think Blake could have died. His recent begging to Lucian in the museum 2 nights ago jumped into my head. His voice had sounded so sad when he spoke those horrible words. I couldn't even think about them. The question lingered on my mind. Would Lucian slay Blake if the time came? They used to be best friends, and what consequences would Lucian face if that task fell to him? He could never live with himself if they asked him to do that, knowing that he couldn't keep his promise of claiming Blake, and that he must kill him, would kill me. The next day, Isabel called us a cab to take us to the wall. She gave Sammy a long, tight hug as we hauled our luggage down the stairs.
"Call me with updates, please,"
she begged her mom. Isabel nodded slowly. I was next, and her arms felt so motherly, just like Constance's. They really were alike in so many ways.
"Don't be a stranger, Elena. You are always welcome in this house, remember that."
I nodded. "Thank you, and I'm going to hold you to that offer." She gave me a soft laugh.
"You really are one hell of an amazing girl, Elena. I can see why Lucian put up such a fight with his parents."
"I'm just glad it worked."
"The cab is here. You guys should get going."
"Will Blake be okay?" I asked as Sammy made her way to the car.
"He's showing some signs of recovery. His healing ability is starting to kick in slowly, and he'll be up in no time."
"Have you spoken to Sir Robert yet?" I didn't know why I asked that. I was still so upset with him. She shook her head.
"He does that when things get too hectic around here."
"Will you be okay?"
"I can take care of myself, honey."
"Okay. Thanks again for having me. It was interesting." She giggled.
"Thank you for staying here. Apart from Tabitha, you are the only other being that ever comes here."
"Don't forget about Becky and George," I said.
"Ugh, how could I?"
she joked. We both giggled, and she walked me to the cab. I climbed in and waved at her as the cab drove off. My mind was so heavy with the thoughts of 2 nights ago that the elevator seemed like a walk in the park. Sammy was quiet too, and we didn't speak one word to each other as we made our gut-wrenching descent back to Elm. We reached Elm in no time and took another cab to Dragonia Academy. My spirit lifted as I saw the carriages in the woods. There were only a few cars parked in the lot, and the driver put our luggage in the carriage's back compartment. I was so proud, I didn't even buckle in anymore. Dragging our luggage through the big gate, we found Constance speaking to Julia on the wooden deck of the infirmary. She had her arms open to her niece, and she gave Sammy a warm hug.
"He almost killed him,"
I heard her whisper.
"He's the Rubicon, Sammy. Your brother won't go down without a fight. You of all people should know that."
She nodded carefully.
"Welcome back, Elena,"
Constance said as she turned to look at me. I gave her a raised eyebrow. "Why didn't you tell me you were Sammy and Blake's aunt?" She laughed. "Isabel told me all about the look on your face when you first saw her." "She did?" Constance nodded.
"Sorry you had to see a beating. They are horrible things to witness."
"I'm a Paegeia now. I need to get used to that sooner or later."
"Still, you got thrown into the deep end this summer."
I laughed. "It's the only way to learn."
"Join me for tea around 12. We've got a lot of catching up to do."
I nodded, and we said goodbye. As we made our way back to the lobby, I noticed 3 hulking men who looked like they belonged on the football field and not in a school. They were huge and wore long black jackets with devices tucked discreetly inside their ears.
"Precaution,"
Sammy mumbled when she noticed my stare. "This is going to be fun," I whispered back. I greeted one as we passed, but he ignored me and kept looking around as if a hippogriff would walk into the lobby at any moment. I shook my head. It really was so stupid if you thought about it. We were in an academy filled with dragons and magic. How much safer could we be? Picking our way around other returning students, we finally reached our floor, and a homely feeling washed over my body as I entered the room. Everything was exactly how we'd left it, with our linen folded and packed on our beds. I started to put my clothes away and was grateful for Sammy when she helped me with my bed. When we were done, we both just fell down on mine and laid there for a while.
Sammy, you really should snap out of this.
I will, promise. She spoke softly and gave me a smirk. Becky came in around 3. She had a chat with Sammy too, if you could call it a chat. Becky wasn't the kind of person who sympathized with the feeling sorry for yourself type of attitude. She basically brought her to tears again and told her to buff up.
Blake is the Rubicon, Sammy. He's going to be fine. Besides, your brother is going to go through worse when Lucian finally finds a way to claim him.
Becky did end it with a hug, and Sammy looked better after she came out of the bathroom. At 4, Master Longway's voice filled the entire school over the loudspeaker. It was a quick welcome back message, and he instructed us to all assemble in the auditorium. I found Lucian waiting as we walked up to the hulking doors, and my arms wrapped around his neck as I gave him a soft kiss. He led me to the seats on the upper balcony as my eyes caught Ariana's. The look she gave me would have killed me if it was made of real daggers. I guess she really hadn't bargained on her marriage plans backfiring. Becky and George took the seats next to me, and Sammy and Dean were positioned next to George. A door close to the podium opened as Master Longway and all the professors and staff entered. They took their seats on the podium as Master Longway got ready to welcome us back. A quick introduction of the lecturers was made for the benefit of all the new students that had just enrolled. The last woman he introduced looked extremely young, and I couldn't recall if I'd ever seen her before.
I want to welcome Professor Giorgio. She'll be taking over for Professor Longchester's enchantment classes until the end of this term.
I noted she didn't appear to be much older than 25 as the auditorium burst into applause. Some fifth-year male students clapped harder than others, but she got her applause all right. She smiled and nodded in our direction. Friendly, too. While everyone applauded, my eyes caught a guy on the lower level. He had dark brown eyes and short, dark cropped hair that looked as if he hadn't pulled a brush through it in a week. My heart bounced a bit faster as he deliberately stared at me. Master Longway still spoke about the King of Lion mission and how the council was taking extra measures for our protection. I found Lucian looking past me. His eyes narrowed as he saw the guy staring at me. I pretended not to see it, but I could see through the corner of my eye that Lucian was still staring at the stranger. Lucian nodded in the stranger's direction before looking back at me. I looked in the guy's direction again, but now he looked to the front.
For my next announcement, I really need everybody's support and understanding. I want you to remember King Albert, why he opened Dragonia Academy, and the love he had for all dragons, no matter the shape, size, or breed.
Lucian's body stiffened. I looked at him worried. What is it? His jaw muscles clenched.
I'm going to kill my father. The decision was made by the ancients, and as much as some of you won't like this very much, we have to respect their final say, and remember what King Albert and his league fought for so many years ago, the right for all dragons to be free.
Master Longway put an emphasis on the all.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Lucian nodded but didn't look impressed. In fact, he looked downright pissed off.
A Wyvern is going to attend Dragonia this year.
The entire auditorium gasped and started twittering.
What?
Sammy sounded horrified and looked at Lucian with huge round eyes.
This isn't good.
George gave his customary snarky remark. Ever since Becky claimed him, he made a lot of those. Lucian just kept silent. I was the only idiot that didn't know what they were talking about.
"Silence, please!"
Master Longway roared. The entire auditorium became super quiet.
"It's something that is very close to my heart, and that was close to King Albert's. He believed that everyone deserves a chance."
Lucian mumbled something that I didn't catch clearly.
"See it as a learning experience. We've never had a chance like this before to study a Wyvern, and Paul is more than willing to do whatever it takes for us to trust him."
Trust him. He's a Wyvern.
Sammy snapped with a cuss word or two thrown in. I'd never heard her cuss like that before.
"Paul Sutton?"
Master Longway asked. Everyone's eyes searched the auditorium, mine included. The guy that had been staring at me a couple of minutes ago stood up, waved once with his hand, and sat back down. Lucian's body froze, and the lines on his face became hard. I'd never seen him so upset before.
Not bad looking,
one of the girls in the row in front of us said softly to her friend.
He's a Wyvern. They all look like that.
Sammy grunted at her. The girls twittered again while Sammy stared at them.
Idiots.
"He is going to enroll in some classes, and we are going to take it from there,"
Master Longway said.
"How are you holding up?"
He looked in Paul's direction. Paul stood up again.
"Nobody's dead yet,"
he said with a soft smile that showed his dimples. Some of the auditorium laughed, except those that felt like Sammy and Lucian.
"He's right about not yet,"
Sammy grunted. I couldn't tear my eyes off Paul, and when he sat back down he looked at me, nodded, and smiled softly. I looked away without returning the nod. Did Lucian just growl? Becky's eyes rose as she pumped me softly. She must have heard it too.
"I hope you have settled in and find Dragonia accommodating. Dinner will be served from 6 to 8.
Master Longway carried on.
"First, I just need to see all the members of the King of Lion mission in my office."
He left, turned around, and walked off the podium, and the lecturers followed him. All of us inflated in unison with deep sighs. When are they going to stop with the King of Lion mission thing? I asked Lucian.
"It was a huge deal, Elena. Besides, it's for our safety that Master Longway wants to see us."
"Extra measures?"
"You can thank King Caleb for that."
He sounded sarcastic. "Do you know what it is?" He shook his head. We all left together. Dean waited by the stairs while Becky, Lucian, Sammy, George, Ariana, Tabitha, and I went into Master Longway's office. It was really crowded, as 7 men with black coats stood in the corner, too. 2 of them had bald heads, and the others were shaven short, army-style short. All of them were basically wearing the same black uniform.
"Sit, please,"
Master Longway ordered, and we each grabbed a seat. I wasn't the only one staring. Becky and Sammy were, too.
"Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to meet your new guards."
11.
"Guards?"
Becky and George sang in unison.
"Master, with no disrespect, we don't need guards."
George grunted.
"George, we can't take what happened at the Warble Games lightly. All these men are trained to keep each and every one of you safe. Whoever compelled those dragons is incredibly powerful. We are talking Goran's level. If anything happened to any of you, I would never forgive myself."
"And yet a Wyvern is attending this year." Master Longway froze at those words, and was deathly silent as he looked at each of us in turn.
"I'm sorry about that, Lucian. I know how you feel about them. But King Albert is dead. He's not here anymore. If he was alive when it happened, he would have changed his mind. I can promise you that.
What happened?
Lucian, I'm sorry that you feel this way, but we have to learn more about them for the sake of Paegeia.
Lucian laughed bitterly.
For the sake of Paegeia. They are dragons too.
Master Longway's tone carried across the room with the authority of his position, and I knew he was not going to back down.
They are killers. Someone is going to die, and then it will be on your head.
Lucian spoke angrily as he got up and left the room. I jumped as he slammed the door behind him. What could have possibly happened to Lucian involving Wyverns?
We don't need guards, either,
George mumbled, sticking to his guns.
George, if you don't like it, you'll have to take it up with King Caleb.
I shook my head softly and looked at the 7 robot-like men standing in a row next to the wall. He handed us each an envelope with a red wax seal on the back. I looked in mine and saw a card with big print letters spelling out the name Darius.
Each envelope contains your guard's name, where they'll be staying, and things you need to know. I'm sorry for those of you who are opposed to this, but it is a measure I welcome. We need the extra help with security around here in the absence of Blake.
Jeffrey?
Ariana's voice sounded sweet. One of the bald heads stepped forward.
Guess we're going to become buds for the next couple of months.
I rolled my eyes. She reeked of fake.
Bradley?
Sammy spoke softly. One of the army haircut ogres stepped forward and nodded.
I've got Sam,
George said, still sounding pissed off. Sam just looked at George through thin eyes.
Just stay out of my way,
George ordered as he stormed out of the office.
Leo? And I'm with George. We don't need guards.
Becky,
Master Longway said.
There were no guards when we faced Goran, Master Longway, or at the Warble Games. We don't need them.
Don't be so naive. You had backup from grown-ups at the games, and you lost a friend when you faced Goran.
Becky fell silent as his words sunk in.
Still, I don't like it,
she grumbled as she stood up from her chair and slammed the door behind her, too.
Tabitha,
Master Longway sighed.
Blake isn't going to like this, Master Longway, but whatever. Jonathan?
She smiled as one of the guards smiled at her. I was positive he was excited about protecting the most beautiful girl at Dragonia. There were only 2 unnamed guards left, the other bald guy and another army dude.
I've got Darius,
I whispered softly. The bald guy nodded his head, and I instantly noticed he was more than twice my size. I gave him a lopsided smile, if you could call it one, and nodded back.
They will be always close by you, but they'll give you space as well. Whenever you feel in danger or scared, just let them know. There is a button in every envelope.
I agreed with George and Becky as Master Longway began explaining how the buttons and crap worked. We really didn't need them. When the briefing was over, we all slunk out of the office, happy to be free. The 7 bodyguards stayed behind as Master Longway still needed to speak with them about their duties.
My brother is going to fume. He doesn't need a stupid guard.
There were only 7, Sammy. I doubt that he got one.
He is so freaking lucky.
Tell me about it. When we entered our room, we found Becky and George sitting on one of the couches.
This is ridiculous,
Becky fumed.
I'm so with Lucian. Longway lets a Wyvern in and thinks a couple of guards will protect us.
I don't think the guards are here because of Paul, George, I said in Master Longway's defense.
Oh, I guarantee that will become the reason, Elena.
Have any of you seen Lucian? They all shook their heads in unison. Do any of you know what happened with him and Wyverns?
Elena, that is something you'll have to ask Lucian. It's not our story to tell.
George spoke solemnly. They were really respectful about other people's stories on this side. But then again, dragons were noble creatures, when they were not trying to tear your limbs off. I didn't see Lucian until that night at supper. He still looked angry. The guards all sat around a table close to us and ate their dinner too. Everybody just stared at them, except for us. Ariana and Tabitha's guards were the only ones not at their tables as they sat on the opposite side of the cafeteria. I bumped Lucian softly. Are you okay? The corners of his lips twitched as he put one arm around my shoulder.
I'll be fine. Sorry about my behavior. It was uncalled for and...
Don't. I assume you have all the reasons in the world to be upset about it. He squinted, creating a small dent between his eyebrows. Nobody told me yet. They keep saying that it's your story to tell, but I can sense it's not a happily ever after one. He looked down at his food and started to roll the peas with his fork away from his steak.
It's not. I'll tell you later.
We said goodbye to Lucian, Dean, and George after dinner and crawled into bed after Sammy spoke to Isabel to get an update on how Blake was doing. I struggled to fall asleep as my mind wouldn't stop replaying the events of the past few days over and over again. With Blake's beating and my foretelling not fulfilled, mixed with a Wyvern attending Dragonia and the dream about Brian, frankly, I was scared to fall asleep. The last time I looked at my clock, it read 11:45. I must have drifted off, as faint screams filled my head, turning louder as I held Sammy's lifeless form. Her head had started to bleed, and deep cuts appeared all over her body. More blood oozed from the gash, and I wanted to scream, but I couldn't. Then everything started to spin really fast. The room was gone, leaving me in the air, darting toward a sunblast dragon once again.
Kill, 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 a deep voice inside me roared.
Then all of a sudden, I started to fall. The desperate revenge faded and I landed on grass, rolled a couple of times and wondered how I could still be alive. Pushing myself off the ground, I shook off the loose twigs that clung to my pants and hair. I found myself at the bottom of a large hill. I sighed as I looked up at the canopy of trees before me. I knew what was over that hill, who was waiting for me. The only thing I didn't know was what the hell she wanted from me now. The climb was long, and it felt like I was never going to reach her. When I finally reached the top, I could see Queen Catherine waiting for me in the distance. Her hair was blowing in the wind along with her flowing dress. However, this time, something felt wrong. She had changed, and when she looked at me, I knew what it was instantly. It was as if she had grown older and weaker. Her eyes had dark circles underneath, and her skin was ashen. She finally looked like what she really was, a ghost. I noticed her behavior was different, too. She seemed agitated, and was constantly fiddling with her hands, something she'd never done before. I didn't know if a bad day in the afterlife had caused this, but I could feel the impatience shining out of her. Her one hand jumped into the air in the direction of the forest. I shook my head, and she started to let out a scream. It sounded like a steam train as I covered my ears and watched in horror as her mouth got bigger and bigger, tearing the corners of her lips. Blood poured out of her eyes and ran down her cheeks in torrents. I jumped straight up in bed. My breathing was horribly fast as I tried to collect my thoughts and come back to reality. It was just a dream.
Enchantment for the advanced too? Are they insane?
Becky yelled, pulling me out of my daydream. What the hell happened to enchantments for the advanced one?
It's a walk in the park, Bex.
George called her by the nickname he'd given her over the summer. It was sweet, and Becky would smile at him, which eventually turned into a kiss whenever he called her that. I hadn't even looked at my schedule for this year, and glanced quickly at some of the subjects I had this morning. Here is your enchantments for the advanced one, I joked at Becky as I pushed a piece of jam-covered toast into my mouth. That is so unfair, she said and shook her head. Unfair? I didn't even pass enchantments for beginners. I noticed that aptitude and ascending came after enchantments. I couldn't help but sigh as I read over the words. This year wasn't starting well. Latin and arithmetic, too, only made it worse. The only classes I looked forward to were the 3 subjects I loved: mysteries, anatomy, and the art of war. Ariana's laugh echoed through the entire cafeteria, breaking my chain of thought, and when I looked up, Nicole, Lucian's cousin, was sitting on a pillow right next to her. She must have enrolled with the first years. Nice, too, when Daddy had so much money he could buy you into Dragonia. I'd had the pleasure of meeting Nicole the night of George's welcome home party earlier this summer. Lucian couldn't make it, as he just left a couple of days earlier with his father on their hunting trip. She was with Ariana that night. Not a friendly little thing, either, and hated me before she even met me, thanks to Ariana. They really should keep the standards high, Becky said as she glared in their direction. Just ignore them, I sulked as I bit into another piece of my toast. Sammy glared past me as her jaw muscle tightened again. I didn't have to turn around to see who it was. Sammy wasn't the type that disliked anybody for no reason, so it could only be one person. Paul Sutton. He's unbelievable, she spoke with venom in her voice. Just ignore him. Oh, crap, Becky said, and George started to chuckle. When I looked over, Lucian and Paul's faces were inches away from one another. I threw down my toast and walked over to pull Lucian away from him. Stop staring at her, I could hear Lucian growl. Paul laughed in his face, but stopped and stared as I put my hand on Lucian's arm. Ignore it. He kept looking at Paul with hatred in his eyes. Hey. He spoke to me using a soft, seductive tone. I'm Paul. He reached out his hand for mine. What? I looked at him and could feel the tip of my eyebrows meeting one another. Does he not see Lucian standing in front of him? I just stared at him and looked at Lucian again. Lucian, let's go. He looked at me, took a breath, and turned around. As we sat around the table, I tried to change his mood, but it was no use. He was like a bear with a sore tooth. I finished my breakfast while Becky and George picked on each other playfully. When the bell rang, the look on my face said it all. Enchantments is not that bad, Elena, Becky tried to reassure me as we made our way out of the cafeteria. Not for you, because for some reason you blossomed into a Latin goddess, I chirped, and she giggled. Lucian flung his arm around my neck and gave me a peck on the cheek. It's a dent thing. He smiled softly. I've got arithmetic first period. See you later. We all waved at him. Is Lucian serious? I asked Becky, looking at George, who walked right next to her. He nodded, and a huge grin that showed his deep dimples appeared. It's so unfair. We've got Art of War, Becky said. See you later. Both of them walked in the opposite direction to me, and my eyes caught both their guards not far behind. I turned around and found Darius. He looked like a giant, as his shoulders and bald head stuck out from the crowd. I took a deep breath as I stepped in front of enchantments. I am going to hate Tuesdays. 12. The second bell rang just as I walked into Professor Giorgio's enchantment class. She was really beautiful, with her long blonde hair tied into a ponytail that hung over one shoulder. I climbed up the stairs to take a seat in the last row, and froze as I saw Paul sitting in the corner. His lips curled up and his dimples dented deep when he saw me. I looked away quickly and sat myself down on the furthest seat away from him. Lucian's message clearly hadn't reached him. Why is he making me so uncomfortable? It's because he's staring like a lost boy. Professor Giorgio addressed the class in Latin. For the love of blueberries, just what I needed. I had no idea what she said, and wished that the keeper of the sacred cavern hadn't taken the gift of understanding Latin away. Her assistant, who was in the 5th grade, gave us each a handbook plus sheets scribbled with unfamiliar words. The lines underneath and pictures told me that it was some sort of a worksheet. You don't have any idea what she just said, do you? Paul's voice came from behind me. I turned and found him leaning with crossed arms on the back of the chair next to me. No. I tried to make my voice as cold as I could. Don't worry. It's a load of crap anyway, he whispered. I couldn't help it. A small giggle escaped my mouth. Now see, that wasn't so hard. Shut up, I sounded annoyed. I can help you, you know. I don't need your help, thanks. I doubt that. If you have no idea what she's saying, how are you going to pass this class? He kept smiling at me, as if this was some sort of joke I didn't get. I guess I'll just have to learn how to speak Latin, I said with a smile tugging on my lips. Why are you talking to him? He chuckled and looked the other way. Fine, suit yourself, but remember I was being nice. I really don't care. He mumbled something I didn't catch as he made his way back to the corner again. I silently wished I could drop this class, but I really needed it. I can always make you a deal. He was back behind me in an instant. I'll help you if you help me with some of the things I don't understand. You're back. I don't need your help. Shoo! I waved him away. He chuckled again and moved back to his corner. A part of me was starting to feel sorry for him. I knew Wyverns were bad, and I shouldn't even speak to him. But what if the guy really was trying to be— Stop it, Elena, he's bad. Wyverns are bad. I would just need to keep reminding myself of that. For the next half an hour, I could feel his eyes burning straight into me, and I forced myself not to pay any attention to him. Some boys were like lost puppies if you just patted their ego. I focused on Professor Giorgio as she lectured the class. It was hard to concentrate on what she said. When the whole class gasped, I suddenly wished that I'd accepted Paul's offer. Professor Giorgio spoke loudly, and I could only understand Paul's name. I didn't look back to give him that satisfaction, as the rest of the class did. But the stares lasted only for a second before they all turned back to the front of the room. With a jerk, the box next to Professor Giorgio flew against the wall. I looked back at Paul, who was grinning from ear to ear. I had to admit the guy was in the same league as Blake when it came to looks. But then again, they said the devil was one of God's most beautiful creatures. Looks aren't everything, and by the look of what he could do, Paul Sutton was one scary kind of guy. Okay, now it's time for practicing. She just asked Dirty Harriet in the front row to make the box move. Paul was back in the seat behind me, translating what Professor Giorgio said. I ignored him, but was glad for the heads up. I bit the inside of my lip and my foot started to tap on the floor softly. The entire class watched patiently as we stared holes into the box. Professor Giorgio said something to some girls in the second row who tittered. I just kept staring at the box, watching for any movement. Nothing happened for at least 10 minutes, until Tia's nose started to bleed. Professor Giorgio went over to Tia, who Paul had called Dirty Harriet, and put her hand on her shoulder, and she snapped out of it. "It always happens on the first try," Paul said. "It's not normal for your brain to focus so hard. A nosebleed is the result you get." I had to admit, the nosebleed thing was really tugging on my nerves. I guess for the girl who escaped the sacred cavern, moving a box is nothing. The bell rang before I could say anything to him in response, and I decided to just leave without saying a word. "Goodbye, Elena," he sang with amusement as he skipped down the stairs to the door. I just shook my head, threw my backpack over my shoulder, and left. Is this going to happen in every single enchantment class? The rest of the day was long and painful. Arithmetic was right after enchantments, followed by an hour of history. For some reason, I struggled to get Paul out of my head as I made my way to various classes. It was weird. I really didn't want to think about him, but he just kept popping up and making himself known like a sore tooth. The bell rang, and it was finally lunchtime. My stomach grumbled, and if I didn't get something in my system soon, I felt like I might drop dead. On my way to the cafeteria, banners for the Warble Games tryouts hung everywhere on the wall. They had allocated last period for those that wanted to go. I wished I wasn't so scared of heights. It would beat whatever last period was. I found the girls and George at a table inside. They were deep in a heated discussion when I walked up.
"I heard that she wants to claim a dragon ASAP.
Sammy answered one of Becky's questions that I hadn't heard. Becky pulled me down onto the seat next to her. "What's going on?"
"Nicole wants to claim a dragon. Lucian has been trying to talk her out of it for the last 10 minutes. She's going to see her ass, and fast, too."
George snickered. I looked at Nicole and Lucian as they spoke to one another in the far corner. Her hands were up in the air, and he had a scowl on his face again. What is happening to him? He hardly ever got upset, and now it looked like he was constantly pissed off.
"She isn't even good in Art of War. I heard that she begged Lucian to help her the way he helped you."
George laughed as he remembered how bad I had been. I could tell Becky was really rubbing off on him. I looked down at what they were having for lunch and saw bowls of pasta that made my stomach growl. I got up and walked directly over to the board where Chef posted the riddles each day. A box without hinges, key or lock, yet golden treasure lies within. What is it? Without hinges, must be round. Key or lock? What is round that you can open and has gold inside of it? I thought on it for a couple of minutes. Dad had always said it had nothing to do with what it sounded like, but that I should concentrate more on the clues. In this case, it was round, couldn't be opened, and had a golden color inside. Could it be broken? An egg popped inside my head, and I thought about it for a couple of seconds. I couldn't think of anything else, but how could an egg be a treasure? It could be if you're starving. I walked over to Chef, who stood proudly behind the buffet counter.
"Elena, how are you this afternoon?"
He greeted me warmly. "Good, but not too good if we start the year off with pasta," I joked. He laughed.
"Then what is the riddle?"
"Is it an egg?" I wasn't sure, but when he smiled, went over to the bell and rang it twice, I wanted to do Becky's silly dance. Becky's table cheered the loudest when he announced the riddle had been solved.
"So, what will it be?"
Chef instantly produced a notepad and pen. "For breakfast, the usual." I loved breakfast. "Lunch, let's go with pizza. Dinner, I want stews served on rice, beef stroganoff, chicken a la king, sweet and sour pork dumplings, and something for Sammy. Maybe a vegetarian stew?"
"I know just what she likes. Well done,"
he praised as I grabbed a tray, dished up some gnocchi, and went back to my seat. So, what do we get tomorrow? Becky asked expectantly. Something for everyone, I said, and she clapped her hands excitedly. Lucian said nothing as he ate quietly next to me. He had that sadness in his eyes again, and I did everything I could to take it away. When the bell rang, he gave me a quick kiss on the head, and we parted ways. I guessed now that Brian wasn't here anymore, he had nothing to worry about. That and the fact that Darius followed me around everywhere. But then again, Lucian hadn't been anywhere near my enchantment class earlier. As I was thinking about what to do about Paul, I almost passed the door leading to my last class of the day. A double period of aptitude. A woman with glasses resting on her nose and thick gray hair turned up in a bun waited for us by the door. She had a very warm and welcoming smile. The only seats left were in the front row, and I sulked as I made my way to the front. When the second bell rang, she closed the door and walked over to the front of her desk so she could face all of us. "Welcome to Aptitude in Ascending," she said with her hands folded and resting on her thighs. "My name is Professor Pfizer, and we are going to learn about everything to do with your abilities, preparing you for ascending and what to expect during ascending. The best part is how to get in tune with your dragon before you even know who your dragon is." She had our attention. Something told me that this was the class Becky loved right after she'd claimed George.
"Can we really do that?"
Charlie asked. His red hair had everyone convinced his dragon was a sunblast. "Brian. What if Brian was Charlie's? Then I've killed his dragon." "If your mark is really dark," she said, looking at me, "and you concentrate on your feelings, then yes. Which brings me to my next point." She turned around and walked over to a stack of boxes. She opened the top box and took out something that looked like a manual. "This will be your journal for the year. I need you to write in them every day exactly how you feel, what your mood is when you wake up, when you have your lunch. Every minute your mood changes without even a hint of frustration or happiness or something sad leading up to the change." She walked past us and put a leather journal big enough to fit in any kind of bag on everyone's table. "What you write in them is completely up to you. If you want, I can help you dissect any hidden clues inside your entries to find out what kind of dragon you are made for."
"Is it true that a dragon always knows who the rider is?"
Mike, a blond guy with bulgy eyes, asked. I remember Chang had told me that in one of our tutoring lessons. That particular fact is still hotly disputed. Some metallics claim that they did know just by seeing them. The chromatics, well, maybe you should ask George. The entire class laughed, as George and Becky were the only ones sharing a dent. A bond so rare that they say only one happens every 100 years. So, let's start with lesson number 1. Ascending. Who can tell me the 3 ways for a Dragonian to ascend? Riley had her hand held the highest in the air. Becky was right. She was a real know-it-all. "Yes?" Professor Pfizer asked.
"Riley,"
she said her name first.
"the first one is through sickness."
"That's right. Any sudden cold or flu will turn into a deadly virus. Just as it feels like you are going to kick the bucket," Professor Pfizer mimicked kicking a bucket, "you will go through a transformation and wake up refreshed and with an extra ability. Your human body won't be the same after that. It will be immune to whatever ability you've gained. If it's acid, the night villain's breath won't harm you. If it's fire, you will become a wielder. The ability never belongs to a dragon, but its rider. They say that our human bodies, even after transformation, are too weak to handle that kind of power, and that is why dragons are the carriers. Or the way they used to say 100 years ago, the keepers. Who can tell me the next one? I had no clue what they were. Then Becky's ascending popped in my head, and I lifted up my hand. Elena? Not a big secret that she knows who I am. Lightning? It sounded more of a question than an answer. Meaning the elements of nature. Professor Pfizer turned to the blackboard and scribbled both sickness and elements of nature on it. I believe Elena witnessed ascending through lightning firsthand. Becky was struck by lightning last year, and if it hadn't been her ability, I assure you, she wouldn't be here with us today. Acid rain and snowstorms can also help their riders to ascend. Lord Diggory, a very wealthy and honorable man, lived about 500 years ago, back before we knew that the humans born with the mark were special. He loved the winter, and could even handle working outside in a blizzard. Then one day he developed hypothermia. The doctor said that his lungs were frozen solid. Now, if it hadn't been for his ability to handle so much cold, he would have never recovered. But through every major sickness or injury as a result of the ice-cold storms, he grew stronger and better. They just couldn't explain it. He obviously died without knowing about his extra ability, and that he would have been able to claim a snow dragon. She ran over to the board again. "And the last one?" she said with her back still turned to us, ready to scribble it down on the blackboard next to the other two. I looked around, and nobody, not even Riley, knew the answer. Master Longway's explanation of me handling fire powder jumped into my head. I raised my hand slowly. Look who's turning out to be the know-it-all this time. Elena, she seemed surprised. I don't know if it's one, but someone told me that you can ascend if you face a dragon that carries the same ability as yours. It sounded so stupid now that I said it out loud, and I stopped. Professor Pfizer smiled as she scribbled the words, "Identical matches," on the board, and went over to sit on the edge of her desk. She folded her arms in her lap, with the chalk still clutched in her hand. What Elena just said is true. It is a really rare method. Through classes like mine, where the Dragonian does detect through their feelings who their dragon is, the change in emotions are so precise that the riders not only find what breed their dragon is, but who their dragon is. Shock filled the entire class. To think that just opening your feelings up on a couple of pages could lead to that. The only problem with it is, the Council doesn't like to use that sort of claiming, especially if it's one of the big three, or the Rubicon. But Lucian got a second chance to try and claim the Rubicon, Tracy pointed out. Well, he is royalty, and with that, he gets a lot of bonus points. We laughed again. He also knows the consequences, Professor Pfizer said in a more serious tone. If you think he just gets a pass every single time, you are mistaken. He has to explain to the Council why he thinks the Rubicon belongs to him. If they feel it's not in your best interest, they will decline your proposal. A fuzzy feeling warmed my chest. To think he was mine. Becky apparently hadn't been lying about having to ask the Council for everything. I never knew Lucian had to go through all of that every single time he wanted to claim Blake. He was really determined. Can we really discover who our dragon is just through our journals? Mary, a girl with a Justin Bieber fringe who was really good at arithmetic, asked. If you are true to yourself and don't lie, then yes. That is why I'm going to ask you to be really honest in your journals. Remember, claiming the wrong dragon can lead to your death. The class went super silent as her words sunk in. She looked at her watch and looked back up at the class again. This year is going to be really interesting. We are going to see many ascendings throughout this class, and you will also see the kind of transformation I talked about earlier. If any of you feel like your ascending is close, please don't keep it to yourself. We do have a lot of staff on board that can help make it easier. Dr. Ling and Nurse Dorado are really good at detecting the difference between a sickness and signs of ascending. Dr. Ling? I didn't even know that was Constance's last name. She didn't appear to be Asian, but then again, I never even knew about her daughter trapped on the other side of Eton. I found that out during my 3rd week staying with Becky and Lucille. They have this program that plays each year reminding everyone about the night the creepers consumed Eton. Constance lived in a village near the creepers and was at a conference in Elm when it all happened. She left her 3-year-old dragon daughter with her husband, and the rest was history. For the next 2 hours we read up on people ascending through history. It was fun, but not many were documented until about 100 years back. After that, they made claiming the #1 event in Paegeia. From what the pictures showed us, it was huge. There weren't a lot of questions from the rest of the students, and any I had, Chang and Lucian had explained to me last year. When the bell rang, we all left in high spirits. I couldn't stop thinking about the 3 procedures a Dragonian could ascend through as I climbed the steps to my room. As I approached our landing, my eyes caught on pieces of wood lying in front of our door. When I looked up, I found the edge of the door was broken, and it was hanging slightly open. I picked the pieces of wood off the ground and looked back up slowly to the door as my mind put 2 and 2 together. Someone had broken into our room. 13. I searched my backpack frantically for the cool plastic touch of my panic button. When I couldn't find the stupid thing, I yelled Darius's name as loudly as I could while racing down the stairs as quickly as my feet would carry me. As good as Master Longway's word, he found me in 2 seconds.
Elena, calm down.
Both his gorilla-sized hands were on my arms, holding me in place in front of him. Someone broke into our room. I spoke so fast that I wasn't sure if he had heard one word. I could feel my heart pumping in my chest, and I wasn't sure if it had been caused by my mad dash down the steps or the fear those small pieces of broken wood had sent through me.
Just stay here,
he said quickly, his voice filling with authority. He ran up the stairs like a panther, taking 2 in each of his cat-like strides. As I watched him go, I pressed my back against the wall, letting the coolness sink into my shirt, calming my racing heart. I could hear a faint order being spoken into his communication device, and after a minute 3 more guards ran up the stairs. Their shadows disappeared around the corner in the staircase. Becky found me with a shield and a raider I hadn't seen before in hand. "Where did you get that?" I asked, momentarily distracted.
"I bought it just before we came back,"
she explained as she stared after the guards that had just run up the stairs. "What's up?" "Someone broke into our room." Her eyes raised high onto her forehead, and she ran up the stairs after the retreating figures of the guards. "Becky, they said to wait here." I followed her nonetheless and found a guard in front of our room blocking her from entering.
"I need to get into my room. Get out of my way."
"It's not safe yet, Ms. Johnson. Let us do our job,"
he replied with a venomous expression. His hands were on her arms, holding her in place. As if he could sense her fear, George appeared out of nowhere and charged the guard standing at the front door. In less than a minute, the guard had him in a tight grip, and George couldn't do anything but grunt.
"We are here to protect you. Now let us do our job, please."
His tone was gentle, and George nodded in understanding. Becky and I just stared at him, amazed at how quickly he had been subdued. As the guard released his grip, Becky pulled George closer to her.
"Seriously? You couldn't take out 1 guard?"
"Don't."
George grunted and mumbled something else I couldn't quite make out. If the situation had been different, I would have laughed, but the thought that someone else beside the people we knew had been inside our room, someone that didn't belong there, The reality of how dangerous this year could be washed over my body in a harsh wave. Everything was plundered. Our beds, the TV, even our chandelier. If any of us had been inside when it happened, we could have been killed. The guards were still busy searching for clues to reveal who the perpetrator might be as we gathered some of our belongings. I took my small wooden box and clutched it to my chest, relieved it had been unharmed. I had christened it my treasure box, and it held all my precious belongings. The pack of cards Becky had bought me during our first year, a broken arm bracelet that Dad had gotten me. I had promised myself I would fix it one day when I had enough money. Looking through the box, I couldn't help but think that my picture of my mom holding me at my first birthday would have looked nice in here too. But I'd lost it the night the dragons attacked us on Interstate 40. The strangest part of the entire night was that we realized nothing was missing except for Becky's necklace. The necklace was valuable, if not in price, in memories. It had been the only gift she'd received from her father when she was a child. During the break-in, she had been at the War Bowl tryouts with George, and she always took her necklace off and put it in her secret hiding place inside the room whenever she had Art of War, or a subject where she could end up losing it. The necklace had a small purple stone with 2 small dragons holding it in their metal talons. When she had finally gotten back into the room, it was nowhere to be found. Sammy and I had watched in horror as clothes and books flew through the air as she searched for it, and saw the tears glistening in her eyes when she realized that it was gone. I had never seen her so devastated. She even phoned Lucille to tell her about what had happened. As the commotion died down, Master Longway assured us that the perpetrator would be found and dealt with. Paul was even brought in for questioning, but he had an alibi. He had been having a meeting with Professor Dixon at the time our room was broken into. If it wasn't Paul, who else could it be? Lucian didn't trust his story one bit, even though Professor Dixon claimed that Paul had been with him the whole time. Nobody could be in 2 places at once, not even Paul Sutton. As our room had been destroyed, it was decided that the 3 of us were going to sleep in the infirmary until everything was sorted out. I struggled to fall asleep on the white uniform beds as the shadows danced along the white walls. Secretly, I was glad that Constance was doing paperwork in her office, only a few short steps away. I knocked softly on the partially closed door leading to the small office. Constance looked up and gave me a smile when she saw me. "Are you struggling to sleep?" I nodded slowly as I spoke. "I'm sorry that I missed our tea. The offer still on?" "Pull up a chair," she said with a smile as she went to the kettle behind her on a small corner desk, surrounded by cups, and switched it on. She sat back down in her brown leather chair and sighed. "Trouble seems to follow you everywhere, Elena Watkins." "I didn't ask for this." "I know. I'm just worried about you, that's all." She looked tired as she rubbed her eyes gently with her index finger and thumb. The footage of her in her dragon form, trying desperately to get back into Eton when the creeper swallowed it, from the program, made me remember why I'd wanted to speak to her so badly. "Why didn't you tell me about your family?" She looked at me for only a few seconds and then quickly back to her desk. A small, sad smile appeared on her face. "It was such a long time ago, Elena, and I don't want to burden you with my stories." "They're not a burden, after everything you've done for me." "She was a sunblast, right?" Constance nodded. "Her name was Anouk. It was long before I joined the academy. There had been a medical conference in Elm." She took a deep breath as she paused. "Something told me I shouldn't go, but I was so determined. If I'd stayed, you would have been trapped too."
I would be with my family, Elena.
Her eyes were sad, and a small frown pulled her eyebrows together. How old will she be?
19, turning 20. Isabel and I both laid at the same time. We were so excited since they were both our first eggs. When a little sunblast cracked out of mine and Blake out of Isabel's, we couldn't have been more proud. I thought the two would grow up together, and they had been really close. Blake searched everywhere for her after the creepers consumed Eton that day. He didn't understand that she was gone.
How do you deal with it?
Keep moving forward, I guess.
It was silent for a while, and then I remembered something else. So, Ling. She laughed.
My husband was the general of King Albert's court.
I remembered the card of a general that was in my treasure box, and I got up to retrieve it. Just wait here, I said, and ran to my suitcase. The box was buried under all my clothes, and I searched for the card. I finally found it, and chucked the box back into my suitcase as I ran back to her office.
Is this him?
I handed her the card. She kept staring at it. Then her hand covered her mouth, and her eyes glistened with tears.
Where did you get this?
First trading pack of cards Becky bought me. She nodded as she kept staring at a picture of her husband.
It's a really rare card, Elena,
she whispered as she handed it back to me. Keep it. It's more valuable to you. She got up at my words and hugged me close.
Thank you so much. You have no idea how long I've searched for it.
She pulled the desk drawer open and showed me the hundreds of cards that filled it. Finally, I said softly. She let me go and looked at me with soft eyes.
What is? Something I could give you.
She smiled and hugged me again. I wish I could give you more for all those times you saved my butt.
I'm a doctor. It's what I do. Besides, this is more than enough,
she said as we broke apart. She couldn't stop looking at the card. We had tea to dry our tears, and I listened as she kept talking about what an eccentric little sunblast Anouk had been. She sounded like an amazing little dragon. Just by listening to her stories and what type of a husband Ling had been, told me how much Constance had really lost the day the creepers consumed Eton. When the clock on the wall chimed 12 gongs, I got up. I should really try to get some sleep.
You should. Thanks for the card, and sweet dreams.
I gave her a smile and went back to the infirmary and crawled into bed. For a long time I stared at the outlines of the fan on the ceiling above me.
God, I haven't spoken to you in a long time. I forgot to count my blessings every day, the way Dad told me, and complained about everything that was bestowed upon me. I don't deserve to ask you anything. But please, keep Constance's family safe. Let the people of Paegeia find a way to free Eton and reunite families with one another. Especially Constance's. Amen.
When I was finished, I turned around on my side and dozed off faster than I thought I would. My dream read like a book. Me killing Brian, then switching over to Blake being beaten half to death. The blood on the bandages around Blake's arm formed the morbid outline of a woman standing in front of a forest. The vision pulled me closer until I was with her once again. Still, she ordered me to go into the creepy woods. But then, something completely new emerged. It wasn't an image, but a sound. It was a deep husky voice reading poetry. I didn't know what the voice said because the language sounded foreign, but the rhythm in which he spoke sounded like poetry. It had a soothing type of tone as I lay there in the dark listening to it, until a horrible sound killed everything. It only took me a second to realize that the wailing belonged to Becky's alarm clock. When it stopped, I could still hear the deep voice, until it slowly faded into silence. I stared at the blank page of the journal that Pfizer had given me for what felt like the entire day. I couldn't name one feeling to write down, although I had plenty of mixed ones doing somersaults in my gut. The voice from the night before came and went in my mind throughout the whole day. My dream has never led to something like this before. Am I losing my mind? Maybe Master Longway was right that night Constance tried to help me, that my mind can't handle this world and I'm really starting to lose it. I don't want to end up in the loony bin. Without thinking, I grabbed one of the pastels Lucille had given me as a present when I left to go to Sammy's, and started to draw a huge circle. I took another color, a deep purple, and filled in some of the circle. I didn't know what it represented, but for some reason it explained one of my feelings. The colors just kept popping up as my fingers flew across the page. A yellow, green, blue, and black made it in there too. The only thing I did right was a huge question mark right next to the colorful orb. Over the next couple of days, Darius became more human to me. He was right next to me during every change of class, but it didn't bug me as much as it did the other students, as we were on speaking terms with one another. He told me a lot about his family, where he was from, and how old he was when he joined the service. To save a life was really important to him. I could feel real danger nearby, and I felt safer with Darius protecting me like a Rottweiler. Darius was exactly like me. His mother was a dragon and his father was a human.
You don't know how lucky you are to be born with that mark, Elena.
Really? I glanced sideways and up at him as he walked me to my next class. I'm so not the dragon rider type. He gave a deep gurgling sound, which I assumed was his chuckle.
You didn't grow up with it. I'm sure once you are used to this, you will embrace it like all the other students.
I can't wait for that day, I smiled. So, have you found anything yet? I mean, who is in our room? He looked puzzled for a second, and then his normal glancing through the crowd look appeared on his face again. It was the only thing that bugged me. Darius never looked me in the eye as we spoke, but I knew he was multitasking, still observing when he had these conversations with me.
I have a couple of leads, but I need to make sure that it is exactly the person I suspect before I take it any further.
We stopped right in front of my next class.
The only thing I can tell you is, it's not the Wyvern.
Are you sure about that?
99%, Elena.
I smiled at him. Thanks for sharing that. See you in half an hour. He took his stand right next to the door, and I went into my classroom. When I got out of class, Darius was gone, but my knight in shining armor leaned against the wall with his backpack slung over his shoulder. This is a nice surprise. I hooked my arm around his waist and gave him a small peck on the mouth.
Darius asked me to make sure that I took you to your next class. He said something about a hunch.
Yeah, he told me about a couple of leads he has, and that he needs to check them out first before he takes it further.
He told you who he suspects?
Nobody told me who he didn't suspect. He gave me a look, and I was sure he could read Paul's name on my forehead as he looked away.
Don't rule him out, Elena.
He's like 100% sure, Lucian. For crying out loud, the guy had been questioned for the past 2 days by the authorities just because he was a Wyvern. I didn't say it out loud.
Yeah, just remember, I know how easy it is to trust them. They aren't to be trusted at all. Wyverns are killers. Remember that.
By the sadness in Lucian's eyes, I wish he could tell me what had happened between him and a Wyvern. Then maybe I would be able to understand where all this hatred toward Paul came from. We said goodbye in front of my next class, and I watched him until he disappeared around the corner. The day flew by, but everyone was still talking about the break-in. I couldn't sleep that night again, and I listened to each of the 3 guards shift throughout the night. Darius took the first shift, followed by Becky's guard, and the last was Sammy's. Around 4:30, I found myself in a pair of sweatpants, a top 2 sizes too big, and running shoes. When I left the infirmary, Sammy's guard was sleeping in the chair. I snuck past him as softly as I could and ran down the stairs. The fresh air cleared my mind, and it felt as if I'd slept the entire night. I slipped through the main door leading to the Colosseum, and froze. 7 or 8 huge swallow annexes stood right in front of the Parthenon dome. I'd never seen so many in one place, and forgot that Lucian told me Constance took them for a flight every morning. Swallow annexes loved the air. They would die if they couldn't soar and glide. All of them were majestic, with long necks and a fin-like mane on top of their heads. A small goat beard ran down their chin, and huge swallow-shaped wings covered their entire body. They all looked in my direction, and the one that bowed made me wonder if it was Constance. I bowed back as they went back to what they were doing. After a couple of seconds, they took off one by one. They were so beautiful that I kept staring at them until they were small specks in the sky. As I brought my thoughts back to solid ground, I took a huge breath and started running in the direction of the lake. Surprisingly, the voice in my head was silent. Should I tell Constance about this? She might be able to help. An image of a syringe jumped into my mind as I thought about the word help. Nope, keep your mouth shut, Elena, my own voice demanded. I guess I would have to somehow deal with this extra voice and learn how to cope with it. Nobody can know. The wind that blew across my body as I sprinted left my skin tingling from head to toe. I had never thought that running would make a person feel free. When the pain in my sides emerged, I stopped and held the left side of my stomach until it went away. A twig snapped close by, and I jumped. I looked around as a creepy feeling pumped through my stomach and ran up my spine. I could feel eyes on me, and realized that sneaking past Bradley, Sammy's guard, had not been very wise. I had even forgotten the stupid panic button. Thinking quickly, I turned around and decided to make a run for it. I kept looking over my shoulder as terror began to build inside of me, and I smacked hard into another warm body. Sorry, I didn't... Elena? Lucian looked at me quizzically. It's you. I breathed out with relief. He still wanted to say something with a scolding expression plastered on his face, but I cut him off. There is someone behind me. His head snapped up and searched past the trees. Stay here. No, I'm coming with you. He growled and started to run. We stopped at the spot where I had heard the noise, and I could see Lucian's body bending toward the left. He darted to the tree line and crouched down. 1,000 needles and pins rushed over my body as I saw something large and human lying underneath the tree. Elena, go get Master Longway now. It's Darius.